our scorers for this match: David Hagger from Surrey and Ollie Rhodes from Somerset. The match referee is Mike Smith. And please welcome out onto the outfield our match umpires Ross Warren and Mark Newell. Led out by their captain, Rory Burns. Please welcome our visitors, Surrey.
Good morning and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground. I'm here this morning with Vic Marks in the WPA Health Insurance commentary box here at Taunton. The umpires are in the middle. One is standing a long, long way back, but the players are making their way out, led
by Rory Burns, probably.
by Captain Rory Burns. I was looking down and my sheet's the wrong way round. It's hard to keep track of captains. Somerset swapped them throughout the formats. Sean Dixon is out on his way into the middle with Tom Lammonby, the opening pair. I've been out there in the middle, Vic.
What have you found?
I found a very, very firm, overly firm surface for Taunton, what you'd imagine on a day one. The recent wickets have had a little bit of live grass, a little bit soft to the touch. Still very good wickets, don't get me wrong, but this one looks like it's been rolled and rolled and rolled.
And it's
rock hard.
Well, that's fascinating because I've also looked at the Surrey lineup, and they've got, often in county cricket now, you come across a whole host of, you know, relatively military medium pace bowlers, opening bowlers. Not so when you play Surrey, though. Look at that lineup: Gus Atkinson, Jamie Overton,
Well, while I was out,
Dan Worrell. They're all pretty pacey, I think.
yeah, while I was out there, one that I will pick out is the man who's taken the new ball, Dan Worrell. Lovely angled run up, incredibly strong at the crease, and he was hitting the baseball mitt, and it had that extra sound on it, that slapping sound, the thud into the coaches.
Here we go.
As he starts his run up and sets us off today and bowls. Very, very good delivery first up. Played and missed by Tom Lammonby. Yeah, I just felt like, you know, when you go out there and, you know, I was actually having a good old chat with Matt Henry, who's obviously started in his Somerset career in quite extraordinary form. Similar sort of bowler, yeah, a slightly angled run up, very strong at the crease, hits the deck hard. Dan Worrell sort of has that same sort of feel about him. Yeah, he's a really pacey attack the Somerset and Surrey teams have both got this week. The bread and butter for Tom Lammonby. I think that's where it is most comfortable, when a right-handed bowler goes over the wicket. Vic swinging it back in. He looks very comfortable there. Scored a lot of his runs in his first season with the ball coming into the pads.
Yeah, he's very good off his pads. Less comfortable with the old sort of cover drive or the offside shots, maybe.
Yeah, maybe our sort of the Warner Broad thing. I think he looks a little bit more uncomfortable with bowlers going around and moving it away. But good vibes down here at Taunton. I don't know if you know, Vic, but we had a nice little celebration for the
couldn't
trophy.
get here, but I got the email.
Well, you were halfway there then.
Ooh.
Sean Dixon playing a nice attacking shot through the offside.
But and I'm thrilled to hear there was a couple thousand in the ground, and you were hosting this
I hosted
event?
the night. 2,500 tickets were uptaken. I don't know if all of them were arrived, but it felt like the car park was pretty full. We had a stage, music, the players turned up. We had another lift of the trophy, so the vibes were great, and the players were in superb spirit as well, looking happy, as they should be, winning a trophy and a very short 2.5 day game against Northants. A little bit of movement there from Dan Worrell away from the outside edge of Sean Dixon. Fortunately not getting a touch on that one through to Ben Folkes.
Well, this is there's two good sides coming together. Somerset have been a bit fragile, I've noticed, on the first day of championship matches, particularly with bat in hand, so we're not taking anything for granted here, but it's top quality county cricket in prospect here.
Yeah, it certainly has that sort of semi-international feel to it, doesn't it, Vic, to be fair? Lots of star-studded names.
Well,
Burns, Sibley, Latham, Folkes. Jacks has been touted as a player for the future.
He's played for England, obviously. I saw that up in Pakistan. So there's a lot of international players, plus a lot of, Jamie Smith is so highly regarded, for example. Gus Atkinson, likewise. He's supposed to be pretty nippy. Does he get the new ball at the other end? I'm not sure.
It'll be interesting to see if they go with Jamie Overton, to be honest. Back at his home ground, and you always sometimes go on field, but
no messing there.
What a shot that is from Sean Dixon. Really feel like the last few weeks his sort of confidence levels are growing. He's got a couple of scores, and obviously, really sort of stamping his flag down, as a Somerset player in that finals day. I thought he was magnificent. That's got to be good for him.
It kind of suited him, and it doesn't matter what the game is. You join a new club, and everyone assumed that Sean Dixon coming to Somerset to bolster up that championship, top of the order. In fact, he really struggled, but then he gets to Edgbaston, and it's a sort of pitch where he in particular could flourish or stand out because it was zipping around. And Somerset had the wit to realise that, hang on, you don't have to get 180 here, or it's stupid to try and get 180. You just got to get a score. And he was the one who conjured the vital 40s, wasn't it, in those innings?
I think it would be fair to say that he was the only one that really made the decision that, a 130, 140, 150 was a competitive score.
Yeah.
It's a phrase that I hear a lot. It's the way I play. But Sean Dixon adapted to the surface, and I think that's a sign of a real good player. And like I said, we know he's a good player. We hope he comes good in 4-day cricket, which I'm sure he will, but I think that performance really stands him in good stead.
And it will give him so much confidence at a new club where he struggled to make an impact. And it doesn't matter what type of game you make that impact, you will feel more comfortable.
He's a fan favourite, isn't he?
Was he?
He is now. He won us a trophy. Jordan Clark taking the new ball from the Marcus Roscothic stand end. Getting the ball to shape away from Tom Lammerby. In great form as well, Jordan Clark. Not necessarily with the ball. 100 last week in the championship, final rounder. Bit surprised to see him taking the new ball.
I mean, pace is not the criteria, obviously. I mean, I think you'll know him better than me, but he's capable of swinging the ball, so he gets a new ball. But in reserve, there's Gus Atkinson, quick. Jamie Overton, quick and capable of swing. And Tom Laws, who I've only heard about but haven't seen, but he's obviously a bright young talent.
Yeah, I think Jordan Clark bowls with enough pace once he gets going. I think he's, this feels like a get into your work kind of spell. First couple of balls, just feel it around. But I think, maybe the pros for him taking the new ball, a bit of down pace from the other seam bowlers, but I think he does get the ball away from the left-hander and nips the ball back. And I think if you look at the two Somerset openers, I think that's a matchup that the Surrey management obviously feel has got a decent chance. Dixon, another positive drive into the offside.
He's very much the swing bowler. I mean, if you were to categorise the likeliest dismissals of I don't want to, it's the for Lammerby, it's the nick from the little away swinger pushing forward on the offside. Probably for Dixon, it's the LBW when he's looking for that favoured mid-wicket, but he's been at LBW a lot early in his innings.
Yeah, well, I think noticeably, Vic, to be honest, a lot of, we've made some discussions or had some discussions. Noticeably, Sean Dixon is batting in what you'd say a more conventional position. If you have a look at him taking guard in a minute on camera,
He's not on middle and off anymore.
he's not on middle and off.
No.
I think he's standing on, it looks like he's taking a 2 guard, which is middle and leg.
Yeah, I mean, he might shuffle a bit, but
Yeah, he's making a trigger, but I still think that he's not planted in
Yeah.
front of all 3, which I think is a real positive move for him.
Yeah.
In behind that really nicely. Jordan Clark getting a bit of movement here this morning. The weather's set fair. We've got a nice vanilla sky in front of us.
When you saw the pitch, then put your experienced eye on it. Do you think it was an easy decision to bat first, or nip and tuck one?
Yeah, no, I think it was a nailed on bat first.
Okay.
I think it was incredibly flat, and it just had that sort of brownness to it. You know, you can see it from up here. It just looks like a really good cricket pitch. And I think, in fairness, it will give something to the bowler because of how hard it is.
Yeah.
So I think it will be an even contest. We know county cricket always hinges on the new ball performance. If you dig in, you get through that period. Runs come quite easy here at Taunton. But
And another
that's been the challenge for Somerset.
Yeah,
this
yeah.
year.
No, this is a tricky question, but you'll know the answer probably. We've left the Kookaburra and now we've gone back to the Duke. Is that right? I think it was 2 matches, wasn't it? The Kookaburra.
I think my feeling on it, I think I was on record saying that I didn't feel like it suited English conditions, and I think that you would get an awful lot of 4 to 7 batters in English cricket voting to keep the Kookaburra ball.
Yeah,
I feel like a new ball's a new ball.
Well, I think we had the Kookaburra against Hampshire, where there was a big tail end. Actually, we had a Kookaburra against Notts, I think, didn't we? Where we suddenly bowled them out in a session, but that was partly because of the situation of the game. Anyway, that's too much detail, perhaps.
I felt like if you had a look across the country, there were a lot of draws, a lot of high scores.
Yeah.
A new ball's a new ball, but I think once that hardness goes out the Kookaburra ball with the flat seam, it was runs for old money, and that is in Tom Lammonby's wheelhouse. He's clipped that through straight, just in front of square leg, just past the shins of the umpire. Russell Warren down there, I believe it is.
I mean, it's not a great delivery. He's looking to swing that ball back in, but he's just slightly over pitched and slightly on middle leg. But my goodness me, he times that well, doesn't he?
Yeah, it really is his bread and butter, and a reaction straight away from the bowler. His experience is telling him that that's what Tom Lammonby wants. I'm amazed actually they didn't start with with going away from Lammers. The stats I would imagine would be quite conclusive with that. But yeah, that's the line, moving it away from Lammonby towards the 3 waiting slips. We have Dom Sibley, Tom Latham, and is that Jamie Overton at the 3rd slip?
No.
Will Jacks, I think.
Jamie Overton's at Leg Gully. Last time I saw Surrey down here. The Overton twins locked horns. Well, actually, Jamie kept hitting Craig on the head.
Yeah, it was serious
I mean, it was
cricket,
it was serious stuff. I mean, it was dramatic. It was compelling cricket. You couldn't take your eyes off it.
You could just picture that 10 years previous with the tennis ball in the backyard, couldn't you? Just trying to clean each other up.
He just had to keep watching. Jamie hit, and then he hit Josh Davey as well. What's he got in store for us this time? Good to see him bowling again, actually. Jamie Overton has played quite a lot of cricket for Surrey this summer in one-day cricket as a batsman, essentially, but he's bowling again now. I think he got wickets in his last game against Middlesex.
Yeah, he's a fantastic talent.
And he has, and I think he's, according to Sam, he was getting it up there because he's got that capacity to just swing it at pace a little bit away, and I think that's when he's actually at his best, rather than pummeling the middle of the pitch.
Yeah, he is a swing bowler, no doubt about that. He's got a really sort of talented wrist. Off the thigh, down the leg side to Ben Folkes. Had a controversial view, but Ben Folkes behind the stumps the first 2 test matches. I think the Ashes would be in a different place. The way that he's moved down the leg side there, Johnny Bairstow was making a fluff of those early in the Ashes.
Yeah. There's also, it's been a compelling Ashes series, and there's so many what ifs, and that's certainly one of them.
Did 9 catches?
What missed? I think I've heard that figure banded around, 8 or 9.
Which is unusual for a wicketkeeper, isn't it? You expect the odd catch every now and then to go down.
I mean, you have to tell me what your lineup would have been in the first test. If would you have had Johnny Bairstow in the team as a batsman, or would you just have had Folkes for Bairstow? I need to know.
I think I would have, because Folkes are fine batsmen as well. I would have had Bairstow as the 3. But not keeping.
As number 3?
Yeah.
And who would you have left out?
I'd have to have the... I probably wouldn't have gone with Moeen.
That's not a relevant answer, because that's not what we're talking about. Moeen at that stage was better.
But I wouldn't have played.
Oh, you wouldn't have played a spinner, you played an extra batsman.
That would have opened up.
You'd played an extra batsman.
Slot, yeah.
With Joe.
I think Root...
Root's a good bowler.
As he showed his, like for like in almost with Moeen. If one doesn't bowl, you could, I just don't think there was. I don't think his record in Test cricket from a bowling point of view against Roots is that much of an outlier that says that he's going to bowl teams out. He averages 38 with the ball in Test cricket. He's not winning many Test matches, and he goes at nearly 4 and over as well, so he's not holding either.
Right.
So that would be my.
It's amazing though. He's got 200 Test wickets, 200, and there's only about 3 England spinners who ever got more. It's staggering. I think I can.
Dixon in behind that one, just getting a little bit looser in the body, I think there. Jordan, that's just skipped on off the pitch. I think that is he's a strong bowler.
Well, he came from Lancashire, didn't he? That's right, isn't it? Jordan Clark, do I imagine it?
Came from Lancashire, very strong bowler. He actually has that extra gear in him as well, where he can actually bowl some decent sort of pace as well. And I think he bowls the wobble seam. If it gets on the shiny side, it can sometimes skid on.
Well, they must rate him because they've got such an armoury here, but they've opted to give him that new ball. And obviously, at the start of the match, you kind of give your most potent bowler that new ball. Sometimes you give it to the slower paced bowler because he's going to get that ball to swing a bit more. You don't necessarily just give it to the quickest one. I mean, you watch England with Mark Wood, doesn't see the ball usually till it's about 20 overs old.
Yeah, I'd imagine that's potentially Jamie Overton's role, that impact bowler, like Mark Wood does for England, comes in and just changes the momentum.
But if you're Rory Burns, you're not fretting about how am I going to get through the day. You've got 5 seamers, plus a little bit of, Will Jacks has been picked for England as a sort of off-spinning all-rounder. He's really a batsman who bowls, I guess, but nonetheless, he's got him there. So 5 seamers plus Will Jacks. A bit more, actually more options than Tom Abel's got.
A sedate start here. Taunton, 10 without loss. It's kind of what the Somerset fans want to see. 4 overs gone. Dan Worrell just trying to get towards the stumps on the angle. Just getting his... I think his game plan looks a little bit sort of confused a minute, Dan Worrell.
Well, he got hit for 4, didn't he? But it was... It doesn't mean to say you immediately have to go around the wicket. And I'm sure his natural instinct, although you've seen more of Worrell than I have, is to swing the ball away from the right-hander, away into the left-hander. But having got his line wrong once, I mean, hit for 4, he's opted to go around the wicket. But he hasn't got the ball moving away from Lammonby, who's, well, I think he might have got a bit of a finger on that, but it's a sweet shot from Lammonby, and he'll pick up a couple.
Good save there from Jordan Clark, doing his mate a favour. So if I put myself in the mind of Dan Worrell, I reckon Rory Burns has gone down Lammonby.
Round the wicket. The stats say round the wicket.
He's gone, no mate, I like bowling over the wicket. And it was a pride thing. And that first boundary, the captain's giving him the look, saying, look, I told you so, mate, get round the wicket.
Well, I bet you, yes. I bet you if you look at the stats, it will say that Lammonby, or the Lammonby is suspect for the caught behind when you're bowling around the wicket. That doesn't necessarily take into account the fact that Worrell likes bowling around the wicket to left-handers.
Well, I think you've got to do what you're comfortable with as a bowler as well, haven't you?
Yeah. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see. The 3 slips are there.
You can always bowl away from Lammonby from over the wicket.
Yeah, exactly.
I just think, shaping it in to
He's just
him.
clipped it,
Oh,
a square
my
leg.
word. Does that go down as commentator's curse? He's bowled an in-swinger from round the wicket. Lammonby's played his trademark shot, and he's clipped it straight to short mid-wicket. Lammonby is gone for 8. Sometimes your strength is your downfall.
Yeah, I mean, that was in his slot. He timed it. When you saw the shot, you thought, meat and drink. But he didn't get on top of it, and it went quickly, but straight to the fielder, knee-high.
In the words of Murdoch from A-Team, I love it when a plan comes together.
Well, I don't know.
Maybe that is the plan, the
well, they were,
half volley.
to be fair, they were well stocked in that region. They had the leg gully there, they had the square leg and a widest mid-on. It's a sort of bonus wicket if you're an opening bowler to get someone off the meat of the bat. He's clipped it sweetly, but straight to Jamie Smith, and once more, Somerset lose an early wicket, as they've been prone to do in Championship cricket when batting first.
I think Lambs will be bitterly disappointed.
He will, because he played a couple sweet shots, just played one down the ground. Tom Abel doesn't get a lot of time waiting in that dressing room this summer as the number 3. Out he comes, and the game's underway. Slip cordon being reinforced, which kind of sort of confirms that what Worrell wants to do is swing that ball away at a good pace. 4 slips are waiting, and away we go.
I feel like Worrell reminds me in every essence, in terms of how he looks like he wants to get people out, is very similar to a great bowler who took a lot of wickets here at Taunton, Graham Rose. Slight angle on his run up, plays with the crease, bowls a heavy length, looking to nick off right-handed batters, and that is a compliment because Graham Rose was a phenomenal bowler.
Yeah, no, I played with Graham. That bridges us actually. Who's not quick, but just lively, but
heavy ball,
and the capacity just to swing that ball away. And that's what I mean. This is real ancient history, but I remember Dennis Lilly doing the greatest of all times. And I remember when I was touring with England, not the team, but listening to team talk, and dear Derek Randall, who was the scattiest of cricketers, but he had a good cricket brain, and he just, before probably the first test, he made this keeper, Lilly, who terrorised batsmen in the past, said, Dennis Lilly, he said, Dennis, first spell, he'll bowl full, he won't bowl bumpers. Oh, odd bumper. But essentially, he's going to bowl full because he thinks he can get it to swing. And he could get it to swing. And he was right.
That looked back leg to me. That just didn't look right off of Sean Dixon's inner thigh pad.
Maybe just a bit of height would have saved him. I think the line was very good.
Yeah, I think that's do you know what? I think that's so close to the outside edge. That's that's a really good piece of umpiring, not to get sucked in, because a lot was happening there.
Yeah. I thought they were appealing for the caught behind. We can see it sort of hits his right thigh, so I think the height, as the replay shows, would have been an issue. It's a lovely delivery.
Yeah, an absolute peach of a delivery again.
And that's high too, I think.
Nipping onto the inner thigh pad. That's taken a bit of a batter in the last couple of balls. Doing its job though. That is definitely too high. But Jordan Clark getting the ball to angle in and straighten away towards the slip. So Dixon under a bit of pressure here. Somerset under a bit of pressure. The sedate start has now turned into the familiar feel of an early wicket lost here at Taunton.
Yeah,
the
well,
captain.
it gives everyone a lift, and Jordan seems to have been inspired by the wicket at the other end. He's making it talk at the moment. Giving it a chance to move. A nice full new ball length. And not an over-attacking field. Just the 3 slips, but that gives him the freedom to get that ball almost into the drivable area, that full good length, because he's got protection. It's a bit short, and he's punched him away.
Yeah, just going back to your point about Dennis Littley, Richard Hadley, those sort of bowlers. You know, express pace. They did bowl bounces, but they were smart cricketers as well.
Yeah.
I mean, if you go again, you go through the stats. Yes, you'll get the occasional wicket with a bouncer, a glove to the keeper, a top edge pull. But your wickets come from LBW, nick-offs and bowls, don't they?
Yeah.
Those guys, they're not going to waste too many opportunities to take wickets.
Especially with a new ball,
Especially
when it moves. You might have to drag your length back a bit if it stops swinging. But if it's swinging, and it takes a bit of bravery, because you have to take into account that you're going to go for the odd boundary when you're searching for that swing. Occasionally it's just going to be a long half volley that will beat the field. But it's worth the gamble.
Definitely. That relationship with the captain and bowler is crucial, isn't it? Because often captains are batters as well. You bowl one half volley and they start getting grumpy with you. And
I remember my best ever fielding position, actually, when I played for WA. Ken McClay, who played for Somerset just in the late 80s, early 90s, but he bowled away swing into the wind at Perth. But he was a good swing bowler. Nearly always got the ball to swing. And I'd be stationed at square leg. And this was wonderful, because the ball never came to me. But I was positioned at square leg simply to ensure that he didn't bowl too wide of off stump. Just to give him that little bit of protection that got him to bowl, middle and off, rather than a foot outside. If you've only got 2 men on the leg side, you think, oh my goodness.
yeah, there are not too many bowlers that successfully bowl to the 7-2. Glenn McGrath, I think.
Maybe, but he didn't really swing it, you see.
Not many bowl with a 7-2, do they?
No. But so that was I hardly touched the ball, but I was there to induce him to bowl a better line.
See that replay there, Vic, a real nice amount of swing away for Wall now. And I think now...
Good carry there too, wasn't it?
This is a bit of a period where I think the swing bowler's eyes will light up. 6 overs, the lacquers come off the ball, the shining of the ball starts to sort of come into play now. Ball starts to shape. He's gone for the pad that time. Again, that'll be the tactic. Swing
That'll be the
away,
surprise ball.
drag the player across the stumps, get him feeling for the ball outside off stump, and then you throw in that wobble seam or in swinger, hunting out the front pad.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fascinating, isn't it? I personally, when I suppose age 15 to probably 25, you just bowl the cricket ball. And then you start to learn about the game and all those, the tactics. And I always remember doing some coaching sessions early on, as there's a massive appeal there.
What's he going to give? He's given runs.
He's given runs, so that's going to be an interesting replay, that.
Well, we'll have a look.
Has Tom Abel just got down in time?
It was Yorker length.
Himself. Right on the foot, if it wasn't the bat.
I think, well, if he had to have hit that, because that was hit in the middle, so he must have got I think he must have got a little inside edge just before it.
Right on the Q end, I think that was. So. Again, backing up Vic's point of good swing bowlers bowling full at the stumps, challenging the batter. Benefit of the doubt has just about got the bat down on that one.
Yeah, just. Bonus 4 runs, really. It's good. Swinging Yorker. That was hitting. If he hadn't got his inside edge, that was hitting the middle.
That was salmon and trout, that one. There are just some bowlers that you see around the circuit, I don't know, that just... I don't know, you just like the look of him. Worrell's one of them, just nice, strong at the crease. I mean, he had...
he was at Gloucester, wasn't he, before he went to Surrey?
Yeah,
And he's got Aussie origins, is that right?
Yes,
I think.
he is an Aussie. He had very, I will say, Aussie AFL style shorts on. I think he's gone for a size too small, so he was bowling with very tight sort of shorts on this morning. Very AFL, very Aussie, big strong quads. You know, he looked like a really good athlete. Just got in nice and tight. Like I said, you always, your head turns round when you hear that sound of the ball hitting the baseball mitt. And it's sometimes just a bit different every now and then where you see someone with a bit of pace. Another over out the way. Somerset 18 for 1. The loss of Lammonby in somewhat unfortunate circumstances, clipping to the man on the leg side. But I suppose Rory Burns will claim that as masterful captaincy, and he'd be well within his rights to do so. Jordan Clark swinging the ball, getting a bit of movement. Has had Sean Dixon spot a bother a couple of times. Being very miserly, his 3 overs only going for 3 runs. So plenty going on here. The Cooper Associates County Ground this morning. Beautiful length being bowled by Jordan Clark. Yeah, I remember doing a bowling session years ago when I first came on the staff here at Taunton with Dermot Reeve, and he encouraged me to bowl fast, or
as fast as you reasonably could.
Bowl pace, bowl seam, but he encouraged me to bowl with the mentality of a spinner, and that took me a couple of years to work out what he meant about that. And it was all about looking at what you do and matching that up to what the batter does and trying to find a weakness. And I think spinners do that, don't they? They bowl a few speculative balls, they toss a few up. Is he going to hit me over the top? Is he going to clip me? And you try and find a weakness. Whereas I think fast bowlers sometimes just bowl, don't they? And concentrate on one end of the pitch, whereas Dermot Reeve really encouraged me to think about both ends of the pitch,
and that helps being all rounder, because you can think like a batter a bit better. One assumes, but one assumes that, he may.
I was a thinking batter, as you know, Vic. It was never a case of just whacking it.
Yeah.
But no, you're exactly right, and I think it's just I suppose the older you get, that especially when you sit up here and commentate on other people trying to execute their skills, as Sean Dixon has done magnificently there, a beautiful on drive back down the ground. That will fill him with plenty of confidence as he moves into double figures.
Yeah, well, that was a half volley, but he put it away beautifully. And there's quite a lot of protection for Clark, but he still managed to beat.
I think that his position on the crease, though, Sean Dixon, he was trying to hit that. I think if that ball was bowled to him a month ago, he tried to clip it to mid.
Yeah.
And now he's just playing nice and straight. He's given himself that bit of room so he can play those shots, playing a lot straighter.
Yeah.
And I think it's crazy how sort of 2 or 3 inches of position on the crease looks like it's changed the way he's playing. He's focusing down the ground. It looks to me like he's done an awful lot of work, and credit to him.
Yeah, and confidence maybe returning, but he's only got 10, but he did get a few runs up at Northampton, where by all accounts batting was not entirely straightforward as well. Ooh, he's hit some glorious drives in this. I mean, he beat the field once, but he's hit the field hard.
He looks
3 times.
He looks so much better, because it must play on you when you're batting on off stump. There must be something in your brain that knows that you're susceptible if you miss a straight one, as I suppose every batter is.
Yeah.
But I feel like everything seems to be sort of connected with his position on the crease. It's giving him that freedom to play these really great shots that he's been executing so far this morning. So hopefully that continues.
He's looked more still too at the crease somehow.
Do you know what? As a bowler, if I've got a batter batting on off stump that's susceptible of missing straight balls,
you get excited.
It gets you excited. So, as a bowler, sorry, when you keep meeting the middle of someone's bat, it becomes more taxing to keep running in, because you don't see a way through.
Yeah.
If you've got a guy on off stump, you always feel like you've got a chance. It sort of inspires you. Puts probably an extra couple of overs on each of your spells. Great start there from Sean Dixon.
Oddly, that for Tom Abel, who's really not got going because he's been facing some good bowling, they've taken a slip out. Give him more protection, perhaps to encourage him to keep bowling fuller, but no other reason, because he was operating with 4 slips and they've taken an extra man out on the offside.
Well, I always think that the extra slip, the 4 slip, for me, I would, with it swinging like it is now, I would have that extra fit catcher there. I would take cover out for that position, and I would just move my mid off to. I would hedge it. I would put
go a bit extra towards extra.
Yeah, towards extra, in between the 2, so we can cut off that 1 into the offside. If I bowl half volley, hits me for 4. Chances are cover's not going to stop it anyway.
I'm going to. I'm not going to lie down. I'm metaphorically going to lie down.
If you need to lie down, Vic,
where do you go?
Welcome to. Well, I don't know really.
Well, I know what I'm going to do.
Did you drive today, or did you get the train?
I've driven today.
Oh, you could.
I could go and lie down in the car, but I'm not. I'm just going to
recline in your Rolls Royce.
Welcome, Sophie Luff.
Dan Worrell in from the River End. Tom Abel was getting a nice bit of movement away. Tom Abel looks a little bit unsure outside that off stump. Worrell's been bowling the wobble seam in swinger into the pad, and then the occasional one away. So plenty for Somerset Championship captain to think about at the moment. 22 for 1 off of 8.5 or so overs here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Welcome, Sophie Luff.
Morning, Dreeks.
How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm not too bad. Some runs for you, I noticed. You got a something odd 30 odd not out.
Yes.
Rain affected game. And what was yesterday's result? I didn't follow the end of it.
Yeah, yesterday won by 6 runs. So.
Any runs?
I did 9 not out. So.
Yes, 120. 9 off 8 balls. That's it. I remember that.
Yeah. Yeah, good win yesterday.
You bully you.
It's been a little bit frustrating with the weather of late for us. Every time we seem to play, the rain's followed us around the country. So, yeah, washed out at Beckenham on Saturday, but got a game in at Cheltenham yesterday.
Oh, you're not alone there. So Saturday, I drove all the way to Marlborough and drove all the way back. Not a ball bowled. There we go. 9 overs gone here. Somerset 22 for 2. What have you made of the start of play, Soph?
Yeah, good start. Obviously, losing Lammonby, not ideal, but yeah, Dixon's looked. I know he's only on 10, but he's looked to play positively, hasn't he? And yeah, he's obviously had a good run in the T20 stuff, and that's almost kick-started his Red Bull stuff as well. He obviously didn't start the season particularly well, or as well as he would have liked, joining a new club. But great to see him, you know, trying to turn that form around.
Yeah, I think, you know, like I said, I don't want to curse him in any way, shape or form, but I really do. I like his position on the crease a lot more than, you know, that first half of the season. Looks like there's a lot more in his favour. If you get a good ball, you get a good ball. But I feel like he looks very comfortable in his positions at the moment. And for those who haven't sort of maybe played professionally and changed teams from time to time, no matter what your record is at any given club, when you move, and I've felt this a number of times going to play in different parts of the country or overseas, no matter what you've done in the past, you want to show your teammates and the local crowd that you got some game. And I think, yes, Dixon has got an 80 and a 70 in the championship, and he's starting to find some form there. But you know what? Playing 2 special knocks and winning your club a trophy in your first season, that would have given him a huge, you know, that's the right, I've landed now. Now I can sort of kick on, because you never feel settled until you put in a couple of performances for your new team. So fair play to him, and he played some real smart cricket on the weekend. Hopefully that can be the catalyst for all the runs that we know he's still got to score.
Folks makes those leg side takes. looks so easy, doesn't he?
He
just moves so well. And that's gone a long way down the leg side and just made that look effortless.
Yeah, he tracks the ball brilliantly. He's kind of, maybe it's Jack Russell had it, that sixth sense of knowing where the ball's going to end up, so he's already moving as Dixon clips off his pad. Jordan going a little bit too tight to the leg side. And Dixon just getting a nice little thick inside edge down to the Colin Atkinson pavilion. And again, I think the position on the crease safe there, if that would have hit his pad, it's going down. It's just everything about what Sean Dixon is doing this morning smells of a lot of hard work, a lot of reflection. He's probably looked at a lot of tapes of himself batting in the previous games, and he's gone, you know what, Sean, batting on off stump ain't the greatest thing for you. And it really does. It's quite striking, actually, to see a player move sort of 4 inches and it have such a dramatic effect on the way he's lining up the ball. So fair play to him, and irrelevant of how many runs he gets today, I think he's looking in good shape. Yeah,
I agree. I felt early season as well, when I saw Dixon bat, just a bit too much movement on the crease for me. Didn't look still, and looks to cut that, but only finds backward point. Yeah, just didn't look like he was getting into good positions, not still on the crease, and yeah, found the ball hitting his pads a lot of the time, didn't he?
Yeah, maybe that bit of anxiety, like I said, about, you know, a new club, new surroundings, but yeah, he's looking good today. Tom Abel, just got a few question marks at the moment. Dan Worrell's challenging both edges of the bat, so he's got his work cut out for him at the moment. We saw earlier, you know, camera pan down on our dugout. Dom Bess is here on loan. Obviously had a great start to his career here years ago. Has moved on, but he's back. Nice to see him in the dugout, trimming those nails, making sure when he does get a chance to play, he can spin the ball nice and hard. Plenty of away swing on offer for Dan Worrell here. 26 for 1. Weather set fair. It's great to see so many people at the ground last night, Soph, celebrating again the trophy win. The lads were in good form. It was really nice, actually. I had a bit of a moment. I was up on stage and I was looking out onto the people that I was talking to, and, you know, chatting to a few of the players, and had one of those lovely little moments where I think it was Craig Overton. You don't remember the dinosaur in the Flintstones used to ride in the car with his head out the sunroof. So I was looking over this sea of people that were all about 5'10", and then there's Craig Overton's great big head and shoulders in the middle, and then I noticed another couple of other players. How many other sports where a team would win a trophy at the top level and then be mingling with the crowd, you know, in such close proximity, and the fans getting to ask them questions? And I thought it was just a really nice moment that the players and you know, want to interact with the people that support them day in, day out. I thought it was a really nice little moment.
Yeah, I think Somerset do that particularly well. And yeah, I saw a lot of really positive things on social media last night. Unfortunately, couldn't get down here for the celebration, but loads of great pictures. Just, you know, young fans, you know, standing side by side, some of their heroes. You know, they're moments that those kids are going to remember for a long time.
They definitely will. Dan Worrell into Abel. It's Dixon, sorry, plays confidently through the offside. Looks like he's lining up the ball really nicely. He picks up a couple of runs. I think Tom Abel will be happy up the other end for a while. Dixon's looking in real positive, confident mood this morning. On to 16. Yeah, the amount of people who came up to me with the kids, you know, sort of 12, 13, 14 years of age. We had a photo last time and he was only 5 or 6 or 7. You know, can we do it again? And it was really nice. I think, you know, it was almost like a lot of the supporters almost track the upbringing of their kids on, you know, photos with their favourite player, you know, throughout their sort of childhood, which is really, really quite sweet.
Yeah, well, I met a young fan at our game yesterday, Amelia, who was 7. It's her birthday next month, she was telling me, but she had a Somerset shirt on, and I noticed her dad had a Gloucester top on, but I didn't say anything about that. I just said, "Oh, what a great shirt you've got on! Like, who's your favourite Somerset player?" And she couldn't really tell me, but her mum actually mentioned your name, Pete, as her favourite player. So, yeah, great to see.
Well, she's a very good judge
fans.
of a cricketer, obviously. Must be my cover drive. End of the 11th over, 29 for 1 here in Taunton. That sedate start that went a little bit frantic for a while with the loss of Lammonby. Now back to normal, thanks to WPA Health Insurance for the partnership with our live stream. We have a change of bowling here. Tom Laws coming into the attack from the Cooper Associates County Ground. Don't think I've ever seen him bowl, so it'd be nice to watch the youngster get into his work.
Yeah, I don't know much about Laws, so I'm just giving him a quick search. He's only 20. Born on Christmas Day, believe it or not.
Oh, only one lot of prezzies every year. Tragedy. Marcus Trescothick, also Christmas Day baby. So hopefully there's no sort of like cosmic, happening going on here where he's bowling at the Trescothick stand end, to which he shares a birthday, and he's going to actually clean up with a load of wickets today. From a Somerset perspective, let's hope that's not the case. So that was a hell of a good start.
Abel defending that into the onside. Started with a deep point, but that fielder's coming up into the, I was going to say into the circle, but no circle exists in 4-day county championship cricket. 3 slips waiting then. Abel leaving that one alone. A little bit of an away shape for Laws.
Yeah, Abe's just getting the impression he's not his assured self at the moment. Just a little bit of indecision of play and leave at the moment. And I think credit Dan Worrell for that. He was moving the ball in and out. Hopefully Abe's can find his rhythm. As Abe's plays smartly with the ball just moving back in towards the pads. Clips that down to fine leg. Somerset captain, such a huge part of the batting lineup here over the last few years, a very consistent run scorer. How they'd like a big able score today. I have to admit the pitch did suggest that if you got through that new ball it would be a very, very nice day for batting. I think with the schedule as well, Surrey were at the finals day, championship cricket. Jamie did make the comment that he's 3 on the bench now in quite short space of time. Felt like there was a bit of fatigue in the bowlers' legs. Always an exciting thing though to see Jamie Overton bowl, so I'll be looking forward to that whenever he gets the chance. Surrey opting for the fuller sort of what you'd say, well no, it's not more skilled actually, because Jamie's very skilled, but the guys that predominantly bowl a bit fuller and straighter than Jamie. Jamie sort of bashes the pitch a little bit more.
Yeah, just might
Laws, Worrell, Jordan more kiss the surface,
yeah,
challenge the pads a little bit more.
Lateral movement. We haven't seen Atkinson yet either, have we?
Well, this is a interesting move here. Will Jack's coming on, potentially for a spell or a tweener. Is this an in-betweener to change ends? So Jamie Overton gets his preferred Trescothick stand end. I'm not sure. Interesting to see the inclusion of spin so early here on day one. Didn't get the impression that it was a wicket that would offer much turn. But I could be wrong.
Jack's just warming up then. Folks has just grabbed the helmet as well.
Folks donning the helmet. Short leg the same. Jumping in at maybe silly point. A spare one-day wicket-keeping pads coming out for short leg. That's, I tell you what, if I had to go in there, so these days, I would want to look like an ice hockey goalkeeper.
Yeah, I'd want
I would
as
want
much.
pads everywhere.
Yeah.
So many pads, I wouldn't be able to catch the ball because I couldn't move.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Always used to sort of, big sort of thumbs up and, sign of respect to Trez, who used to get in so close and almost looked like he enjoyed it. Crazy.
Yeah, I feel like some people do really want to get in there, though.
Well, Trez just loved being in the game. I have said this before in either, Q&As or anything, or maybe even on here. I've played a number of different sports at quite a high level, and I've played with some guys that, rugby and football in particular, they're known as hard blokes. Marcus Trescothick, one of the hardest sportsmen I've ever played with. I saw him take some blows to the body from either incredibly high-paced bowling or stood at short leg where someone swept it straight into him, and you can hear the thud of the ball into his arm or midriff, and the bloke never flinched. He was tough as old boots. Something that he's not credited for, actually. I saw him face Flintoff at Old Trafford once, and him and Justin Langer got hit so many times. Freddie, it was like around the Ashes 2005 era, and it was because Langer was playing for us. It was like Freddie was in turbo mode, and he bowled the speed of light when Old Trafford was turned the other way, so it was side on. Me and Ian Blackwell were next into bat, and we were just looking at each other. Mate, can you see the ball? No, can't see the ball. Absolutely fearful, and Trez and JL got hit so many times. I mean, JL was a tough bloke, but you knew when he got hit. Trez, he took his shirt off after he looked like he'd been paintballing. It was horrendous. He had purple bruises all over his body. Just didn't flinch. Tough bloke. Anyway, back to the action. Little bit of spin I'm seeing here. Little bit from Will Jacks. He's bowling quite flat at the moment, trying to get into his work, but looks like there's a tiny bit of purchase there. That's why short leg is interested. Dixon using his feet. Again, reinforcing that he's in pretty confident mood at the moment. And why shouldn't he be?
Yeah, that looks to be his preferred method at the minute, Dixon. Advance on a couple of occasions during this over from Jacks.
First over out the way, one clip single from Abel to get Will Jacks up and running. Maybe a little spell here. I think the next seamer that would naturally come into the attack would be Jamie Overton, and I know Jamie does not like bowling at that other end. That's the end that I used to have to operate from. Jamie definitely prefers the Trescothick stand end. So he's just going to wait for Laws to have a spell before he gets a go. Jack's going to do a bit of infill.
Did you have a preferred end at most grounds, Triggs?
I think you get a feel for certain ends, but I have to admit, because I played with some great seam bowlers, and it was always a thing that the tall, fast seam bowlers always bowled from this end. Caddick and Willoughby, two guys that I opened the bowling with or bowled with a number of times. Willoughby was a left arm swinger, so he kind of wanted the opposite prevailing wind. As Tom Abel's gone across to one, and he's got a tickle down the leg side. That is a dismissal that he does seem to get quite often. It's sort of perceived as unlucky, isn't it? But yeah, he's just fallen across that, almost off the face of the bat through to the silky movement of Ben Folkes, and captain Tom Abel has gone. He didn't really ever settle in this innings. You know, he'd faced 24 balls. I felt like he, I don't know, something not quite right about how I usually see Tom Abel bat, and unfortunately he hasn't been able to scrap through that, and he's gone for 7. Somerset under a little bit of pressure here at 31 for 2 on a good surface here at Taunton, but I suppose captain Tom Abel can mark himself down as a fraction unlucky there. Laws has struck.
Yeah, like you say, Triggs, slightly unlucky, but I've seen Abel get out that
Does
way
happen a
so
lot,
many
doesn't it?
times.
Yes.
So, you know, if it continues to happen, how unlucky actually is it? It'd be interesting to know how many times in
almost
his...
as well, is it? Maybe he just tries to hit those 2 square and closes the face on them a little bit. It's unlucky, no doubt about that, as George Bartlett strides to the crease. Has been in pretty good form recently. This is a familiar sort of feel now. George Bartlett coming in 2 down for not many on the board. Surrey, you'd have to say, be pretty happy with their 15 minutes of work so far. Yeah, tall bowlers. So I bowled so many overs from the other end that I felt horrendous bowling from the other end. Because I know you don't feel it down here, but there's a slight tilt on the Cooper Associates County ground that runs from the Gimlets Hill down to the Colin Atkinson. So it's slightly sort of, if you're bowling from that end, right to left and slightly uphill. And I always used to like the feeling of running uphill and into the wind because I got used to it because the other bowlers didn't like it. So that was my job in the team, to bowl, you know, the perceived not great end. But I used to hate bowling down the hill at Hove. I used to hate bowling down the hill at Headingley, even though Alfonso Thomas got injured in a game at Headingley and I took my career best figures bowling down the hill at Headingley, which I don't know how that happened because, again, that's a really extreme slope. So, yeah, sometimes it does get in your head. I think it's like a lot of things. Like, you know, if you ask, you know, where's a great place to bat, you always think, right, have I scored 100 there? And you equate good performance to something you like, don't you, sometimes? So if you bowl well somewhere, it's like, yeah, that end. That's the only end I can bowl, just because you got a 4 for there once upon a time.
Yeah, absolutely. When people ask about your favourite grounds, it's usually where you've done well, or usually if it's a good feed, that's what I go on.
Yeah, good feed. Well, that would always be Lords, of course.
Yeah.
Lords picking up a early wicket with that strangle down the leg side into George Bartlett, who clips down to mid-on. Keep playing straight, George. In the V. Laws looks like he doesn't have that sort of away swinging delivery as much as some of the other bowlers. Looks like he's more of a seam bowler, attacking the pads, a nip bowler. As he gets one to move away, and George does one of his exuberant movements there, making the ball almost appear to have done crazy things. We get used to that. When George scores runs, there's always like 1 in 20 balls he does something quite extraordinary, doesn't he, so?
Yeah, he does. Somerset 31 for 2 then, 14 overs gone here. Is going to be Jacks to continue, so Rory Burns getting his spinner into the game early here. Dixon on strike, 16 to his name. Works that off his legs, and Laws does some good work just behind square.
Bit of turn there from Jacks into the offside from George Bartlett. performance required here from one of the batters. Last few weeks, the middle order players, that is going to be pretty close. Sharp turn back into the pads. Cool. I think the old review might have been used up there. That looked very straight. Oh, maybe a tiny bit high, but that's very,
that
very
is close,
straight.
isn't it?
I think George is probably mark himself down as a little bit fortunate there. Very unusual for a spinner to get the ball over the stumps, but Ben Folkes is absolutely electric.
The bells are off before
you cannot move. It's Jack Russell. Jack Russell's the only wicketkeeper I ever played against where it was, you felt genuinely threatened having him stood up to you, because you knew if you lifted for a split second, he'd have those bails off in no time. And Folkes exactly the same. It's like absolute panther-like reactions.
Yeah, I mean, the bells are almost off before you realise he's taken it, in a way.
I'm not saying there weren't many, many good wicketkeepers I played, but Jack Russell and Ben Folkes, maybe James Foster, just have incredible skill. I think that little delivery there will change the tact, I think, by Somerset. I think they're going to have to be really watchful here. That little bit of turn. Will Jacks, like I said, as Vic mentioned, he has been picked in the England team as a spinning option in limited overs cricket. Good chance in the Bazball era he'll find himself on subcontinent tours as well if he's a spinning option. Another good over. I'm going to take a little break and Sam's going to come in and join you safe for a little bit.
Thanks, Triggs.
Somerset making hard work of it. 32 for 2 after 15 overs.
Just going to be Laws to continue then. Got the big wicket of the Somerset captain in his previous over. Tom Abel strangled down the leg side. As Dixon leaving that one alone outside of the off stump. Good morning, Sam.
Hello, Safe. Just 11:59. You've just got me in the morning.
That's good. I wasn't even looking at the clock, to be honest.
There's another off spinner on screen. Gareth Batty, head coach at Surrey. Been brilliant since he's gone in there. Will Jacks did play a test match in the subcontinent. 6 for on his debut, Pakistan. Yeah, Vic Marks was there, I think.
Defending that one is Dixon.
This kid is a very good bowler. I watched Surrey at Lords. I did 3 days of their game up there. They've got a serious seam attack, Surrey. Like, it's not bad at all. And Tom Laws came on to a couple of wickets. Like, strong, repeatable action. Again, we'll see Gus Atkinson at some point as well.
Oh, squares him up. Angled down to third man. That's going to run away. Dixon picks up another boundary. Little bit fortunate there, but always angling down and finds the boundary just in front of the James Hildreth stand down there. Oh, finds the same gap. This time a little bit more fortunate in terms of it was a drive there, and that could have gone to hand. Just playing away from him there, Dixon. He's playing with intent this morning so far.
You just wonder with Dixon if the kind of tide is turning. He didn't have any luck, did he, the first couple of games of the season? And he comes into that T20 side halfway through, wouldn't have been expecting to play, and that's just what you might need. Commentator's curse. He nicks one straight to second slip. His luck only lasted those couple of balls. He is the second man to go. Sorry, Soph, I jumped in there because you'd shut your eyes in dismay. 25 Sean Dixon made, but Somerset find themselves 3 down. I said Tom Laws was a good bowler, and that is a decent delivery. Easy catch for Tom Latham at second slip.
Yeah, it just looks like a little bit more pace in that one from Laws, and Dixon is, well, he's fuming with himself walking off, not happy at all, and Somerset find themselves in trouble again at 40 for 3.
He's a very good bowler, just the way he shapes it. I was down the other. He bowled largely from the pavilion end at Laws. Just got enough movement. That was in the right zone. Well, the last couple of balls were in the right zone, weren't they?
Is he a product of their system?
Yeah, because Surrey get a bad rep for that, for bringing players in. But you know, people like Laws and Atkinson, they have a lot of people come up through that academy. Just 20. He's not got a bad record. I mean, he's 44 first-class wickets now at 22. It's only his 14th game, so it's like, you know, that's the equivalent. If you look at someone like James Rue over the 2 seasons, is effectively 1 year's worth of games. Got 1,000 runs. Tom Law's going to have 1 year's worth of games and be close to 50 wickets.
Yeah.
And that can't be bad. It's just names like his go a bit under the radar.
Yeah, I think they do, especially in a Surrey team where, I mean, when I looked at their Blast team, it was almost like a team of internationals. It was ridiculous at times. But yeah, obviously great to see them plugging their academy graduates as much as they can as well. Just got a change of field here for Kola Cadmore, who's come to the crease following Dixon's dismissal. Jamie Overton snuck himself into 4th slip.
Not under pressure here, Kola Cadmore, but he probably needs some runs. Like the side could do with some runs. He's got that 100 earlier in the season here, but just one other half-century in the county championship. Like, he's got over 500 runs, but a lot of it's been 30s and 40s, and he is like that game changer. And I spoke to him about it, and that's his role in the side. Tom Abel's talked about it as well. But I guess a couple of times a season you need it to come off, and at 40 for 3, Somerset could really do with that being now.
Yeah, my gut feel was that he's got a lot of starts. A lot of 30s, a lot of 40s. You know, if they can become, 70s, 80s, even if he's not going on to get hundreds, and Somerset will find themselves in good positions more often than not.
Will Jacks then, from the River End, getting a bit of turn. Burns in at first slip.
Yeah, we've got the leg slip in now as well. I think Sibley's in at leg slip. He's just... No, he's not changing his headwear. He had the helmet on. He doesn't know what he's doing with his cap. He's now put it in the back of his trousers and puts the helmet back on. George Bartlett on strike. He and Tom Kola Cadmore both yet to score. So under a bit of pressure here on the first ball, and particularly having elected to bat. Not as much pressure as Warwickshire were under. 20 for 6 they were. Were they?
Against Middlesex, yeah. Positive from Bartlett, but drills it straight at Jamie Overton. Yeah, Ethan Bamber and Toby Rowland-Jones, 3 for each in that game.
And where's that being played?
It's at Edgbaston. A little bit of something in the pitch. Probably not a similar pitch to the Test one, you wouldn't have thought. 41 for 7 they are now. Northants 40 for 2 up at Old Trafford. Somerset beat them last week. Turned into the leg side, but Jordan Clark is there, scurrying around. So Will Jacks barely bowled at all at Lords. It wasn't really a spinner's wicket. He was doing plenty with the seamers. I don't think he bowled in the Middlesex second innings. Maybe bowled a handful of overs in the first. Bartlett off the mark. With a single, Dan Worrell comes round A backward point, end of the over, 40 for free. 21 for free.
Yeah, it's been a tricky period for Somerset. These last 6 overs or so, as soon as Laws and Jacks have been introduced into the attack. Well, that's a good sight, wasn't it, Sam?
Oh, wasn't it just?
Although it doesn't look that safe on that
Where
table.
Was it? Just on its own.
Yeah, just on its own.
There it is. Somerset, of course, beating Surrey in the Blast semi-final. There's the trophy.
Laws in and worked off his hip. Bartlett picks up another single.
I don't think I'll ever get tired of talking about that day, so.
Yeah, I don't blame you, Sam. I've said this to you, but I've gutted I wasn't there. Fortunately, I had a game that day, so I couldn't get up to Edgbaston. My brother went, and he said it was one of the best days of his life, actually. He said it was unbelievable.
The moment I was there, actually Harry and I were both kind of working, but we were in the stands as well, so we were in this like Somerset section where they're travelling, the people that had bought tickets directly through the Somerset codes, and then all the players' family and friends were all around us. So I was sat next to Andy Harry's partner, and the entire Abel clan were behind us. And I was stood next to Harry Everett for that last ball. He was about 5 rows down. As soon as that catch was taken, he was gone, as is deep point.
That's a shot by Cola Cadmore. Bit of whip from Laws, and TKC puts bat to ball. He's off the mark.
Just a chat. This is what TKC does. He'll try and put the pressure back on Surrey here, even though the score's in their favour.
Taken down the leg side by Folks.
You got anyone in your side that plays a similar role at the Storm?
I'll probably say Danny Gibson. Yeah, she's always looking to put pressure back on the bowlers. That's, you know, Trigo will hate me for saying that, but that is the way that she plays. She wants to impose herself on the opposition. Driving, but Laws gets a hand on that. Yeah, she's just very positive and attacking in the way that she goes about things. And actually this year probably, in previous years, you know, it's probably been not as selective. She's just always looked to take it on, whereas this year there's an element of smartness about her game. And, you know, she obviously got called up, made her England debut in the T20 series against Australia in the Women's Ashes this summer, which fantastic opportunity for her. Playing a miss there from Cola Cadmore. 18 overs gone here. Somerset 46 for 3.
Is that kind of shot that might frustrate people a little bit? And I know he's he is very comfortable with it, and fair play to him. And Shane Berger and he talk about it a lot, and that is his way. He is positive, but I can see why from the outside people might think, why is that the shot you're playing? There they are. A few members of the crowd here at the Cooper Associates counting on a healthy crowd as well, actually. It's a beautiful day here in the West Country, and there are plenty of people in occupying the seats around the ground. I'm sure there's a few down from Surrey as well. They always travel well as Jacks continues. Bartlett is watchful. It's interesting how Burns is in at first slip rather than late. He must be kind of a... So Sibley would normally field at first for them, but he's at leg slip. And so it's usually Sibley, Latham, Jacks. So, but Burns, for some reason, when Sibley isn't at first slip, just slips in there himself. I like that. Floppy hat is always optimistic.
Yeah, I see. I'm looking at his floppy hat, and I don't think it's like a genuine floppy.
Down the ground, hand on it from Will
TKC
Jacks.
got lucky there.
Yeah,
that would have been a terrible way to get out, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't it just? It wasn't far away from the stumps. I think it's more mid. It's kind of halfway
It's
between
like a
bucket and
bucket,
floppy.
yeah, it is.
Like 3/4 length shorts. Is that equivalent?
Yeah, I'm not actually a fan of it, to be honest.
Turned around the corner. They'll get at least one. They'll come back for a second to Jordan Clark. It's kind of almost like Explorer, Jungle Explorer style hat, you reckon?
Yeah. But he's captain, so he can do what he wants, can't he?
You got into the bucket hats yet?
I have actually, yeah. Yeah, got myself an England one, so I was wearing that at a lot of the Women's Ashes games.
Beautiful. Nice looking shot from Bartlett. Cuts that away. Just get a single down Worrell there. Oh, wait, get that on eBay, Soph. They're going at. They're completely sold out.
Okay.
They're going at inflated prices on eBay. Those England bucket
All right,
hats.
I might think about that if I need a few pennies.
Depends how the service goes, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's always a nervous moment when your car goes in. Shot. It's gone over the top there. It kept Jamie Overton in the game for a while. Fair play to Jamie Overton. There's probably
I was a little bit nervous then, because it just didn't. I lost track of the ball.
Likewise.
But the way Jamie Overton was running after it, he always looked like he had a chance
Yeah.
of getting there. But he didn't in the end, thankfully, from a Somerset perspective anyway.
You're right. It felt like I too lost it. It sounded like a good shot. It felt like it was going to bounce somewhere on that Cooper Associates matting because of the way Jamie Overton was steadying himself. He just, oh, is it there? No. Actually, to be fair, I wonder if he might have got there if he didn't realise. He realised it was going to go for 6, so there was no point in putting the dive in. That's the way he plays, Cola Cadmore. He moves on to 10, 55 for free.
Still going to be Laws from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end and squaring up Bartlett.
That was a beauty from Tom Laws, wasn't it? It's just that shape he gets. It's so impressive.
Yeah, it's just enough there, isn't there, to make it challenging for the batters.
He plays his club cricket at Cranley, Tom Laws. I bet he might have played against Sherb Bashir, because Sherb Bashir was a Guildford boy.
Okay.
It's a strong league, that Surrey League. Like, there's some serious players in it. I think that Will Bukowski, the Aussie opener. The one that
Oh yeah, he
getting
keeps
concussion.
getting concussion. Yeah,
he's
that's
over there
why I know
playing
the
this
name.
summer. Kyron Powell's over there. Those are the Surrey boys play as well. I think Craig Meshter's playing again as well, which is good to see.
Bartlett moves on to 6 with that single down to fine leg. Deep point then in patrol of that offside boundary to Cola Cadmore, who's 10 off just the 7 balls that he's faced. Driving to mid-off where Burns does the fielding.
Now, are you too young to remember the name Michael Monday, Soph?
No, I do remember Michael Monday. He was a spinner?
A leg spinner, yeah. He was an international cricket captain legend. You know, on like the management simulation games,
Okay.
Michael Monday would spend 15 years taking 100 wickets a season on every international cricket captain version. But he takes wickets for fun in the club leagues. He's playing the Surrey League as well.
Bartlett nicks that one to third slip, and Laws is in the action again. He's gone for 6, Bartlett. It's a good catch away to their right. Driving unsuccessfully, and Somerset 57 for 4 here. Sam, familiar scenes?
Yeah, James Rue batting at 6 will be in Way too early, really, for Somerset's liking. This is brilliant from Tom Laws, though. He's got 3 for 16. Those last couple of dismissals. Bartlett, I think I'd like to see another replay, but I think he has to play at it. Just pushes at it. The ball moves away from him. Comfortable enough catch from Will Jacks. He's got good hands at third slip. Just kind of stooping away to his right. Let's have another look. Yeah, I think he has to play at that, doesn't he, Soph? Because you don't know if that one, if it just comes back in at you and you've left it, you're in a bit of trouble there. Yeah. So this is brilliant from Tom Laws. He's been exceptional. Speaking of which, this man has been exceptional so far this summer for Somerset. James Root, he scored the bulk of Somerset's runs, really, closing in on 1,000 for the season. And Somerset need a score from him here, and he's 26 to reach 1,000. He's got 600, just a 150.
I felt like he was close. There was talk about it in the last game, wasn't there, at Northants, that he was close to that 1,000 run mark. And what do you think it is about Rue then, Sam? What's he got? What's his secret at the minute?
I think he's got a few of them, you know, but temperament. I mean, I've not been doing this sort of thing that long, but I think you'd be hard pushed to find an 18-year-old who's come into a professional sporting environment and looked completely comfortable and just looked like he has time and isn't flustered. And it was telling in the last home game. No, it was the game before, wasn't it? It was his double 100 against Notts. And Jason Kerr was asking about him afterwards. And Jason Kerr's usually quite reserved, and coaches tend to be when they talk about players.
Leaves that first ball alone outside the off stump.
And it was Jason Kerr who brought it up, was talking about, like, I think he used the 2 words "free lions." And for a coach to come up with something like that for an 18-year-old, that usually they're trying to underplay them massively. 57 for 4, 20 gone. There's that scorecard. Not pretty reading from a Somerset perspective. So brilliant if you're a Surrey fan, particularly after Tom Abel won the toss and elected to bat.
Yeah, Lammonby went early for 8. Pretty soft dismissal, caught at mid-wicket. And then it's been all Tom Laws since then. And yeah, like you say, Sam, Somerset 4 down, got a lot of work to do. Firstly, to try and navigate their way through to that lunch interval. 2 pretty new batters at the crease.
Here's Jacks. Takola Cadmore, who's got 11. Be interesting to see how he plays, if he changes anything.
Well, it's interesting because Surrey have got long off and long on in operation Takola Cadmore after that 6 in the previous over.
Yeah, and the deep mid-wicket as well. And I think, why wouldn't you? I remember having a very fortunate chat to Nathan Lyon before the Ashes, and I asked him about that. I said, you know, England go on this attack mode, and his Jacks is in. And he said, well, look, mate, why am I going to give the batter 4 free boundaries? Of course I'm going to have cover. Like, I'm going to have it in outfield. Like, I'd be a fool to... Like, if England are going to try to hit me out the ground for 6, I'm not going to leave mid-on and mid-off back.
Yeah, and I think you can do that to certain players and, you know, play on their ego a little bit. You know, Takola Cadmore is a player that wants to hit boundaries. You know, is he going to be content on just getting singles? Maybe for a small period of time, but then he's going to want to find the boundary again.
Someone like him, almost, so I can hear in my head Trescothick just dabbing it down to third and shouting run. Like, Takola Cadmore's release shot like that is his hit over the top down the ground. He's so strong down the ground. So it's almost like putting a short third and a third in for someone who runs it down. End of the over, it's a good one. 57 for 4. And why wouldn't you do it? It just seems nuts. Why allow him that risk-free life? He's going to do it, fine.
Yeah.
But if he mistimes one again, like he almost did in that previous over, then you've got 2 fielders down there to take the catch. The dangerous thing here, Sophie, is we haven't seen Jamie Overton or Gus Atkinson yet. Sorry, his 2 quickest seamers.
Yeah.
In fact, the only man with the only seamer with a test cap hasn't bowled yet.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised we haven't seen Atkinson yet. I watched him bowl here last year and he bowled quick. Just looks looks a bit unassuming, but quite skiddy from what I remember in terms of the pace he was generating.
Yeah, and he's worked his way back through various injuries. This is like a rite of passage. I think England were looking quite closely at him when they were looking at Josh Tongue. He'd perhaps been even more left field than Josh Tongue.
How old would Atkinson be, Sam? I know you're all over these stats. Rue's leaving that one alone.
He's not like young. He's not kind of 19, 20-year-old, but he's 25. He's playing his 14th first-class game, which is effectively just a season, and that shows you just how many injuries he had. But he's one of those. I think he played 3 Champo games at the start of the season, and they went, wonder if he's going to play in the Ireland test.
Laws into Rue again then. Short ball, and Rue's getting out of the way of that one.
You've got to look, someone like Freddie Wild is one of the kind of stats guys. He now works with England, but he was freelance previously. So he works for the Oval Invincibles and one of the teams in the ILT20 League, I forget it, but he signed Atkinson twice. And so when you've got people in the England setup who like you.
Rue defending that one. Very watchful in his first few deliveries. That's James Rubin. Shite there from Laws. Just hitting Rue on the pad as we see this replay. Just going down.
It looked leg side, didn't it, in real time?
Yeah. Laws is definitely making things happen out there, Sam.
I'm really enjoying watching him bowl, actually. I think this might be his last over, though. 6 he's bowled now. That's a decent spell for a young quick. Particularly we've got Atkinson and Overton who haven't yet bowled. 3 for 16, though. As a skipper, you can't ask for much more.
No, he's done a very good job so far. Gonna see spin continue from the river end.
And if it's turning, which it does look to be, like this will delight Rory Burns when you can just rotate. You've got 4 seamers, you can rotate them with Will Jacks holding up, more than holding up an end. It's a beautiful day here. It's quite windy. You can hear the breeze on the effects mic a little bit. Surrey will be delighted. 57 for 4. They finished off their London Derby win on the Saturday morning, so they got a little bit of extra time off. Quick turnaround between these games. Colin Cadmore is sweeping, and he's going to pick up 4. It's gone very fine. Had the fielders around the bat ducking for cover. He will continue to attack, and he moves on to 15.
Yeah, I would definitely be taking cover with Colin Cadmore going for a full-blooded sweep there.
I think you're in double danger, aren't you? Both ball and bat. They're that close.
Yeah, he's not one to hold back. TKC, he's got immense power, so I mean, even a miss hit in there would probably be pretty lethal.
That fielder's gone back at deep square. Colin Cadmore, strange, isn't it, how cricket has gone? 61 for 4, right? We're in the 23rd over of day 1. There's a deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on, long off. Tries to catch it. Jamie Smith under the helmet. He's probably Surrey's second choice keeper, Jamie Smith. Let's have another look at that one. Don't think there was any real chance of a catch there. Sibley's at leg slit. There is Jamie Smith. Looking forward to seeing him bat. Well, hopefully a little bit later on.
Yeah, hopefully a lot later on.
Maybe tomorrow. will take a single off the back foot down to long on. Tom Laws, I think it is a long off doing the fielding.
Yeah, I think you're right there. Not getting much of a rest down there.
Will Jacks is getting through these overs. I'm not sure. The scoreboard's only just ticked on to 22.5. Scoreboard's a little bit behind. This is the end of the over. So 23 overs gone. 62 for 4. And I think that is Tom Laws taking his cap off again.
Yeah, he's ready to go again, isn't he?
There's the top of the Marcus Gothic stand just below us here. Jeff, the camera consultant, will be in there somewhere, I'm sure. Jeff and his wife Jane, always, they were at Northants last week. Sell second-hand cricket books outside the club shop. Wonderful, some great memories in those books.
They actually come to a lot of Western Storm games as well.
Big
Yeah,
fans.
big fans.
They were up at the women's test, saw them at Trent Bridge.
They were. I bumped into them
Did
at Lords as well for the women's T20. So yeah, they are avid cricket watchers.
Well, Jeff's whole career, you know, he spent with Sky going around following the England side, the men's side.
Just worked into the leg side by Cola Cadmore.
And I said to him, like, but how much cricket do you actually watch? And he's like, oh, not really, because you're kind of watching it, but you're watching it through a lens, even though you're there, and you're not really appreciating the cricket as an art form. You are doing a functional job of following the ball. So I don't think it's quite the same experience. I think he very much enjoys it now.
And the leg side.
And his daughter Rosie is often on the live stream watching. She sent cakes up a couple of times as well.
Okay, yeah, I've met Rosie a couple of times when I was doing some Chance to Shine coaching. Went into the school that she was working at a couple of times.
Ah, lovely.
And she was just so keen to get someone in to coach cricket because she obviously loves cricket, loves Somerset. So, you know, I always used to love going to into schools that were so enthusiastic about it and sort of outwardly reached out for you as opposed to you trying to take cricket to them, as it were.
Yeah, that must be quite a good fun part of your kind of role. It's going into doing the coaching.
Yeah, it was really good fun. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, trying to just enthuse the next generation about the game. And yeah, probably something that I'll, you know, try and do a little bit more of as I get towards the back end of my career.
Long way off that though, Luffy.
Yeah, hopefully, Sam, anyway.
Well, you'll be off to London at the weekend, is it?
Yeah, off to London at the weekend. So, yeah, that next competition kicks off. It's happening pretty quick this year. Last year we had a little bit more of a break before the 100 competition, but we only finished with Western Storm yesterday, and then meet up on Saturday. So, yeah, excited to go to the city for a month.
Do you enjoy a bit of London?
I actually do. Like for a period of time, yeah, it's nice to have things on your doorstep. You know, like I love living in Somerset, but you know, there's not loads to do. Whereas, you know, in London, it's just like walking distance. You know, you've got loads of different options, restaurants. Coffee's the main thing that I'm actually really excited to
big coffee fan,
source some good coffee,
I'm
which
sure you'll find
unfortunately in the West Country don't do it particularly well.
Yeah, it's a proper art form, coffee, isn't it? When done properly, when you go into place and they're measuring it out by the gram, as Jax is in. Dakota Cadmore has got 17, 63 for 4. Somerset are here. Cooper Associates counting around day one. Somerset versus Surrey. Sam Delling alongside Sophie Luff, Vic Marks, Pete Trigo, as well as our commentary quartet today.
Yeah, it's nice to have 4 of us for a little change every now and again.
Couple of runs for Dakota Cadmore. He'll move to 90. I think we might have a couple of guests coming on as well. So it's a nice bit of rotation.
That's exciting.
Yeah.
I haven't heard who's
in
the lineup. Can you give us any? Should we do some clues for the listeners, Sam?
Former Somerset bowler. Would he be an all-round, hard-hitting lower order batter? I'd describe him as. Pushed into the offside for no run. Works just round the corner now. And Harry Everett has one of his shirts, so if you've seen Harry Everett wandering around the Somerset shirt, you might have seen the name on his back. Watchful from Cola Cadmore. Burns is out of first slip then, he's in the covers. There is still a leg slip and Jamie Smith under the helmet. And this has been good from Cola Cadmore. He hasn't tried to take long on and long off on yet.
Yeah, I mean, smart in the last over using that sweep shot. That man's now gone back to the boundary, and Cola Cadmore works that up to long on for another single.
He just shuffled as if he was going to come down the track there, just to make Will Jacks think about it.
Jacks has bowled 7 overs then. Just gone for 20 runs, and we are going to see a change of bowling at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. And it's going to be Gus Atkinson, 37 on his back.
Number 37, Gus Atkinson.
I think he missed, when he first signed for Surrey, I think it was like 17, 18, 19, he missed the entire, pretty much the entire years with stress fractures. So they have to look after him, Gus Atkinson. But we will see now just how big a talent he is. It's not a particularly long run up, is it?
No. Three slips in for Atkinson as well then. Cola Cadmore watchful in these first couple deliveries of Atkinson. Yeah, he's quite quick feet in the run up as well.
First early doors, those first couple of steps.
Yeah, short steps, aren't they? Yeah, just
hot
watching
footing it.
those closely. Works that through the mid-wicket region. Might pick up a couple here. Cola Cadmore. Deep square legs. Running around doing the fielding. I think that's Dan Worrell right there.
He only kind of gets properly into it for those last 4 or 5 strides, doesn't he? He's in that, he plays the same age group. Like, what a team they had. You know, the kind of Sam Curran, Pope, Will Jacks, like all play in the Surrey age groups together.
Sneak one here. Good call there from James Rue.
Let's get off the mark, Rue. Don't think he'll be too worried about that. I think that's the thing we were talking about. Been out there a dozen balls. Doesn't really get flustered. And I was saying Sean Dixon was having all the luck and then he nicked one to second slip, so maybe I shouldn't say that.
Yeah, don't say that, Sam. Rue working that one up to mid-on. One ball to come in this 26th over. And then I'm going to disappear and Vic's going to come and join you, Sam. Rue defending And that is the end of the 26th over. And Somerset 69 for 4.
Well, thank you very much. So we'll see you later on this afternoon. Somerset, remember, having won the toss and elected to bat, so it's not particularly going their way as it stands. I'll just take you around the grounds because there's a quite remarkable scorecard at Edgbaston. Middlesex, having been for 20 for 6, I guess it counts as a mini recovery. They are 56 for 9. I mean, they've more than doubled their score. But Middlesex, Ethan Bamber, 5 for 20 from 9 overs. Taylor Jones, 3 for 27. Ryan Higgins has the other one to fall. Vic Marks is back, and for the first time in this game, Jamie Overton has ball in hand.
Indeed. Well, this is always interesting. I can't avoid just reminding myself that when Jamie left Somerset, it was partly to get the new ball. And he's come on 6 change. The things have moved on a bit since then. Here he comes. And he hasn't bowled much this year, but he's just come back in and started to take a few wickets again. He's had an extraordinary career, I suppose. He's got that one test match. And he could well get more, but it's a while ago now where he strode out and got 90 odd. Picked up a couple wickets in a famous England victory.
Free slips in for him. That one's edged, and I'm not sure if that's carried.
It did carry, I think. Yeah, it carried. It was a tough catch, I think, unless my eyes have gone. It carried. He got his left hand to it, and it didn't stick. Good pace off the back foot, and he left hand and down into the turf.
I think he had to go for it. He was slightly in front of Tom Latham, but I think it was going to not quite carry to Tom Latham at second slip. Jackson's got good hands, so he gets a life, Coda Cadmore, on 22.
And that stemmed just from a bit of extra bounce. He's obviously got his height. We know Jamie Overton's virtues down here.
But he's changed a bit. It's about like the beauty of him. I watched him at Lord's last week, and he picked up 5 wickets across the game. And the difference with Azam Mahmood having done a bit of work, I mean, is as well as having this back of a length pace, he pitches it up at pace sometimes and swings it around. But slightly different conditions here, I think.
Well, I think, he will look to see if there's any swing left. There probably will be with a Duke's ball. But he's on target. He's had a chance put down in his first over. And he's looking pretty good. He's had a long absence from bowling, but Surrey have, as we say, kept picking him now and again in their one-day team.
Well, the thing about him is, while he's had that absence from Test cricket, like it won't take him long. Like if he can get fit, basically, if he can prove he is fit to play for a decent length of time, he'll be back in that setup quite quickly.
Well, it has been established now that by Mark Wood and Chris Wokes that, contrary to the prevailing wisdom of many, many decades, you can just, if you train properly, just turn up and play in a test match.
Pulled away, he's going to get 4. It's Atkinson down in front of us, diving at fine leg, but it was in vain. So a boundary for Tom Coda Cadmore, who moves on to 26. End of the over, 73 for 4, and I'm going to make way, I think.
Just pop. We've got a distinguished guest.
We do.
Who's making a fleeting visit, but, well, some might say a doyen of the press box. Certainly he's been in the press box for an awfully long time, well into his 5th decade. And it is, of course, Shield Berry, who is in Taunton, who started reporting in Taunton, I would guess, around 1976, 7, somewhere around there. Now with the Telegraph, once, of course, of the Observer. I'm glad he left. And he's got a book that he is going to be signing. I know there'll be hundreds listening on the earpiece. He's going to be signing in the shop at lunchtime.
Absolutely, and you're going to do the ball-by-ball commentary in the meantime. So I'm just popping in between Old Trafford and the Oval.
Well,
Having accompanied you on a late night train.
I know, we were on a train we escaped from Manchester just in time. And we got out of Manchester in pouring rain, wisely, using our experience well, that there was going to be no more cricket. And we managed to get a train back to the West Country via a different country.
Ludlow and Leominster and Newport.
Not to mention Abergavenny and Cwmbran. Yes. But we got home. Anyway, more to the point, this book, if you can see it, I don't know, it's called Disappearing World. And you can tell us what it's about without necessarily telling us the ending. But give us a quick resume and why everyone in the ground should flock to the shop around lunchtime to meet you and pick up a copy.
Well, it's a very quick resume because there's one chapter on each of the first-class counties,
Right.
all 18. It's been done 2 or 3 times before over the decades, this is my latest offering. I wrote a lot of it during COVID, and just so much enjoyed going back into the past of the each of the 18 counties. I mean, so many colourful stories. The richness of it, the quaintness of the characters, not least, if I may say, from Somerset.
well, Shields has been almost a local. Lived in Bath, now he's in Bristol. We used to actually, when we played in Bath all those years ago, Somerset would stay up there, and one of the features of the week was Shield would hire a boat, or whatever we call it. A barge that would take us down the Avon. Both teams would accept Mr. Berry's hospitality, and as we should have done most nights, we wander down on this barge to some hostelry and then wander back again.
Well, Nigel Popplewell was usually a bit too wet by then.
Well, Both had thrown him into the Avon. Yes.
Could I just say, every couple of years, Michael Vaughan comes over and says to the Telegraph team at a test match, a youngster's name to look out for, and the last one was James Rue.
Yeah.
That's all he said, those two words, James Rue.
Well, there is something very peculiar about James Rue in that he's only 19. And he's faced 19 balls, as it happens, and he hasn't scored. And he doesn't look particularly perturbed by that.
Absolutely unflappable, yeah. The maturity is amazing.
Bit more about this one then. This Disappearing World does not necessarily sound the most optimistic of titles, but
no.
How did you get to it's difficult to pick a title, actually. How do you get there?
What is incontestable is that, say, 50 years ago, half the professional cricket around the world was county cricket. And it's, if nothing else, disappearing under the mass of all these franchises. I mean, we've got the Major Cricket League in the United States going on, and it's going to only grow and grow, so that players will be flocking over there during the middle of the English summer. Celebrate it while we can, and in order to preserve it would be my gist.
How do we preserve it, though? Have you got any solutions in here for us?
Well, you want solutions as well.
Well,
commemorating and celebrating.
Okay.
But yes, I mean, we've got to encourage spin bowling.
Yeah.
To make it a more spectator-friendly game. I mean, it's great to see Will Jacks bowling
well,
before
actually,
lunch. Yeah, it gets revs on it. But Neville Road's my local ground, and so often you go into lunch and there've been 4 fast-medium bowlers and 1 medium-pace bowler. Obviously, it's all different at Cheltenham, but the variety of Championship cricket has to be increased. We have to get back to spinners, bowling half the overs and taking half the wickets, haven't we, like in your day? To be more of a spectacle.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't see what's the point of 5 seamers banging away all day if the England team aren't interested in anybody less than 80 miles an hour.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a nursery as such if we just have
and
seamers all day.
And England, sometimes you need a spinner on a dry 5-day pitch in England, but if you play away from home, and England are going to India this winter, you need about 2 or 3, 4 spinners in your squad probably. And where do you find them if they don't get a bowl in April and May? I was really quite impressed. tried not to be too impressed by the opposition, but the fact that Rory Burns tossed this ball to Will Jack's first change was refreshing, and he hasn't actually got a wicket, but he looked like he could get 1 or 2, and it did spin a little bit.
And he's holding an end above all.
Well, he's done that, but he's done a bit more than that, because he threatened.
Yeah.
So you're looking for variety within county cricket instead of a whole...
The old diversity.
Yeah, yeah. But in here, as you must have to do quite a lot of research here, Shield. Well, you know, there's 18 counties for a start. And, you know, I know you know just about everything. He always impressed me once, Shield. Well, he's always impressed me, but I remember he could name the New Zealand 1958 Test team in England without blinking.
Isn't it?
That is sad, but it's also true that you could do that.
McGibbons.
Oh, no, don't have to do it now. But nonetheless, you must have had to do a little bit of research.
Well, I've been doing this job for almost 50 years, so
so the last 50 years have been covered.
yeah. And Trevor Bailey wrote a book, an essay on each of the first-class counties in the about 1960. Stephen Shawkes, absolutely masterly, Summer Crown. And then Dudley Carew wrote a book with half a chapter at least on each of the first-class counties in the 1930s. So there were some basic textbooks. And there's A.A. Thompson, I only just discovered this morning, Cricket Bouquet, had an essay on each of the counties. He was a lovely writer.
Well, it seems like to me like, hello, he's hit that nicely. They should be flocking to whichever shop. I presume it's, do you know where you're going at lunchtime? The main shop or the one round the corner? The main shop.
This side.
Under the Ondaatje or round there.
Yeah.
You'll be there for as long as it takes.
Yes, and I hope my I'll be coming up here and looking behind the arm for as long as it takes in county cricket, because it's just such a wonderful view up here, isn't it?
It's a wonderful view, and it's a good fixture, this, because it's not a mundane-looking set of players by any stretch of the imagination.
No. I'm missing James Hildreth at first slip, not least because Surrey are bowling. But that faded cap, I wouldn't mind coming to see again.
Well, you'll find, you already know this probably, but Somerset slip cordon is actually quite good now, but it's one of the tallest slip cordons you could ever imagine, because Craig Overton, he catches everything. Casey Aldridge, who's only just come in, he catches everything, so he seems at the moment, and he's about the same height.
That T20 blast catch in the final was pretty good.
Well, I thought...
The way he swiveled his hips.
I mean, that was... Slow motion did it little credit. I thought, actually, that was a big... Because Somerset were struggling. 30 for no wicket of about 2.5.
Had to catch everything.
Yeah, and that ball was hit as hard as any man hits a ball, and the bloke who hit it could not believe that someone had caught it. And it takes... Even though it went straight at him, it was travelling.
Was it Rossington?
And suddenly there was hope again.
Exactly, yes.
So he's one to watch field, let alone do those other bits.
So it's wonderful that Somerset retain this freshness through their fielding.
Well, I watched a lot of that blast, usually from a bit of a distance, and I don't think I've ever seen such consistently good catching and ground fielding, but the catching, I mean, it always went to Craig Overton, which was fortunate. And that's quite cunning of the captain to get him in the right place.
And Will Smead.
Oh, yeah, well, they all, yes, I mean, there was not really a weak link, or if they did, they hit it brilliantly.
In my chapter on Somerset, I was waxing lyrical about the fielding and Tom Abel's captaincy, obviously, in the Bob Willis Trophy.
Of
2020. I mean, you remember he was fielding it wide mid-off, and you didn't need anybody else in front of the wicket on the offside. And if Craig O'Shea was bowling, I mean, the standard of fielding was just a joy to behold.
It's in a different league. And even at the moment, in terms of slip catching, I think, usually everyone says, the outfielding is very good, but the slip catching is never as good as, Bobby Simpson onwards or whoever. I'm not so sure about that either, actually. They don't.
How much did you do at first slip here?
Well, I once actually dropped. I wasn't at first slip, but I may have been at third. Closey was still playing. I dropped 3 catches in 20 minutes at Bournemouth. Mostly off the bat of Trevor Jesty, who went on to score about 150, all off Bath.
So you gave up the position.
Well, I think I was given up. I had a phase at Oxford, but it wasn't quite so taxing there because you didn't get so many nicks, where I looked quite convincing at first.
And you had Tav at second and
Yeah.
to dive in front of you.
Exactly. Well, we did win that game, by the way, when Jesse got 150. But I remember it was horrendous. Both was at his peak, finding that outside edge, and I think it was 3 in 20 minutes. Difficult to know where to look. I can't even remember Closey saying much, really, but I think he was a bit disappointed.
Meantime, James Rood's still on naught, but not phased at all.
Well,
I love the contrast between the very slow and deliberate preparations he does, walking out, inspecting the pitch, tapping a few things down, taking up his stance and whatever. And then the sudden, from first to sixth gear, when it's the ball comes down, the sharpness is such a contrast. Oops.
I know. We've got to be careful. This could be one of the greatest noughts of all time if we're not careful. But yeah, he's actually become accustomed this year to the 40 for 4 scenario, and he's rescued Somerset 2 or 3 times from there.
What better way to have a training for an England career?
Well, true. There's no guarantee he can do it again, but he's done it often enough for us to have hope, and not to panic by the fact that after 23 balls,
Absolutely.
he's yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, not a twitch, no restlessness. Just good leaving.
Yeah. And we're all looking forward. I don't know if you were down here, but we're all looking for the twins clashing, because last time I was here. Jamie, of course, hit Craig on the head.
Oh, yes.
He had to go off.
Yes.
He came back on.
Yes.
He hit him on the head again, having already hit Josh Davey on the head. And it was all fairly good-natured in a sense. It was like a throwback to the Garden of 15 years previously.
Now, was that a bad shot, or did it just seam away prodigiously?
Well, bad shot, he didn't hit it. It did seem to move, and it was quite
Yeah,
wide. I mean,
well.
he would like to, I'm sure he would. He is human, James Rue, and he would like to get off the mark.
Well, don't you think if he's going to get into the England team, he's got to play a big shot against something wide like that? After he's been in for 20 minutes.
This match is quite an interesting. There's.
Do you think he should go to India? Reserve keeper?
I don't think he will. He still can't get off the mark. He thought he might have got one there.
I mean, he's forged ahead of the sort of Jordan Coxes and.
Oh yeah, I would have thought so. But there's Folkes, of course, and there's Bairstow.
Yeah. You'd like him in Abu Dhabi, wouldn't you? On call.
Well, he was certainly wherever the Lions are going,
preparation.
he should go with the Lions.
Yeah.
But there's a fascinating. I mean, I don't know how good a keeper Jamie Smith is, but if you're from Surrey,
He's okay. I've seen him several times this season, and you wouldn't. He'd be an absolutely wonderful chap if your keeper breaks a finger during a game.
Okay.
He'd be ideal, but not yet for.
well, I'm
Test
not an
standards.
expert on him, but I've heard very good things
Oh,
about
very
him.
good
But
things.
I hazard that James Rue's got a better forward defensive, or he certainly uses it more often than Jamie
the
Smith.
latter. I saw him get a double 100 against Gloucestershire, Bristol last season. He didn't hit a ball off the ground.
Really?
I mean, this is red ball. He played himself in on day 1 and again in day 2. And it was just wonderful. And then he can go out and hit a white ball 100 off 70 balls.
Well, I don't know when we're going to see him back from a Somerset perspective. We hope not today, but it's not it's not impossible that we won't see him back today. But it's an intriguing fixture, this, with so many good players around. Lunchtime has nearly come. You better go and sharpen your pencil.
So,
And I'm sure you'll be mobbed down there. There are a lot of Telegraph readers here, for certain. So thanks for popping in.
thank you, Victor.
Good luck with the book. And I'm sure it's a masterpiece.
May it sell as prolifically as yours.
Well, not sure that's going to sort out your winter holiday, but still, never mind. But thanks for joining, and enjoy your time down. You'll have a nice chat, I'm sure, with the fans down there. And I'll see you briefly at the Oval.
Yes.
So there goes the esteemed Telegraph correspondent. And a man who claims, and probably correctly, that he's watched more Test matches than anyone ever. I don't think Rue's ever going to score a run.
It's still on naught. I went about 15 minutes ago. Wonderful to hear from Shield. I'm going to buy that book, actually. I read...
Get him to give you one.
Oh, I don't know.
Chase after him.
He did a series in the Telegraph, I think, during lockdown, the kind of the county files,
Right.
which were brilliant. So I wonder if that's an expansion of this. But yeah, he notices stuff. I've sat in the press box a few times with Shield.
Well, it's hard to predict what he'll come up with next. And that's a virtue, of course, as a writer. And he has theories.
It was in the Bob Willis Trophy season. He just turned to me about an hour and said, "Oh, Jamie Overton's changed the hand. No, Craig Overton's changed which hand he runs in with the ball this season," and then started explaining it. How have you looked and picked that up? It's a remarkable eye for detail. Yes.
Yeah, well, I've watched some of the old correspondence. I mean, going back even further, there was John Woodcock at the Times. Yeah. And cricket correspondence, it's a nice shot. He still haven't got off of the mark, though. There's an element that hunt in a pack, especially when I started. Actually, it's changed because the tabloids used to get all the stories in the old days. Now it's actually the broadsheets that get the stories in many ways. But they would hunt as a pack, especially the tabloids, because they didn't want to miss anything. They keep an eye on their right. But then, even then, you would see John Woodcock of the Times, who started back in the 50s. Oh, it's a no ball. He could have gone for runs. And he would, quite often, especially overseas, he'd find a little deck chair or a canvas chair and station himself at long off, near the sight screen, away from the press box. He'd sit there all day. And of course, he never needed the reassurance of asking his God, "Do you think this, or do you think that?" He'd just write what he saw with absolute confidence. He was the least arrogant man you could possibly meet, but he was confident that he's got there, and what a way to get off the mark. It took his time, but a little clip off his legs, and he's got off the mark after his, I think, 32nd delivery.
Oh, it's up there. I was just reaching my phone to work it out.
Well, that scoreboard is handy when it works, and it's working well.
I want to make a note of that, just in case later on.
Yeah, you're writing today?
I will be writing today, not in the same...
Yeah, take a note. I mean, when I used to take a note, there was a pad and a pencil and things like that. But you're doing it somehow on your magic phone.
Yes. Google Docs.
Hello. I thought you was going to get another one there. That's sweetly driven. There's obviously, you can play shots on this pitch. It looks like a good pitch to me. There's a smidgen of turn we saw from Jacks, and there's enough bounce for the Knicks to generally carry.
You saw Jacks' sixfer in Pakistan, did you?
I did. He didn't. I think he bowled better today. He bowled more accurately today. But he impressed today, I thought. And he'll get some more bowling, hopefully, in a sense. But so yes, I've mentioned Woodcock, and then I mentioned Shield, who, likewise, he won't necessarily feel the need to test his latest theory. He will just write it, and write it very elegantly as well.
Yes, it's, like he does that, takes himself off. Doesn't need to be looking back for the clips on Twitter or searching. He actually watches the cricket, which is something that...
Yeah. Well, that's what you had to do when he started. I mean, he was on... I think his first tour, probably, was the England to Pakistan and New Zealand in Both's first tour. About 77, 8, brilliantly captain. Hit the field there, Kola Cadmore. And that's quite a long time ago.
Just a few years. He would have watched probably, 10 plus tests a year over that time?
Well, yeah. I think, as I say, I think someone's worked out that he's watched more Test cricket than anyone, because the volume of Test cricket is kind of... Well, there was a period where it increased. It may be decreasing slightly at the moment. Ooh, nice pace, but a little bit wide. Well played by Kola Cadmore. A lot resting on Kola Cadmore. He's got a lot of 30s for Somerset and 100.
Sophie and I were saying that. He's got 500 plus runs, but there's just that one big score. There's only one other 50. And I know he plays the way he plays. And he's But actually, since
played well today.
Since the fourth wicket's fallen, he's just reined it in a little bit.
Yeah. Ooh. Jamie Overton looking good.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if he played because he played last week, and it's a quick turnaround.
Don't know how
in
many
these
overs he
games.
bowled last. I suppose Surrey, with this the balance aside, I'm not sure exactly who played against Middlesex. They got so much bowling there that even though if you're in the team, you don't necessarily, and someone like him wouldn't want a massive workload, or it wouldn't be sensible to give him a massive workload, but you could still just use him as a strike bowler, genuine strike bowler. Not, sometimes, and it may happen to Somerset with their makeup, you've got to bowl someone because someone's got to bowl. You've got a side like this, Surrey have got with so many options that no one has to bowl. You can pick and choose, and there'll be other men in this team who, if there is any donkey work to do, if you like, bowling in the middle of the afternoon when nothing much happening. It doesn't have to be Jamie Overton. It might be Jordan Clark, for example, or.
Well, they had last week. I was at 3 of the 4 days. So Abbott played instead of Atkinson. Cricket Australia pulled Abbott out of this one as that's lunch. 85 for 4 Somerset. But exactly that. Worrell actually bowls quite long spells sometimes. He takes a new ball with Clark. Clark's probably one of the first names on their team sheet this season now.
Right.
But yeah, when you've got 5 seamers, Jack's barely bowled at Middlesex. It wasn't that
sort of pitch.
And they made them follow on. So they were out there for 150 overs in a row, Surrey fielding. And they've done a job again this morning. 33 overs bowled, so
good rate. Well, that's a good rate. That's a very good rate. I mean, it's partly because Will Jack's bowl, but it's also a fact that Rory Burns doesn't hang around and doesn't make extravagant mid-over field changes. Anyway, it's lunch. It's 85 for 4. You have to say that's Surrey's session. The partnership is 28, of which James Rue has got a 4. 1 scoring shot in his 33 balls, but none the worse for that. The key thing is he's still there, and as ever, a lot depends on him and his partner. We'll see what happens. There's some good cricket going on out there, high quality cricket with a lot of good players, and at the moment, Surrey have the upper hand.
Somerset batters, Tom Cadmore, 32.
Delighted
Now to James Rue,
to see
down.
and welcome Tim Grunewald, who not so long ago was swinging the ball out there. And I also, my memory, which is patchy, but I just remember you and Jack Leach winning matches down the bottom of the order. Well, Jack was obviously much lower than you, from nowhere a few times. That happened a few times, didn't it?
Yeah, it was an interesting little period where we found ourselves together and some.
You were probably grooming Jack for the Test match arena. You were playing the Ben Stokes role.
That was kind of the highlights of my career. Was he went on to a lot bigger things, with lower end partnerships with Ben Stokes.
Right. Well, have you seen much of today?
I have. I probably shouldn't say it because my boss will be listening.
Well, no, we're at the Cooper Associates
we are at
ground.
the Cooper Associates County Ground. I've had the live stream on and just watching bits and pieces this morning.
Wow.
It's probably what you'd class as a normal start from Somerset on day one with the bat,
Well,
and then a bit of a recovery led by the middle order.
You worry a bit, don't you? How often? James Rue can't do it every time, you think, but he's done incredibly well this year.
Yeah.
So there's hope. There's always hope, and it looks like a good surface to me. In that there's a little bit of pace there, a little bit of turn. I don't know if that'll last, but it's enough to get the ball to carry if you can find that edge. I would have thought.
Yeah, and also it's probably one of those where the longer you bat and a couple of partnerships just get the ball a little bit softer and get used to the pace of the wicket, it'll probably become a bit easier to bat, and that's something that James Rue's done exceptionally well this year. He doesn't get flustered by situations. For someone of his age and inexperience, if you like, he comes out and he doesn't mind if it's 50 for 5. He finds a way to get through tough periods.
Yeah, and that feels freakish for a 19-year-old now. I mean, we were watching and I think he scored off his 32nd ball. He had a boundary.
Yeah.
30. Most of us, even if you're not 19, if you're 20, 29 or 39, you think, I've got to get a run somewhere. But he seemed as if, I'm not bothered, it'll come eventually.
Yeah, and that batting in that manner also, that passes onto the dressing room, just shows that he's not panicking.
Yeah, I mean, it's been an astonishing start for him, isn't it?
Yeah, his numbers this year are ridiculous.
Yeah.
And hopefully, I mean, like you say, he's 19 years old. Surely there's so much more to come as well.
It's almost it's a fascinating little sort of poser for the management, really. I mean, he hasn't played in the Blast this year. Yeah. You feel that he could easily play in the. I mean, he's not just he's got all the shots. He doesn't choose to use them quite as frequently as most 19-year-olds. Yeah.
And it's probably done his game
good,
quite a bit of good. Yeah, by not playing in the Blast, just allowing him to bat in one manner and not affect his 4-day cricket.
Yeah, but that won't last, I don't think, because any young cricketer wants to play in white ball cricket now.
Yeah.
Partly because they want to play at Taunton in front of 8,000. Partly because there are one or two handy little contracts beyond Taunton that you can't turn your back on. But he couldn't have made more rapid progress, and I don't know where England Lions go this winter. But he'll be there, I would have thought. Absolutely, has to be there somewhere. Don't think he'll go to India yet, but I think he...
Yeah, it's an interesting one, because, I mean, they may feel that he could benefit from a trip like that. Just being involved, or even a full England trip, full England trip, and he's not necessarily going to play, but be involved, be around the group, and just have him around. I mean, batting in the nets and
turning tracks.
Yeah, just gaining that experience
of course,
for future years.
If you're in the country,
and
stuff happens.
Yeah, exactly.
You suddenly find yourself batting number 6, and then you happen to get some, and your whole life changes. But we'll see. But it's an amazing start. Now, who have we got there? This was
Dan Worrell.
Dan Worrell.
Yeah.
He was at Gloucester when you were playing here, I guess, and then he obviously went to Surrey.
He had a stint there, and then it's a funny one because you see all the bowlers that Surrey have, and then you see they've signed Dan Worrell on a 3-year contract, and you struggle to see how all these guys fit into a team, and they just keep signing players, and then you see the sides they put out, and how many. I mean, they've got Sam Curran not playing here.
I was watching him bowl on the edge of the square.
Yeah.
Here, I thought I suppose he was in the squad and not picked, or perhaps he's just coming back.
Yeah, maybe not quite fit, as I'm sure he would play if he was fit.
Yeah.
But I mean, you just see the players they have not playing.
Yeah, and it's an interesting pattern because they signed Dan Lawrence from Essex, haven't they?
Yeah.
I mean, and I don't think Dan Lawrence has got any quarrel with Essex. He's an Essex boy. He's scored all those runs for him. He's having a great summer. But I suppose he just thinks there's an element of career enhancement if you're at the Oval.
Yeah,
better wickets perhaps to bat on. I don't know.
Sometimes I think you just need a change.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think some players just feel they want to be in a different environment, learn from other coaches, learn from other players, and like you say, playing for Surrey.
Whoa! There's a clarity about the way Kola Cadmore goes about his business. Anyway, we know what to expect.
He's not gonna get bogged down for too long. That's for sure.
No, I think if he was on naught for 31 balls, there would be an edginess about him. Yeah, but it's an interesting one. I think going from Essex, which is a very successful club, quite vibrant, but going to Test ground.
Yep.
But it's a sign of the times too, I think, because it's not as if he's underperforming or not in the England setup. Even he's in the England squads.
Yeah. I think as well, you never quite know what's going on behind the scenes as well. You don't quite know, whether there may have been some contract negotiations going on for a period of time. He may want to keep that out of the press and leave on good terms. And
everything that's been said is very complimentary.
Yeah.
And the whole system is more fluid now. People move around much more, don't they?
Yeah.
And I guess the disparity. I mean, there are obviously some big boys who can pay better. Surrey being the obvious choice, but probably some of the other Test grounds.
Yeah.
So it's quite a challenge for the non-Test grounds, the non-100 grounds to stay competitive.
Incredibly frustrating for a lot of clubs as well. You just have to look at like Worcester, for example, at the moment to see, 3 of their highly talented players all disappearing to knots.
Yeah,
and the time and what you put into those players, and for example, someone like a Josh Tongue, who's now come good and played for England. How many injuries he's had, and
they've stuck with him all through that time.
and got him through the tough periods, and now he's off to knots. I mean, you can't hold it against someone, but it must be incredibly frustrating for a club like Worcester.
Yeah, I mean, Ed Bernard, he went to Warwickshire, didn't he, as well?
Joe Clark went to Notts from Worcester.
I mean, there's
Kola Cadmore.
Well, he was
a Worcester.
That's right.
Worcester, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So you
put just think what a team they might have had. Yeah, it's much more fluid, and I suppose the disparity in salaries is getting bigger.
It's just how you manage that group. I mean, you look at someone like Ryan Patel, who had a very good season last year, scored quite a few hundreds, chips in with the ball. He's a very good first-class cricketer, and he would have felt like his career was just starting to take off, and now he can't get in the side. And then you sign someone like a Dan Lawrence.
Where's that gone? He's
straight up.
Yeah. So
Ben Folkes wasn't dropping that.
No. Well, no Roo Rescue Act today. Just got a top edge. He was trying to help it round, and it just went straight up. So that's a big blow, and Surrey will know how important that is. Somerset used to being in a hole at the start of their innings, but I don't know how often they can get out. It's always a sign of a good side that they get out of holes, but they've been in rather too many. And we'll see who we've got next. Is it Casey Aldridge, who's batted really well?
I think it'll be Casey or Ben Green.
Yeah, one of the two. Yeah. But that's an important wicket, and Surrey will know that.
Looks like Casey Aldridge.
Yeah. So you need a good agent nowadays too, because there's so many opportunities. I mean, it must be very hard. I don't know. You've just missed this, I guess, to be in a dressing room come March, when everyone comes back, and some may have gone off to play great cricket somewhere in Australia or maybe elsewhere for nothing but getting great experience. Whereas others will have come back from a couple franchises and are probably, I don't know, 300 or 400 grand better off as a consequence. And then they're all sitting in the same dressing room and trying to do the same thing. And, you know, it must be hard to take for those.
I think it's also, that's also just comes down to how you manage that group.
Yeah,
It's like I say, I probably caught the start of it.
Yeah.
All these winter comps and guys heading off to play. They're more and more now. You can't keep up with them.
No.
They're all over the place. But it is like you say, and then some of those guys come back and they're white ball cricketers, and not necessarily going to play the start of the season. So
doing the hard graft.
So they're involved, but not play. You know, they're not necessarily going to play red ball cricket, but they've come back from these big winters.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. So it's quite difficult for them, but it's even more difficult for the, if you like, the red ball specialists. Whose bank balance don't look quite so good.
They're slugging it out for their county contracts, playing in the hard yards. And other guys are coming back with nice tans and good bank balances.
Yeah, so it's a real challenge to manage that, I'd have thought. And, well, you know, everyone will have to get used to it, I guess.
I think at the end of the day, though, if guys are going away during the winter, gaining experience in different conditions, playing with world-class players, learning from other coaches
in the franchises.
I think that can only benefit the club. You have to look at where Somerset's T20 side is now and the success they've had. Yes, that's down to a lot what goes on here, but the likes of Banton, Smead, Kohler, Cadmore, Gregory, they all play overseas. And you can't turn your nose at what they've achieved and also the experience they've gained in different conditions, different environments. And when they come back here and they find themselves in situations, it's not.
They're not phased by it.
They're not phased by it because they've done it on the big stage elsewhere.
And they're also not phased by these opponents that they've played against in Pakistan or maybe even in the IPL. They know they're mortal sort of thing. They're comfortable in their company, I guess, or in their No. I mean, if you were a pro now, there's it's not. There's no opportunities. So you can't chastise anyone for going off to play. You're bound to go, aren't you? And they must welcome it. But it's it's such a volatile sort of setup just at the minute as we're all getting used to the franchise.
Yeah, I remember when I started at Warwickshire around 2005, and we were there for the whole winter training, and you had 20 guys around for the entire winter doing nets and gym work and running around the field, and now you come down during the winter and no one's around. They're all over the place, and I suppose that's a good thing. I'd rather be playing cricket than wishing you were playing cricket and running around a field in the cold.
Well, I mean, I'm so old, of course, that I easily played in the era where there were 6-month contracts or 7-month contracts. So the winters you were a free agent to do whatever you could find to do. It might be playing cricket overseas, but it might be doing something much more menial back at home. But when the 12-month contracts came, I thought, what the devil do they do all the time? You can't, they used to say, oh, I'm working on my fitness, but you can't do that. You've got to do a bit of, and so much, he was a bowler yourself. Running up on an indoor net doesn't necessarily do your body a great deal of good, I guess. But the vast majority, if you're good, you'll be. I met Andy Flower last winter in Pakistan when England were out there, and I said, "Well, how many franchises are you involved in there then?" And he said, "I think he had to think first." I think it's 5. He was coaching 5, one of the 100 in Pakistan, India, probably in Saudi, I think, and one other, as well as actually helping out Australia in this tour. So it's sort of a bonanza time or a chaotic time for coaches as well. Well, this, I think, is up until now about the most restrained innings I've seen Kola Cadmore play since he's come down here. And he's been a great asset, of course. He's so exciting. And in the blast, well, he didn't hang around.
I think he's one of those batters that, as a bowler, you know, if you get it wrong, he's going to punish you.
Yeah.
And those are the guys I used to hate bowling. Guys like Triscothic.
Yeah.
You knew if you bowled a... Sometimes your good balls went
well,
for
exactly,
four.
that's
And he's one of them where you know as a bowler you can't miss your mark. You have
Yeah.
to be on it because he's going to punish you.
And then sometimes when they hit the good ball for four,
Yeah.
where'd you go from there?
That's when panic sets in.
Yeah, well,
Change of bowling.
I can relate to that. I mean, I used to bowl off spin, Tim, and people played more respectfully in that era. But sometimes, you know, and I just say to my captain, well, it was all right when it left my hand.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've had the same experience in the modern game. It's landed where I wanted it to, but you just haven't done it for four. No, I think as a spinner, well, I mean, they've worked it out. Immediately, Kola Cadmore's played one big shot. There's about 3 men on the boundary, and I think that's probably the right thing to do.
Yeah,
because he won't like
it's one of those. He'll want to score at a good rate. So by cutting off his boundaries, I suppose, you know, that they're hoping they've still got their catches in, so they're hoping it might draw
in
them
outfield.
Yeah, rather than allowing him to get away too quickly.
In your day, Triscothic you mentioned, who would hit a pretty good ball for four.
Sangakkara.
Left-handed, you're not enjoying these left-handers much.
Funny enough, I enjoyed bowling left-handers, just not the very good ones.
The ones that got out LBW.
Yeah. Yeah,
I say in your day, I know you're not old.
Yeah, there were some batters you just felt you could bowl at.
Yeah, yeah.
If you bowled...
If you bowled well, they weren't going to hurt you.
Yeah, if you bowled in a good area, you had the game under control. You didn't need your sweepers back or anything like that. And then there's some guys where you really felt, you know, I've got to be on it here.
Because he's going to be
and
after
one
me.
good shot and suddenly you want to push a man back on the point boundary or on the square leg boundary and just feel like you're in control. He's a good bowler.
Well, he takes a new ball and he bowls that, certainly with a new ball, he bowls that length that kind of is up there.
Yeah.
It's a brave length in a sense if it's not doing anything, but you get the nicks.
Yeah. What do you make of, in terms of the makeup of their side with the amount of seamers they play?
Well, it's an amazing battery, isn't it?
Yeah. Like
I mean, I don't quite know how they handle it, but I suppose you've got someone like Jamie Overton, who is want to be able to use him as a sort of shock
from
bowler.
stress fracture, isn't he?
So sort of 12 overs a day will do him, sort of thing. But 12 fast overs. I suppose it's a nice problem to have if you're a captain out there. You've got scope to bowl someone like Jamie no more than 12 or 14 overs a day, which is a luxury. I suppose, although it hasn't been the case now, if you've got one having an off day, he can put him to one side.
Yeah.
But I also reckon that there'll be someone out there
feeling like they're not getting a ball.
Not getting there, yes, exactly, and frustrated.
I think that's the thing for me is, you know, when you play in, say, a four-man attack, you kind of always know when you're going to bowl.
Yeah.
You can kind of work it out, and you get your spells, and a lot of the time, I was certainly a bowler that needed to bowl. Yeah. So with five seamers, you might have a session here where Jamie Overton or Gus Atkinson doesn't actually bowl.
Yeah. And also, it becomes more likely in this, it used to happen to spinners a bit as well, but that you see yourself suddenly as the bowler of the last resort. He's bowled four of the others before he's got to me. He must think I'm, pretty ordinary or something like that. So it is
I think they've got the luxury in that Jordan Clark and Jamie Overton almost play as batters.
Yeah.
So both of them are genuine all-rounders. Which it's not like they're playing five out-and-out seamers. No. They do bat. So
I guess in hindsight, whoa,
Just enough
You like
movement.
that? Yeah, yeah. Well, that's. I mean, this looks like a good pitch to me because obviously we've seen. They usually get better, don't they? Here, but we've seen some pretty flat pitches here, and you've bowled on some pretty flat pitches here. But at least it looks like there's, if you put a bit of effort in, there's the carry and there's just a flicker of away movement there.
You always think. I mean, I know they're bowling good areas and they're just getting enough movement. Matt Henry and Craig Overton have to bowl on it as well, and and I'm sure they'll, you know, if they click, there's not much. There are not many better bowlers around than those two.
They've been terrific, haven't they? Well, Matt Henry's been
phenomenal.
In any format, actually. It's been quite interesting watching him in the Blast, in that they've bucked the trend and basically give the ball to Craig, who doesn't really like bowling at the death anyway, I don't think, because he likes his length for 3 or 4 overs maybe, and Matt Henry for 2 or 3 to go for those early wickets. If you get, they always say if you get about 3 in the first 6,
kills the game.
Well,
it
takes
takes
the
the sting
out
out
of
of
it
it.
anyway. But it's quite a brave thing to do, isn't it? To sort of put all your eggs in that early basket or the start.
I think they've found a very good method there, and that's previous years, and definitely when I was still playing, Craig would bowl maybe 2 up front, and then he wouldn't bowl again.
Yeah.
And we'd feel a lot of the time maybe his strength wasn't necessarily bowling at the end.
Yeah, but he has his length.
But we found then it was almost 2 wasted overs because he's so good up top.
Yeah.
And I'm really pleased they've went that way this year and actually just bowled him out and just said get it done with 4 over burst and
he's got wickets.
And he's got wickets. His economy's been brilliant. And really sets the tone up top. There weren't many games where teams got off to a flyer against Somerset.
And they've caught so well too. The fielding has been astonishing.
It all clicked. Everything came together.
Even that final, when they were defending, that's almost a perfect delivery in the final, and they're defending this modest target again, and Essex are 30 for naught of, I don't know, 2.5 overs or something.
Yeah.
And that's, we were talking about it earlier on, the catch by Aldridge. I know it in slow motion it looks more or less routine.
Not many guys are catching that.
No, exactly. He absolutely laced that. Yeah. And to be able to catch that, he even looked like he had soft hands to this ball that's coming at about 100 miles an hour at him. However, there is the prospect of Henry and Overton at some point, but I think we're way below the par score here at the moment. But that doesn't mean to say we can't get out of another hole. But
no, all these guys are capable of batting, and it just takes that one partnership to
one big innings. But
I think you always have to think. Casey's colour Cadmore. Couple of streaky edges down to the boundary. They'll take them anyway. I think you have to look at it in the way of, Casey's. He's got some really good runs this year. He's got 100. Both these batters are more than capable of getting 100. So there's no reason why.
Yeah, there's a couple more.
They spend some time out there that Somerset don't get to a respectable first inning score.
Yeah, well they've managed it a few times this year to sort of get out of a big hole. It is a really good sign of a good side, actually, that when you're in strife, you don't lose all hope, and you've got a lower order that won't always, but could get you out of it. And that was a feature of this. Well, I mean,
has been for a while.
When you were playing, that happened quite often, didn't it? With
we just figured the longer we batted, the less we bowled.
Well, yes, I can see that self-interest of the pace bowler, especially when it's flat. You think, I don't want to bowl on this. But you also, I don't know, you used to come in about 8 and 9, I guess. But
or even a bit lower than that, 10.
But you were better than that, really. A bit of an imposter.
Thank you.
Well, from afar, you looked an imposter at 10, definitely. And possibly at 9.
Yeah, I didn't have much hope of getting above Lewis and Craig batting at 8 and 9.
No, but it was, you knew still, looking on that. Hello. There's a ball shot. That wasn't desperately short, I didn't think.
It looks like, I don't think he meant to hit it quite that straight. I think it was more meant for mid-wicket.
It's always alarming, that too. That must worry a bowler, because he hasn't really timed that.
No.
And it's gone for 4.
It's not actually that, it didn't actually get up that high.
No. So you ended up with 4 counties then? It was,
4 in the end.
Warwickshire, Derby, Somerset,
Kent.
and a bit of Kent.
Yeah. Wanted to see the whole country.
Well, you covered most points.
Yeah, it was interesting in terms of, my journey where, starting at Warwickshire, and it's a great club. Went through a bit of change, coaches, people in charge, players. And I just felt at the time I needed to go somewhere where I could actually play 4-day cricket. I'd got to a stage where I was playing all the white ball stuff
and not playing
and playing bits and pieces of the red ball. And at the time I felt like I could only play so much second team cricket, and I now needed to make that next step. And that's what Derby offered me.
And then you built your reputation.
And learned my game a lot quicker playing 4-day cricket.
What you were saying about people like Ryan Patel.
Exactly.
Because, it's great to play for Surrey, and there are many bonuses. But if you're not in the first team, and I know there's a loan system, which didn't really exist when you were playing.
It was there, but no one really used it. Yeah.
But it's not quite the same, is it?
It's not. You don't want to be. Well, I certainly wouldn't want to be jumping around here. There's a time and place for it. But I just think for someone like a Ryan Patel, for example, I think there's so many clubs that would
have him in their first team.
Love his, love having a player of his ability in their side.
Yeah, and so it's a difficult balancing act. You'd love to be on Surrey's books, but you've got to be at some point. You've got to be playing regular first team cricket. Otherwise, how are you going to advance? I've wondered, these, I don't know much about football, but these Premiership football teams, if you're the second or third goalkeeper, you could go the whole season and you're getting very well remunerated, but
incredibly frustrating.
So that decision to go to Derby, where you were always going to be a sort of frontline bowler, right from actually paid dividends in a sense.
Yeah, and it was one of those where I was very fortunate being at Edgbaston and the great ground that it was, and the history and that, and I remember driving in. It was early September when we went to Derby for a one-day game.
Yeah. Bleak.
And we came up to the car park. My wife was with me, and we couldn't get a parking. They were like, "There's no parking there. You're gonna have to go park across the road." And I just said, "Can you imagine playing here? Yes. Could you imagine playing here?" And it wasn't 4 weeks later I signed for Derby.
And enjoyed it
and loved it. It was brilliant. Great group of players. We got promoted from Division 2. We won Division 2, 2012, with a strong Yorkshire side in the division at the time, Essex as well. So we were part of a really good group. We built up a good group. We had Chris Rogers as our captain for a period of time. So we had some really good players around. And then it all just seemed, the club almost just seemed to, players left and coaches left, and
it sort of disintegrated a bit.
Yeah, I just couldn't turn down the opportunity to come to Somerset.
I hope you enjoyed it.
Oh, loved it. Loved it.
Yeah. It tickled me. I think at the Headingley Test last year, they invited all the club presidents to Headingley to come and watch a bit of the Test match. And I don't know if you came across him, but John Wright, who was a Derby stalwart from New Zealand, he turned up, and all the presidents there with their collar and tie, and John turned up in his shorts and t-shirt said, thanks very much, and then sat in the Western Stand all for that entire day. He's one of my favourite people, albeit from another era. But he was in that era, the era he played. I mean, Derby. John Wright was the most popular overseas player for 2 reasons. One, he was a lovely bloke. And 2, he played in an era where you could only play one overseas player, but they had 2 on their books.
Right, yeah.
John Wright and Michael Holding. So whenever John Wright turned up at any county ground, he was practically embraced by the opposition.
That is a delight.
Yeah, it was great to see you, John. I don't know whether I might. Do you want to come in? I'm going to leave you in someone else's hands, but it's very
Brilliant
good
to chat to
We've
you.
never really met properly, but it's been a delight
Great to chat.
to see you, and you can explain what's going through the minds of this battery of waist swing bowlers.
Hello, Tim. It's the first time I've met you in person as well, I think.
Nice to meet you. All right?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks. Nice to see the sun out in Taunton and cricket going on. It's been a patchy couple of weeks.
It has, yeah. Yeah, it's been a bit dodgy, July.
I think I've noticed here from Dan Worrell, there's how many questions he asks of the batters. There's not many balls that aren't in and around top of off with a little bit of shape.
Yeah, he's full of experience as Worrell, isn't he? Knows his trade very well. Kohler Cadmore edging closer to half century. That single there brings him to 49. So you work just across the road now.
I do.
How much time do you try and sneak off and get here and watch the boys?
Well, often I just hear the crowd from office. I'm like, oh, let me quickly get the live stream on, have a look what's happening. Yeah, it's on most of the time. Just trying to keep up to date with what's going on down at the ground. Pretty handy to be across the road there. I wonder if Somerset knew just how handy Casey Aldridge was going to be with the bat this year. I'm sure they knew he could bat, but he's put in some good performances, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. Yeah, almost, especially without Lewis, I guess, you know, that number 7 position. He's had a few scores and made some really valuable contributions. I think he was opening the batting in seconds in T20 cricket maybe last year.
Right.
So they obviously knew that he could whack it, but I think we've seen a lot more to his game than just see ball and hit ball. Still going to be Jordan Clark from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Oh, it's a close shout there.
A bit high, a little bit on the hard side, I think.
Let's have a look at the replay here. Tim, I think you might be right, a little bit high.
Be interesting to see if the review system was available in county cricket, how many bowlers would be tapping their captain on the shoulder. That was out. Let's have a look.
Were there any guys that you played with that I'll just interrupt my question there as Cola Cadmore goes to 50. A warm applause from the Somerset faithful all around the ground. It's a good crowd in today for day one, and Cola Cadmore has played a fine knock here. Yeah, were there any bowlers in your day that, you know, it was just out, you know?
Funny you should say that or ask that.
Was that you? Oh, treats, yeah.
Everything was out. Definitely out. How's it not been given? How many wickets I would have had. I think what it's done as well with what the review system's brought in a lot of the time is it actually shows how good some of the umpiring is. I know they get some wrong, but you know, when it all happens so quick and the amount of noise around, and you know, they get one opportunity to look at it in full speed, but so much of the time they get it right.
Yeah, the amount of number of reviews available though seems to be increasing all of the time, doesn't it?
Makes a good TV, doesn't it? Good viewing. I think as long as it can all kind of take place in a good, you know, quick enough.
Yeah.
And not delay the game too much.
Clarkson again, and that's inside edge from Aldridge there. He moves to 14. Driven hard by Cola Cadmore. Skipper Rory Burns does some good work at mid-off. Prevents a single. End of the 42nd over here. 122 for 5. So talk me through your day-to-day now. It obviously looks very different from life on the cricket field.
Yeah, I'm doing a lot of driving. Quite a bit of time in London, which I try to get up on the train rather than drive. I've learned my lesson there. Don't like spending 4 or 5 hours at a time in the car. But yeah, just seeing clients out and about, and then trying to stay fit on top of that.
Yeah, so you do a bit of cycling.
Yeah, a bit of cycling. I just like being out and about. Got a few friends who ride and kill some good time. Yeah, that's probably been the trickiest thing. Not playing anymore. It's just trying to stay fit. Where's it it's normally your day-to-day job. You know, you always have the time for it.
Yeah, you have to find that time.
Yeah,
now,
you got to
don't
find
you?
that time, and normally at the back end of a long day. Yeah.
Still Worrell then. 1 for 34 so far. Left alone by Aldridge there.
Four catches behind the wicket. It's a bit of it's not a great sight as a batter looking back and see four slips. I suppose what it means is there's more gaps in front of the wicket, but he's not getting many balls to put away, is he?
No, not giving him much at all. That's made 14 so far though, Aldridge. Quick single there, it's good batting.
Nothing frustrates a bowler more than that.
I was just going to ask you that actually. Yeah. I feel that frustrates a bowler more than being whacked for 4 sometimes.
Yeah.
Especially if it's
just a good ball, top of off, a little bit of movement, and all he's done is defended it and gotten an easy one. A lot of the time as well, I think you want to bowl at a batter, so we'll probably prefer to be bowling at Aldridge, but he's just given him the easy one there. It's a difficult one though, because as a bowler, I think you never like going for runs, and that's probably they've got a deep point, almost quite a bit behind square out, almost to cut off that boundary. But then what that opens up is, you know, that easy one into the point region.
Kohler Cadmore went at that one, but playing a miss through to Folkes. One ball to come in the 43rd over here. Punched off the back foot by Kohler Cadmore. Going to pick up a couple of runs. This partnership is looking pretty good at the minute. Rue, the last man out, with a score on 91. Got a change of bowling then. Tom Laws is back into the attack. 3 wickets earlier today. Did you see those wickets, Tim?
Saw a couple of them. He's a good bowler, isn't he?
Yeah, I was going to say, what do you make of the 20-year-old?
He just bowls that fuller length, just gets the ball to kiss off the surface with a little bit of shape. Probably, I think he looks like one of those bowlers that's probably quicker than what he looks. But yeah, 20 years old, good talent. Done well to find his way into the Surrey 11.
Yeah, I can imagine it's a hard task.
Yeah.
Left alone by Casey there. Sun's just nipped behind a cloud here. Laws is in again. Defending, but only as far as cover. Just going to see one of Laws' earlier wickets. A wicket of George Bartlett. Well held at 3rd slip there. I think it was Will Jacks. Got a side-on replay as well. Guided away by Aldridge down to the 3rd man boundary. Might just be held up. It is a good bit of fielding down there. I'm going to come back for 3. Aldridge moves to 18. Oh.
The accidental Yorker.
Yeah, you mentioned he might be a bit quicker than what he looks, and that one had Kohler Cadmore scrambling around on the floor. Laws to Aldridge then, who's defending that one to point. And I'm going to jump out of the hot seat. And Mr. Trigo is going to return.
Too busy staring into my eyes. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Pete Trigo. Back in the house, I thought I'd jump in with former teammate Tim Grunewald. Bowled many an over at the into the wind end with Grunners enjoying the downwind end. Jamie Overton into the attack. Started very brightly in the first session. Caught the edge of Cola Cadmore, dropped at slip. The Taunton faithful will certainly recognise the Jamie Overton double teapot, kick the footmarks posture that when things aren't going his way. Bowled well though, to be fair. 131 for 5, middle order. Rescue job on for Somerset at the moment. How are you, Timmy G? I'm sure you've been asked that question, but I'd certainly love to know.
I'm good, thank you, Peter. Nice to see you, looking well.
Yeah, mate, it's a full-time job, trying to stay upright these days. You know what it's like. Getting a bit older, still do the old bit of training here and there. I caught wind of you mentioning with the new job over the road at Cooper Associates, plenty of mileage up and down at the M5 and the M4 to the city.
A few of the services we used to visit as cricketers, just out of the Burger King.
Yeah, that's the tough one, isn't it? You've got to always go to the Marks and Sparks and Waitrose service stations. Obviously, other supermarkets are available. Cola Camel pulling to the offside.
What do you make of the start?
Yes, kind of got a familiar feel to it. You know, it looks like a good surface. It feels like first innings runs are going to be pretty crucial. And although Somerset in patches have looked really assured, still find a way of getting out and, you know, putting the middle order under pressure. And I think a lot has been made of the first innings start. My reflections every single game are Somerset seem in Championship cricket, bar the last couple of games, seem to grow into the game and get stronger and stronger and stronger. They don't seem to start on the front foot with bat or ball. So, you know, something to work on. But, you know, from a character point of view, there's always that scrap and a bit of nugget in the dressing room and in the team. You know, such a talented group of players, but you know, as we both know, in 4-day cricket, first innings runs are of paramount importance just to get yourself ahead of the game. So you're looking at winning a game of cricket early on, or as early as possible, instead of, you know, trying to get into a position where you might be able to draw it. I think it's quite a different mentality, isn't it, when you play 4-day cricket? Have you watched much cricket this summer?
I have. I've tried to watch bits and pieces here and there. Try to stay in touch with what's going on.
I thought Sean Dixon looked really good this morning. Played beautifully. Quite noticeable his change of position on the crease. I felt like it really suited the way that he likes to play the game. It's a shame to lose him. To be fair, a pretty decent piece of bowling. And then just that little bit of frailty, I suppose, in those first innings end columns for the batters. Cola Cadmore has been a very good signing, and I suppose the one surprise is young Rue not getting a monstrous score or a significant score, as he seems to pretty much week in, week out.
Yeah, he's really held that middle order together, hasn't he? Looks really good.
It's a proper bowling attack, this, though, isn't it? In terms of, you know, what you expect, pace-wise, county cricket. Dan Worrell, Jordan Clark, Laws, who haven't seen bowl before, bowls with some good skill and pace. Atkinson, Jamie Overton. You know, that's a proper battery of seamers they've got there.
Yeah, there's no let up. there's no me or you coming on as fourth.
Little powder puff away swingers. Lulling them into a false sense of security.
That's funny. There were definitely occasions when we played where you knew if you got through the opening bowlers, you know, there was someone who was going to come on and bowl where you maybe felt a bit more comfortable, or you know, there wasn't as much pace. But yeah, you know, this sort of attack, like I say, they're at you all the time. There's no let up.
Yeah, I don't think it's, you know, pace. I think there's a quality to the Surrey bowlers, in fairness. You know, it's not just the fact that they're bowling sort of, I suppose, somewhere between 82 and 86 mile an hour. I would imagine that's the sort of range they're all bowling in. You know, there is that skill element. I know a lot of the top players that we played with, Trez in particular, used to hate facing your Darren Stevens, Dave Masters, Murtagh type bowlers. He preferred the pace on the ball. So I know, you know, yourself, Timmy G, used to love facing fast bowlers, especially if they bowled lots of bouncers. You and Charles Willoughby used to love getting the ball whizzing around your ears. You used to thrive off of it.
Yeah, I must say, I'm pleased I'm not padded up waiting to bat next and Jamie's bowling.
That was always the first thing that a lot of the batters used to do, especially if one of the England bowling coaches came to one of our training sessions, is you ran straight into the dressing room and you checked on the net rotor who you were facing. If it was Jamie Overton, you were like, oh no. Jamie Overton bowling back foot no balls with Kevin Shine, the England coach, with his speed gun. You knew you were in for an absolute barrage. Kola Cadmore looking to late cut. It's quite an unusual field position they've set here. You know, they've got the gully man on the sort of one line.
Yep.
You know, a bit deeper than normal. They've got the point through, which certainly doesn't necessarily fit the way I'd like to do things, but hoping that Kola Cadmore plays with half a bat, and he certainly has not done that this time. Full face of the maker's name. Punch back down the ground. Beautiful on drive from Kola Cadmore. Takes Somerset to 138 for 5. Beautiful shot, that. Yeah, I was out there this morning. I'm sure you would have watched my pitch report this morning on social media.
I hate to disappoint you, Peter, but I didn't. I haven't seen it.
Quite a bit harder than, you know, I expect a Taunton pitch. Often, you know, this season they've been a little bit greener.
Quite dry?
Not as obviously rolled as this one. I wouldn't say it was dry. I said it felt very compacted. It felt like it had maybe an extra couple of hours of rolling. That was my assessment of it. I was surprised to see Will Jacks get a couple to turn. It looked a very sort of flat pitch, but maybe a little bit abrasive. But certainly it was a bat first if you won the toss. Just that brownness to it. Jamie Overton steaming in from the river end, catches the outside edge of Casey Aldridge, smartly taken there at second slip. And Casey Aldridge, the quality young all-rounder, departs for 20. Somerset in a spot of bother here. As I said, it was always a bat first. It's a 300, 350 wicket. The tail enders are going to have to support Kola Cadmore if Somerset are going to want to get anywhere near that sort of score.
It's a real good length from Jamie Overton there. Just that slightly fuller length. There's just enough movement trying to drag the batter forward. I think we probably saw when we played with him, he tended to bowl probably a little bit too much on the short side. That kind of in between length where there was like it was almost a nothing length.
Yeah, I think it was like, I think that would have been the way in which he was used. I think I think we wanted him to be the enforcer, but he's got a very high skill level. He swings the ball well.
Yeah.
He swings the ball nearly as well as the man who's just kicked me up the backside, Andy Caddick, Somerset legend. No one swung a ball at pace better than that man. But I think he would give a nod of approval, would you, Cad, to that delivery? Yeah, he says.
As long as it was caught, he'd be happy.
Yeah, you didn't want to drop a catch off Caddy. That would have been an uncomfortable next dinner break, that's for sure. But it was taken. Ben Green to the crease. The Green Machine has had a phenomenal season in the Vitality Blast this year, culminating in the win on the previous weekend. hasn't played a great deal of 4-day cricket. When he has done, he's been toyed with in the order he's opened. He's batted in the middle order as in the traditional all-rounder position, which is where he is now. Batting at number 8, maybe a little bit low for Ben Green, so I'm sure he'll want to impress. Jamie Overton bowling with a tail up. Yeah, I think that's the exciting thing from Jamie Overton's point of view, and certainly why England have got an eye on him, because even though he does bowl in the high 80s, he's a genuine swing bowler, isn't he? He's got good skills, and I think, you know, as he's maturing, he's starting to work out that bowling in the batter's half is going to bring in more wickets than trying to hit people in the heed. Very talented cricketer, obviously playing that test match and getting, what, was it 92?
Something there, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, not a bad batting average. He unfortunately got injured straight after that, so
They'll be hoping to add to that.
yeah, be hoping to add to that or finish with a career batting average of 92. That wouldn't be so bad. No, I'm sure he'll get other opportunities. Overton to Ben Green. To Devonians doing battle. Sure they would have done battle a number of times, playing for their respective club teams. 30-40 miles south of where we are now today. Are you still playing any cricket, Grunners?
I'm not, Peter.
You lucky man.
I toyed with it last year for a weekend.
One weekend.
One weekend. Couldn't walk for the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's something you've got to keep doing, that's for sure. I'm still trying to roll out a few overs. Struggled with injury the last couple of weeks, but I actually had a very, very disappointing sort of finding while carrying a as we used to call them, the old Gordon groinage. I had a groin injury, little grade 1 strain of my groin. So for the last 2 weeks, I've bowled off about 3 or 4 paces and just sort of wobbled it down there. Got more wickets in the last 2 weeks bowling that than trying to run in off my full run-up. So maybe that's trying to tell me something. One of those little damp club wickets.
That's brought you another 10, 15 years of club cricket.
Oh, yeah, bring it on. Beautiful piece of bowling there from Jamie Overton. Ends a successful over. He's got figures of 1 for 9 off his first 6 overs. Looks in great rhythm at the moment. Somerset batters have got some scrapping to do. Cola Cadmore, you feel, is going to have to get a sizable score to get Somerset anywhere near what would be deemed as par. Somerset fans basking in the sunshine in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, as we see on screen now. You can't make it down. We're very glad you're joining us here on the WPA Health Insurance live stream. I'm sure a number of people are listening with our Virtue Motors earpieces. Always get the odd wave from the James Hildreth stand. There we go. Good afternoon, everyone. Is there any element of the playing side of things that you miss, Gridders?
Winning games.
Yes.
Yeah, winning
Priceless,
games. Winning games. Being in the dressing room afterwards, celebrating.
Just not the stuff that you have to do to get to
win.
that point. Just the good bits.
Yeah, good bits. There are often occasions where you'll be watching and you think, oh, if I could bowl on there, or the side can't get a wicket, and you're like, I could get a wicket on that. Give me the ball. Like, you know, it's always easier sitting on the side, I guess.
Yeah, I still haven't quite grown out of that mentality. I would love to go out to bat on that tee.
Yeah.
I feel like that's just one of those wickets where you think, you know what, if I get myself to 20, I could get a big score on that. It was great the other day. You know, the club played a bicentennial celebration for Sidmouth Cricket Club, and the 2020 squad that were playing on finals day were a man short, and
You just haven't
Greg
put up a hand.
Kennis, the coach, just happened to sort of, you know, what are you up to, mate? And I popped out. It was great pulling on that shirt one last time. knocked a few runs with the Somerset badge on my chest. I tell you what, it's yeah, I don't think I'll ever not miss it in some way, shape or form.
Yeah, I think when you've been part of it for a period of time and you know what it's about, and you know, you experience the big games and playing in front of, you know, the unbelievable crowds that we get here, it's hard to kind of leave it behind altogether. You're always kind of in your mind jumping back into it.
Yeah, it's always nice, you know, working here now with the commentary. You know, being around the guys for short periods of time, going out on the middle, doing the pitch report in the morning, the players taking the mick out of me, and me giving a bit back. You know, you still get that little sense of being around the team. But you're right. I mean, especially the one-day cricket when it's a full house here at Taunton. There's nothing better than playing here.
Straight on.
As Kola Cadmore drags a wide, probably one of the worst balls Laws has bowled today. That picks up his 4th wicket. Somerset are now in a real mess. 140 for 7, a wide delivery slashed at by Kola Cadmore. And all he's been managed to do was drag that about a foot outside off stump back onto his wickets. And as I said, Somerset are in a real spot of bother now. It just takes someone to really get a grip of this. Someone needs to dig in. Support Ben Green, who's, as I said, he's a better player than a number 8. So whoever comes out now really needs to get a partnership together with Ben Green. Kola Campbell's played nicely for his 59. Had a life early on, dropped it slip off of Jamie Overton. But his innings of 59 is over.
Looks like Craig Overton.
Coming batter for Somerset, number 7, Craig.
It's not always the good balls, Triggs.
No, it's not, mate. You're exactly right. He's an attacking player, so he's always going to throw his hands at that wide one. He'd be really disappointed to have under-edged that back onto the stumps. Another Devonian comes to the crease, Craig Overton.
I think
it's going to be edge of your seat stuff. You've got Jamie running in, bowling what looks to be a very loose, fast spell at the moment. His brother up the other end. The last time I commentated on these two in a championship match, there were helmets going down left, right and centre. I think Josh Davey got the brunt of most of those. This is going to be a fascinating little period of play. But at the moment, Tom Laws is doing the damage. 4 for 27.
Who are you backing to hold their composure and hold it together between the two of them?
Neither of them will have what you would deem as composure when they face each other. I think that's almost too much to ask. Last time I saw Jamie bowl at Craig and then Craig bowl at Jamie, you could literally strip away everything that you're looking at now and just imagine them in the back garden with a tennis ball trying to kill each other and just hammer and tong. So there's going to be no composure here. This is going to be
Fast and Furious.
This is going to be box office stuff.
Nice away swinger, top of off first ball.
Do you know what? The 2023 Jamie Overton, it wouldn't surprise me if he does bowl a ball like that, but I hope it's round his ear rolls. I think that would really set the tone for an interesting bit of play. He's already moving deep square leg and deep fine leg. He's brought in 5 yards off. He's intimating that there's going to be a short ball coming. Is it the double bluff? Oh, he's gone full and straight. Craigo's got the bat down the inside edge for 4. Craig Overton 1, Jamie Overton 0. It's almost like it's a side game, this, isn't it? I think
game within
two
a game,
twins
yeah.
playing against each other. This is a game within a game. Exactly right. That looked like a quick ball as well, didn't it? Vic Marks in my... I can just about hear him. It's got to be a bouncer. It's got to be a bouncer. There we go. Hey, bro. How are you?
To be inside their heads right now, knowing what each of them are thinking.
I think there's a moment in a Simpsons episode where you got a look inside Homer Simpson's brain, and it was a monkey beating a drum. I think that's going to be what's happening. These two are just going to be flat out adrenaline at the moment. Oh, he's caught the edge. He's nicked off his brother, and with respect, a low-key celebration from Jamie Overton, but he's won the battle. That looked a very, very hostile delivery. Caught the glove of his brother Craig. And like I said, a bit of a low-key celebration. Folks is not dropping that. Craig Overton intimating that it's just popped or held in the surface a little bit, but to be perfectly honest, I think that was just a very good piece of bowling.
Highly skilled, like you said. Just enough shape on it.
Somerset really in a spot of bother here. The highs of the last 10 days, a championship win, a trophy, crashing down back to earth now. 145 for 8 here at Taunton. Beautiful delivery, as we see from Jamie. Fair play to him, just a moderate celebration. Matt Henry comes to the crease. He certainly plays his shots, Grinners. I think he will look to try and score and swing away.
Yeah, and he's one of those can be really annoying to bowl at. I think score quite quickly if he gets going. Oh, I'm not going to comment on the way he's played that because I probably have played in a similar way.
Yeah, he's kind of crab deflected that off of his sort of lower rib area. Yeah,
that's one of those where you're thinking, is this going to be short, isn't it? Halfway down.
I think that's the
scrambled brain.
Well, that's the interesting thing is I think a batter who sort of, you know, his job is to get runs, they don't think, they just react and trust themselves. Whereas I think the lower order players, they try and sort of predict what's coming, and that's kind of where the problems start. You have to kind of watch and react to the ball, especially when you're facing someone bowling nigh on 90 miles an hour, as Jamie often manages to do. Incredible figures of 2 for 13 off of his 6.5 overs. He's popped deep square leg out, intimating to Matt Henry that he's going to get one up around the helmet area. Will it be the double bluff and the fast Yorker? He's gone into length. Well played by Matt Henry. Showed a good bit of spirit there, getting stuck in behind.
Interesting one here, how Ben Green now plays it. Because we know, obviously, in white ball cricket, he's you know, he hits the ball so cleanly and he can score quite quickly. But you know, for him to look up at the board and see that you're 8 down, how does he go about this? Does he just bat, you know, look to bat, or does he have to go into that mode of maybe I actually need to try and get a few quick runs here?
I think it's a totally different conversation if he had 15, 20 to his name, but he's on naught. The lad's only just got in. He hasn't played much championship cricket. Very, very hard to go from gear 0 up to, you know, trying to maximise scoring opportunities. He's got to find his feet in the innings. I would say that he's just got to dig in for a time being. If he starts to get the feeling like he's seeing it well, yeah, sure, press on. But real tough to ask someone on naught to, you know, press the scoring. Laws in, sniffing a 5-wicket haul here at Taunton. One of the bucket list things in an away bowler's career, isn't it? A 5-for at Taunton.
Most definitely. Nothing better when side's 8 down and you've got the ball in hand, feeling fresh.
Young man won't be deterred by his 10 overs he's bowled at the moment. 4 for 28. Another half volley just missed on the outside edge from Ben Green. I feel like Somerset are kind of caught in a little bit of a whirlwind here. A little bit of shape away from Ben Green. It's a bit different, the red Duke to a white Kookaburra, that little bit of swing away. So different to shaping up to hitting a white cricket ball that you can trust is going to always be coming in on the angle. That's why your technique gets tested in this longer format.
Red Duke hones in on the kneecap, doesn't it?
Well, when it came out of your hand, it was always. I used to net against you with about 3 inner thigh pads. The amount you used to nip it back. Grunewald and Josh Davey, 2 of the big nippers of the ball that we used to face in the nets.
I think when you look at the Surrey attack, it's for how well they've done. It's not an overly experienced bowling attack when you think of Laws, Atkinson. Atkinson hasn't played a great deal of 4-day cricket. Jordan Clark isn't an out-and-out opening bowler, is he? I know before he went to Surrey, he would bowl or he plays an all-rounder at Lancs and bowl as a change bowler. I think that's the one thing that's impressed me is how they've bowled as a unit. Both ends, no one's really let up from either end.
Yeah, I think what you mentioned earlier, there's a procession of a pace level, isn't there, with the Surrey attack? So if you do make a mistake, when you in excess of sort of 80 plus miles an hour, you make a mistake, you normally get found out, don't you? And that's what Surrey have. They've got a seam attack where there's just pace after pace after pace. You never really get a let off of an all-rounder style bowler. So, you know, even Will Jacks, who came on really early, you know, was pretty unlucky not to get the wicket of Bartlett LBW early on. Even he was creating some sort of threat. So, yeah, Rory Burns has 6 quality bowlers, so he can rotate them. He doesn't have to bowl one too long, so they're tired. So, you know, Somerset, you know, even looking forward in the game, chances are that no Surrey bowler is going to have too many overs in the tank, so they'll be tired for the second innings. Jamie Overton has created quite an impact so far. Matt Henry cover driving on the up through the offside, pick up a boundary there to get off the mark. Get the scoreboard moving again. Yeah, it's hard to fault any of the dismissals from a Somerset perspective on the pitch doing too much as well. So it really does lend to the fact that the right decision was made at the toss to bat first. Well played from Matt Henry there.
Often found that as a lower order batter, you wanted that one bouncer to come down at you just to get out the way of, and then once you've seen one, you feel that bit more confident. It's when the bowler persists with that fuller length, and in the back of your mind you're thinking, when's it coming? When's it coming? Is this the ball?
It's going to come, you just don't know when. It's that, yeah, that anticipation and expectance of the short one.
Yeah. Often once you've seen one, you feel that bit more comfortable, and then you get into better positions, you watch a ball a bit closer.
I mean, there were challenges in the over the past few years in county cricket where it was the opposite way. You had Wagner and Mornay Morkel, who it was when's the full one coming, because they bowled virtually everything between your belly button and your neck. You know, just a procession of short bowling, and they were so good at keeping it in that range where they could bowl 5 or 6 and over, not going above the shoulder, which would obviously be 1 for the over. You're only allowed to bowl 2 in the over. They were just incredibly good at just peppering you in the armpit region, and then you sort of almost switched off to the full ball. Very challenging. It was a challenge of character rather than technique, wasn't it, really, when you played against guys like that? Wagner in particular just loved a bouncer. Ooh, well avoided there. Got the old rump out the way there. That would have been a stinger. Certainly don't want to give Ben Folkes a chance down the leg side. It was noted earlier when me and Sophie was on, he's keeping up to the stumps, how quickly he got the bails off, you know, some balls down the leg side that, you know, mere mortals, it would have been 4 byes. I mean, he moves and dives, covers so much ground and barely drops a thing. Well, he doesn't drop a thing. Such a good wicketkeeper. Yorker well dug out by Matt Henry. And it's the 51st over. Somerset 149 for 8. I'm joined by former Somerset player Tim Groenewold here in the WPA Health Insurance commentary box. Underperforming at the moment. Somerset have been in such a positive trend. Maybe the hangover, maybe not a literal hangover, but maybe, you know, justifiably so from last weekend. You know, the way they played that previous 4-day game against Northants showed that they were pretty sensible after the trophy win, but this is a real crash back down to earth here.
Yeah, I think you can obviously only play what's in front of you. I think that probably highlights, you know, where Northants are at as a side. When you look at the quality of Surrey.
Well, you've got top versus bottom, and 111 points separate the two teams. So you're exactly right. Nicely played there. Ben Green gets him off the mark with a 4 through cover point. That will add to a bit of confidence. Yeah, Northants have almost rolled over, haven't they? They're at that stage of the season where their fate is pretty much assured, I would have thought, and that's a tough place to be as a club, I have no doubt. It's actually been impressive. You know, Somerset were there not so long ago. I think they've bounced back really well. You know, that, you know, especially being from the southwest, and how much of a priority the members put on 4-day cricket. It must have been a bit of a toll on the lads, and you know, I was a bit concerned that it would affect the way that they played in the 20-over game, because, you know, they started so poorly in the championship. But in, you know, fairness to them, and all credit to the coaching staff and the squad, they've bounced back. They've won a trophy. You know, 3 wins in the championship. I think they've done really well to drag themselves into that upper half of the table. And maybe they don't have to look downwards anymore. It's never a great place to be in the last few games, thinking about relegation. And Somerset have done really well over the past 6 weeks, exceptionally well.
They're definitely not a side or squad that are, you know, just happy with where they're at. They're constantly trying to improve, get better, win games.
It really is the missing piece of the puzzle for Somerset's complete package. And even going into your era, my era, you know, and you know, perhaps the last 20 years, you know, when we had 3 second-place finishes in the championship, some of them so close. You know, even to the last 3 hours of the county championship season, we were in the top position. But you can always go back every season to those first 2 or 3 games. No matter what the characters, the determination, the fitness levels in the squad, the pre-seasons, Somerset, for whatever reason, don't seem to start the season very well, and they get better and better and better. And I think that is the missing piece of the jigsaw, something that we never found in my era, your era, still now. If Somerset could play the cricket they've played the last 6 weeks at the first 6 weeks of the season, Somerset would be right up there.
Yeah.
I mean, we've had pre-season tours overseas to get cricket. We've gone to Spain, where England went, Desert Springs. We've had the Dome on the ground, so you're playing in English conditions. I mean, they've tried. Everything's been tried. I mean, it's not for lack of trying, is it? Let's be honest.
Or, you know, you look how talented the squad is. It's not like we don't have the players. Certainly not the case.
Yeah, Yeah, I suppose I think it's that maybe.
It's just a mindset thing.
Well, I would say I think if you had to objectively look at the reasons why a team would perform like that, you know, sort of start poorly, get better and better, that shows great amounts of talent and resilience to bounce back from disappointment, but maybe don't perform as well when there's expectation and not externally, but when there's that sort of like, right, come on lads, let's start well. It's almost like a don't say don't thing in psychology. Yeah. It's, you know, maybe something needs to be addressed with the way that, you know, the team, the squad, the club, you know, it's almost like that underdog. Ooh, we're in a perfect scenario of the number of games I've watched here. You know, when they're under the cosh, they respond brilliantly. Very resilient team. They bounce back with talent, quality, definitely a bit of fight. They very rarely just roll over. Can you somehow inject that into, you know, the week before the season starts, so you can start off? Maybe we need to play Devon and Cornwall and get absolutely trashed by them and have that. You know, underdog vibe straight away. I don't know, it's something that we never found. Like I said, in my era, your era, it's always been a slow starting team. Another boundary for Henry. Overton's marshalling his field around. He's put an extra catcher in. Only 2 on the leg side. Quick ball, just misdirected down the leg side. Well, Tim, it's been a pleasure to see you looking resplendent there, and you're crisply. You must the wife must be doing a great job with the iron. You're looking fit. Definitely you're looking does. Well. You're still in probably a 15.5 collar, so fair play to you, mate. Always good to see you, and we welcome you back any time up here in the commentary box. Good to see you, my friend.
Thanks for having me, Triggs.
It's a flat white with a dash of vanilla syrup. Excellent, thank you very much. Jamie Overton losing his gully and popping a short leg in. Sophie Luff is going to join me for this exciting passage of play. The passage of play we really wanted to see was a little bit more of the Overton versus Overton, but Jamie bowled an absolute beauty to dismiss his brother. Jamie's going for the short ball tactic by the looks of it. Matt Henry's going to have a bit of a swish, I think.
Yeah, I was disappointed that it only lasted a few balls, to be honest, because it was definitely just a game within a game. A lot of atmosphere created out there, and yeah, it just all sort of petered out in the end.
Well, it was always going to be a good time, not a long time. That is one thing it was always going to be. But we wanted a bit more than sort of 3 or 4 balls, to be fair. But it was a brute of a delivery. You know, shaping away, back of a length, rising, very, dare I say it, Caddick-esque as he was sat behind me when he got those couple of wickets. You know, back of a length, you know, his 6'5" frame, getting that ball to rise, catching the glove or outside edge. As we have a look at the James Hildreth stand, magnificent run-scoring servant to the club. Always plenty of people in that stand. It's a lovely little sun trap down there.
Yeah, it's a good viewpoint. I always enjoy.
Plenty of bronzed bodies down there. Legs and arms all look very fit and healthy down there.
Yeah, I always enjoy standing by that floodlight when I walk around the ground. It's always a place I do stop. Taking on the short ball is Green, who gets a single to deep square leg.
Not too many bad places to watch the game from in this ground, to be fair.
No, there's not. I definitely want to be in the sun, though. The Somerset stand, especially evening
later on in
T20
the
games, yeah, it's always in the shade at that side.
But I think that's by design. I think that's a good thing, because the length of the cider snakes over there, if you mix that much cider and sun beating down on you all evening, I think you'd end up with some quite poorly people by the end of the night. So that bit of shade, I think, might just take the sting out of the Thatchers that's drunk.
Yeah, I can see your logic there.
It's always a very, very lively crowd over there. I know, some of my friends that are opposition players, if they're boundary riders out there, they're like, oh my God, I've got to put up with the Somerset fans again down there, steaming into me all evening. I was like, come on, they're not all that bad, are they? I think there was a particular famous one with a Surrey player, Tom Curran, who I think copped a little bit one evening, and I think tweeted in the evening that they were peasants or something.
Yeah,
that went down. That went down
he
pretty
upset
well,
a few,
didn't it?
he? Yeah.
Always a fine way to endear yourself to an away fan. It is tough though, isn't it? Playing. I always remembered the obvious Western Terrace when you're playing at Headingley was always an interesting one. One of the grounds at Scarborough in the cricket festival they used to play there, again Yorkshire. That was always a tough one. But I always remember the toughest crowd to play in front of was always Chelmsford.
Okay.
In a 2020 game when it was selling out, so they used to reduce the size of the pitch and they used to put sort of
temporary
deck chairs
yeah,
or
I've
temporary
seen that,
chairs.
actually.
And
it's not a big ground anyway, though, is it?
No,
so I was surprised that.
Flashing drive from Henry. He's fighting fire with fire here. Tom Laws has had it all his way. Maybe there's a shift in momentum here from Matt Henry. He's already kind of made himself a bit of a folk hero down here in Somerset.
Yeah, he's played a few nice shots, hasn't he? Moves on to 12. And looks like he quite enjoys his batting as well. Not sure he would be really enjoying the short stuff from Jamie Overton, but he's got a few away.
Oh, catcher on the drive there has not picked that one up. That was quite strange. Jamie Smith, maybe?
I think it is Jamie Smith.
He's turned his back on the ball. He's obviously not picked that one up. Great shot from Henry. Tim Grunewald made the point, actually, of Matt Henry. He's one of those annoying guys to bowl at. He's completely shifted the momentum, playing a few shots. And if you've got a good eye, can really disrupt what a bowler's been doing. Somerset T20 captain on screen there, talking to 50-over coach Paul Tweddle, Lewis Gregory and Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Very noticeable with the Mohican that he's sporting.
What are your thoughts on that? I'm going to just say it doesn't look as bad as what it
It's better now. I did give him some feedback that I said, look, don't make the edge of it so harsh, like blend it in a little bit, and it looks a little bit more cultured. I thought the golf divot version that he did first up was a bit too extreme. We've got a change of bowling. Dan Worrell back into the attack, replacing Jamie Overton.
And just to
pacey
confirm,
away swing, followed by some more pacey away swing.
Did he lose a bet, or it was a style that he thought, you know what, I'm just gonna go for it?
I did ask the question, and he was very robust in his answer that it was very much by design and a style that he wanted to pull off, so fair play to him. Live and let live and all that. Mind you, safe, I can't really talk some of the lids I've sported in my time.
And were all yours just off your own back, or was there any other influences? People encouraging you, for example. Another misfield there. Not picked that one up, I don't think.
Flown away for 4 from Ben Green. Just dropped in short. Just dropped a little bit short of
Atkinson, maybe there?
Atkinson, yeah, at sort of that sort of gully that's back on the one. Bit of an awkward length to have in front of you. No, it was always, I always describe myself as a very dangerous bored person, you know, hence maybe why I've got a few tattoos and all these kind of things, you know, a bit of time on your hand. You know what, I'll go and get myself a new hairdo, and you kind of, you know, make some poor decisions as we all do. But I'm post 40 now, short back and sides. Thank you very much. Job done. Maybe I should mix it up. I was thinking about maybe doing something a bit different, but we'll see.
Like what?
Platinum blonde. What do you reckon? The golfer Brooks Koepka about a year ago dyed it really sort of almost like silvery blonde and let the roots grow. I think maybe that could be the future. What do we think? Answers on a postcard. Answers on the live stream. I'll do it for charity. Talking of doing things for charity, Sophie, I have signed up to the PCA Trust's cycle ride.
Have you?
From London to Paris in
well
October.
Well done, because I've been pestered about signing up to that.
You got to get on it.
We haven't done it.
We could do nightly sort of updates of how tired we are. We could do some events together to raise some funds.
It does sound brilliant, and I was very tempted, like very much into my cycling, but my leisurely cycling, that just seemed a little bit too far at the minute.
I'd keep you going. Do you know what I mean? I'd like inspire you to. You could get in my wind, and I mean as in.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I could drag you.
Yeah.
When you're tired. I'll do everything I can. I can't wait. I'm gonna cycle in from Weston to Taunton. Maybe even I might even give it a whirl tomorrow. 27, 28 miles.
Yeah.
Try and get the training up. The legs I think are pretty strong. The engine's there. But the backside, do you know what I mean? Sitting on that tiny little saddle for hours on end, that's the challenge.
It is, yeah.
Dan Worrell in to Ben Green, defends smartly away. Nice little partnership brewing here. 170 for 8, 55 overs gone here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. I'm joined by Sophie Luff in the WPA Health Insurance commentary box here. Hope you're all enjoying the live stream. Please, if you're listening, you have any comments, feel free to get involved. We have a beer and cider festival, August the 4th here during the Somerset versus Warwickshire game. We have live music and over 100 beers and ciders to try, maybe not all in the same day. Sponsored by Hygos Insurance. 10 tickets for the price of 8. Always good value during the one-day cup. The Metro Bank one-day cup. 50 overs cricket. Plenty of action here at the Cooper Associates for the rest of the summer. As you can see, it's a great place to enjoy a bit of cricket. Gus Atkinson into the attack from the pavilion. Real strong lad. In my lunch break, so if I went into the gym and sort of doing a little bit, he came walking through. He's a big lad, do you know what I mean? Whew, big, strong athlete.
Yeah, he looks like he's got some shoulders on him.
I had to puff the chest out just to make sure I sort of matched him, do you know what I mean?
Just the 2 slips then for Atkinson. Oh, it's a good short ball. And Henry didn't really know where that had gone, to be honest. So have you recently just signed up to the bike ride? Because I know Dan Worrell, who's obviously playing in this game, he is doing it.
I'm taking him down, definitely.
Okay. And James Bracey from Gloucester is doing it.
Yeah, he's having it as well.
I've seen him posting on Instagram about it.
You know me, Soph. I'm not going there to make the. I want the yellow jersey. Oh no! Another strangle down the leg side. Atkinson into the attack, and he's struck in his 5th over. Matt Henry's tried to paddle that round the corner. It's caught the inside edge to a waiting Ben Folkes, just off the top edge of the blade there. Maybe glove. Through to the keeper. Somerset 179. They're going to be comfortably behind par here, one would suggest. The man who's just gone out is going to have to put in some kind of performance to get Somerset, or keep Somerset in this game.
Incoming batter for Somerset, number 30, Surrey.
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 50 51 52 53 54 55 56 57 58 59 60 61 62 63 64 65 66 67 68 69 70 71 72 73 74 75 76 77 78 79 80 81 82 83 84 85 86 87 88 89 90 91 92 93 94 95 96 97 98 99 100 101 102 103 104 105 106 107 108 109 110 111 112 113 114 115 116 117 118 119 120 121 122 123 124 125 126 127 128 129 130 131 132 133 134 135 136 137 138 139 140 141 142 143 144 145 146 147 148 149 150 151 152 153 the number 11, probably one of the better number 11s or lower order batters. Bashu showed a bit of batting pedigree, got some scores.
Yeah, I saw
in
he
his
got a
first few
score,
games.
yeah.
He's no mug with a bat. He can certainly play. He's probably batting in this position because of his, I suppose, age in the team rather than his ability level. So certainly not what you'd call a number 11 standard batter. So let's hope that he can pick up a few more runs. It'd be nice to at least try and start the total with a 2.
Yeah, I mean, just before that Henry wicket, I was thinking, oh, actually, we're on, like, surprisingly, we're on 170 now. Like, that is closest to 200, and I felt like Green and Henry were doing a pretty good job out there. It's going to be a change in the field here. We're going to get a... that might be Smith again going under the helmet.
Yeah, I think Green, even though it's harsh on him, he's only got 9. I think that way that Matt Henry played there, being as positive as you can be. Certainly not standing there and wearing it. Oh, that's a sore one. I mean, for all of Shoaib Bashir's sporting and athletic ability, padding on the bicep area is not one of them. He's not a well-built lad. Do you know what I mean? That's going to be straight onto the bone. Let's hope he's okay. He's a very slightly built young fella. Hopefully he won't cop in too many of those as he ducks under another. That is welcome to first-class cricket. You get nothing, especially when you've got a pace attack like Surrey's. They'll just keep coming. Good test of his character the next few minutes. Ooh.
Good over there by Gus Atkinson.
Yeah, that's... you always worry when a batter looks to ride the bounce and then at the last minute ducks under it. You can just sense that he's not picking it up so well. Good pace from Atkinson. Good aggressive bowling. Somerset card there. Only real contributions from Dixon, Kohler, Cadmore and Aldridge. A little cameo from Henry, but the saviours of most knocks, your James Roos, Bartlett of late, Tom Abel, nowhere to be seen today.
Yeah, a fair few single-figure scores in there.
I think it's fair to say that Surrey have bowled pretty well, though.
They have, yeah. Tom Laws in particular, 4 to his name.
Tom Laws will be trying to get in the captain's eye. Yeah, maybe one more spell from the River End captain, Used to call the old those bowlers Elmerford, the old rabbit hunters. That last couple of wickets, try and pick up a few bunnies. Not that there's really such a thing nowadays, but yeah, all of a sudden those the energy levels of the bowlers would just go up when the 9, 10, 11 are in.
Green on strike then. A few men in the deep for him. Just down to 3rd, but not taking the runs on offer here. Two slips in, Sibley and Latham.
Ooh, full straight swinging does for Ben Green. Dan Worrell's bowled an absolute beauty there. Certainly good enough for Ben Green. Somerset Somerset's first innings comes to a close on 170. And I've got to be honest, when I was out there at 11:15 doing the pitch report, I didn't think that score was going to be how the first innings would close. Surrey have bowled exceptionally. Somerset have just not been at the races today. They'll be disappointed with that. And the rest of this day, they'll be on the clutch back.
Yeah, Somerset obviously got a brilliant bowling attack, but they're going to have their work cut out, I fear. Overton, Henry, there's going to be a lot more pressure on them, but they've delivered the goods so far this year. But Somerset will need more of the same if they're going to challenge Surrey and make it hard work for them out there.
We certainly have. I think we're going to... That's a very good swinging full delivery there on the replay. Pretty decent delivery. Poor position from Ben Green. I think if he looks at that, he's a bit disappointed. But the innings is over. We're going to have a break of 20 minutes. They're going to take the tea break, and the innings will resume at 3:40. We will be back 5 minutes before then, 3:35, to see how Somerset can fight back, as they have done so well, in particular over the last 6 weeks, led by Matt Henry, Craig Overton and co. We will catch you in 20 minutes' time.
assistant who slammed the car. This is, you know, a 60-year-old woman going round from car to car, trying to garage people, and they were selling bullets. So eventually she can't run. Well, I'll put the name down here. It is absolutely difficult. Absolutely difficult.
Moving into Division 2 at Derby, Derbyshire chose to field first against Glamorgan. Glamorgan have reached 210 for 1.
And occasionally,
Colin Ingram is 109 miles out.
if for that one long journey I might have to stop halfway at a motorway services and wait 20 minutes whilst I have a cup of coffee, that's not a big sacrifice compared
There's
to
an inspection due at 4 p.m. in Scarborough.
it's like a
Yorkshire playing Leeds Durham. Yorkshire 113 without loss after 29 overs of their first innings. Durham have won the toss and elected to field first.
well on the super duper charges, yeah. Either that could go to Hutchins or we'll all be frying like grapes. Bill, you're right. Like I said before, I've got my fourth meal and my fifth meal of the day is like big breakfast. It's tea and scones. Well, yes, that's what we see. Those are Surrey supporters. Well, what it does is it has the scone, strawberries in above the cream. See that? God, this is ridiculously healthy. Can you imagine somebody actually paying for you to come and sit there and eat Yeah, I was wondering, I was beginning to feel a bit peckish like that. Thank you. No, it has been, you know, none of the others, even the rugby tournament, new people, and it's so wonderful. I was born in Bristol. I don't boast about it. I don't try not to mention it because I know other people will just drop down. Yeah. I noticed in the papers that when they've got the articles about gravity and the Hinkley Point particles together and how they're the two biggest cosmic societies in Europe on the same day, that they noticed that it was only the one. With all the ease and excellence.
Please welcome back match umpires Russ Warren and Mark Newell.
Deep down your
The Surrey opening batters, number 17, captain Rory Burns, number 45, Don Sidley.
And, well, one innings has already passed. Somerset 170 all out. Unusually, the batsmen are out in the middle. Dominic Sibley's marching out, followed by Rory Burns. Not so long ago, two England openers. Somerset have had their huddle. They know they're under par, or over par, whichever way you put it. They're about, I don't know, at least 120, 130, 50 runs short. I think this is a good pitch, a good cricket pitch, I think. There's a bit of pace there. We saw a tiny bit of turn, actually, but then Will Jacks disappeared. But I don't think Somerset have got what you would call a par score. Anyway, what we do have is Matt Henry marking out his mark. We've got Sam Dalling here with his laptop, conjuring a few pearls in between, a few more pearls out of his tongue. Matt Henry, I mean, and Overton, they've rescued Somerset several times this year in all sorts of formats. Can they make significant inroads again today?
Well, they were both brilliant up at Northants on, I think it was Thursday, went day 2. But Northants is slightly different. As much as Northants have some talent in their batting lineup, Surrey is a very different proposition.
Yeah.
You said 2 former England openers. One, well, they probably both had their sights on getting back in at some point in the last 12, 24 months. I'm not sure that's
It's not quite
realistic.
McCullum territory. Neither are McCullum types, or indeed Ben Stokes types. I think they don't fit the identikit of the New England player.
Four slips for Henry. 26 wickets at 16s in the county championship. Matt Henry. Sadly, it is his last action in the county championship for Somerset. How brilliant has he been? 57 wickets in both competitions this summer.
Well, he's been very brilliant.
Very,
I
very
imagine, although I don't think they've named it yet, he'll be in New Zealand's.
September, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think he's going home, so I don't think he's involved in the 100, but yes, presumably he's in their white ball squads.
I'm not sure that many prominent overseas players, men's overseas players, are playing the 100, are they? Who are the leading lights? I'm looking to you, Sam. I'm not an expert.
It's not a tournament I follow
Okay.
particularly closely. It's the men's tournament has got the feeling of just being the counties rejumbled.
Yeah.
Rory Burns, he made 79, I think it was, at Lord's last week. He never looked like getting out until he did get out. He was a bit disappointed. Always been unusual to watch, but it's been so effective for him for many years now.
Yeah, yeah. A good head of hair nowadays. Under the helmet, of course, but there's plenty of it.
That tall slip Gordon you were talking about a bit earlier, Vic, because
Yeah.
Tom Abel's not short. He's a 6-footer as well.
Well, he looks short.
Yes, compared to Craig Overton, Casey Aldridge next to him, Tom Lammonby in at 4th. He used to be tiny, Tom. But I used to play
Tom
tennis
who?
against him. Tom Abel, yeah, there's many Toms.
Yeah.
I used to play tennis against him. I'm probably 4 or 5 years older than him. The only way I could beat him was with the lob shot. He's about 7 at that point. Just a far better sportsman than I was. But I could lob him, and he couldn't quite get back, and that was it.
Yeah, well, he's in many ways he's grown up since then.
I like to think that was the making of him, Vic.
Being
lobbed by me
Being
on
lobbed by
tall
you,
school tennis
yeah.
courts.
I did see, and it might become vaguely relevant, I saw Tom Lammonby at some point, was it in the interval or before play, bowling off a full run-up.
Oh, for full run up, not left arm spin.
No,
like we saw the
bowling
other
his
week.
seamers. I don't know whether that... He's out. He's gone straight away. He just delivers. There's Matt Henry. Not much happening in the first 4 deliveries. Then this one goes across the body of Rory Burns. Edges, regulation catch. Well taken. I think by a second slip, in which case it'll be Craig Overton, who, I know this, I'll put the mockers on him, but I haven't seen him drop a catch for so long now. So that's the ideal start. Henry strikes, as he's done so often. It's 0 for 1. And, well, we said Craig Overton, Matt Henry have got, yet again, under cloudless skies, with a brown pitch, have got work to do. And they've started. It's going to be or our Kiwi audience should stay awake, because it's going to be Matt Henry up against Tom Latham. What more do you want?
Absolutely
Don't go to
nothing.
bed, or whatever time it is. I've lost track. So here comes Tom Latham, substantial run scorer for New Zealand, vice captain. Is he vice captain or captain?
Well, he might. I think there's a chance he might captain them in the World Cup, actually.
Okay, so here he comes, a little punch of the gloves with Dominic Sibley. Latham's not going to actually take strike, because that was the end of the over. They've got, theoretically, at the top of their order, Surrey, they've got their pragmatists. Rory Burns, but he's gone, but, you know. Dom Sibley, we know about him. And Tom Latham, well, he's the most classical of the trio, but he is also renowned for being able to occupy that crease. And then come the stroke players. But it's a great start. And there are the 4 slips again in place. Matt Henry, I mean, my goodness me, he's been such a wonderful influence and wicket taker since he's been here. I mean, he could not have done more. On the field, just his presence, I think, has been such a positive thing as well.
Well, it's in partnership with this man as well, Craig Overton. They enjoy bowling together. He's had a couple of starts, Latham, and non-strikers end now. This is his 5th game for Surrey. He's made a couple of half centuries, 58 and 60, but he'll want to go on and make a big contribution when you come in as an overseas player of some repute as well. You're there to score hundreds. You're very capable. Must have played 70, 80 test matches, Tom Latham.
Has he? So another Kiwi family, I think. There have been Lathams knocking around. Like not quite as many as Bracewells.
Yeah, Rodney Latham, isn't he? Played 4 tests according to my laptop. Rodney.
Is that his dad?
Yeah, 1 test 100, 4 tests. 74 tests for Tom, averaging just under 42, so that's a decent
74 tests
yeah.
at 42.
Yeah.
At 42, that's terrific.
41.5, 1300s, 2750s.
Ooh, where does he play in New Zealand? It's obviously Matt Henry's from Christchurch.
He's a Canterbury boy.
So he's another one. They're teammates then, Latham and Henry.
They will know each other well.
Yeah. Well, I hope Matt knows how to get him out. But I'm sure he'll enjoy the little tussle. And it's great fun, actually. We used to, you went on tour, and you got to know your colleagues on tour, just as you knew your teammates in the county side. So you got to know them quite well. And then you'd come up against them in county cricket, and you desperately wanted to, beat them and get them out. But there was a lot of talking going on.
Nice looking shot there from Latham.
He'll get 4, I think.
He's going to hold up, I reckon.
You're right, it will.
It's a very slow outfield. Ben Green, who's into the Somerset County Championship side, fine 100 for the 2s last week, I think down at Hampshire. Getting a shot. Lewis Gregory rested. I think he's kind of nursing a hand injury. He had it a bit in the T20, and I was at Northants and he got struck. I think it was a caught and bowled, or maybe it was a bump ball, but it really took him some time to get back up. The physio was on. He was really struggling with that hand, so hopefully just a precaution. Ben Green gets his shot. He's at backward point. Can hear tractor in the background. He was up at Northants too. What is brilliant watching Somerset is the number of away fans. Actually, I think they almost outnumbered
the home
fans. Yeah, and there was a fair few up there, rewarded for their travels as well.
Well, it was a seemingly straightforward victory once they got runs on the board in the first innings, which obviously has not happened here. They'll do it the hard way. They've done it a couple of times this summer, Somerset, but it's amazing once you get the sun out. That pitch kind of changes colour, is it? Just a flicker of green this morning, but that's disappeared now, and it's looking very brown.
Do you think? I was going to say, do you think someone like Sibley's got no chance now under the new coach?
Well, I think he's a fair way away. If only, but I mean, all the talk has been about Zach Crawley. They'll have to take, I imagine, on tour, they would want to take an additional opener. In recent times, it's been Keaton Jennings.
I was going to say Jennings is a bit unlucky because he went on the Pakistan tour and then missed out.
Didn't play.
But then he didn't get on the plane. Was it New Zealand or South Africa? I can't remember who they played in the winter. But I think he missed. He sat there, didn't play, but then didn't go on the next test tour. New Zealand, was it?
And they were. Did they take an additional opener? I don't think they did they? Oh, it's a good start. And interesting, isn't it? He was over the wicket to Burns when he got him out.
He was.
And right from the start, new left-hander in Latham. And he's come around the wicket immediately.
Like you say, you'll know him
Inside
out.
knowledge.
Yeah.
So I haven't thought that far ahead, but England do go to India
Yeah.
after Christmas, and I mean, there's no question that at the moment, Duckett and Crawley are the preferred openers, and they will, all things being equal, if they're fit, they will resume their partnership in India. A nice neat tuck there from Latham. Almost took a little step down the wicket.
Reckon they could do with unearthing an opener, really.
What
Top order batters, well, they're short, isn't it, England? 1, 2 and 3 options. Lawrence is the current spare batter. I don't think Jamie Smith will be far away from the tour. He might even go to India as well, even if just for the experience, if they take another batter.
Well, I'm looking forward to see him, well, very soon, I hope. Yeah, it's a while off now, and there's another Ashes series to finish. But that's the next task, a formidable one, 5-test tour of India, and I'm sure there'll be not much respite in between matches, although I think there are two significant gaps in the series of about 8 or 9 days, actually, with no cricket. Ooh, is he playing? I'm not sure he's playing at that, to be fair. He's been opening the batting for so long that I think we'll have another look. Well, I think just about left that, I think. Certainly that's the impression he's given us.
It's a beauty from Matt Henry. It's difficult to overstate the quality he's brought to this Somerset side. I do hope he comes back year after year.
I'm sure everyone thinks that. And oh, that's close too. Look at it, he's got his hands on his head and he can't quite work out how that didn't clip the off stump. So he's on target yet again. He's still slightly confused how that missed off stump. It just did. It's very hard for someone like Matt Henry to commit too, because schedules change, demands. He's now, I think, more solidly in that Kiwi side than he's ever been. He's always been there or thereabouts. But in the last year or so, he's become more of a regular. Is it Jameson? He's sort of had injury issues.
Yeah, he's got that injury over here, Carlos Jameson. Overton in.
Trent Bolt is retired essentially from Test cricket, or is
people like Wagner don't play so much anymore.
Yeah, so he's very much. I think he's now a first choice in that Kiwi side. And Tim Southey's knocking on. Of course, he's currently captain.
They're a bit of a side in transition.
Yeah.
I remember talking to Ross Taylor about it. He said, actually, what we're missing is the guys that are kind of 27, 28, 29, 30, and Henry hits that bracket.
Well, he's a bit older than that.
I think he's 30, maybe he's 31. Yes, Tim Southey's kind of eternally 18, I think, in everyone's minds, but actually he's getting towards the back end of his career.
I remember seeing his first Test match, I think. Where was it? It was on a rugby pitch, but with a short boundary, and he hit about 6 sixes. I think it was
Napier.
That was it, Napier.
34 he is now. 2008 that was, wow.
Yeah. I think England won. Strauss got 100 to rescue his career. Southey made an impact by hitting a lot of sixes. And I'm pretty sure that was more or less that was his debut, I think. His career kind of mirrors, it's very close to Stuart Broad in terms of length, but not in terms of number of Test matches, because usually they don't play so many.
Yeah, 94, I was going to say just the 94 and realise it's not really the right word for Test, but 94 Test matches is some going still. Turn into leg side for no run. 8 for 1 here then, Surrey. If you're just joining us, Somerset all out a little bit earlier on today for 170. It's a day for wickets though, Vic, isn't it? We were having a look at some of the scorecards from around the country. There's some intriguing games.
I mean, this is a blameless track. I think Somerset are under par, but looking at the scores around the country, just glimpsed the look at the pitch down at the Rose Bowl, which is usually pretty flat, and at Edgbaston, where wickets are tumbling. They must. It's not very much like the Test pitch at Edgbaston, I suspect. I haven't seen any footage from there.
It's certainly a very different outcome, isn't it? Yeah, they were talking about that
might
being
be a
flat.
different colour. I don't know. But I don't know. There were 15 wickets gone when I last looked.
I think we're on 16 now. I think 6 down. But Middlesex are going to have a first innings lead.
Yeah, batting points are a bit hard to find, but Somerset haven't got one of them. They were 80 adrift of a batting point.
Left alone by Sibley. That one flies free to James Rew. End of the 4th over of the Surrey reply. They are 8 for 1. Yeah, 96 for 6 Middlesex are, having bowled Warwickshire out for 60. Ryan Higgins basically getting on with 25 from 21 balls, so it doesn't feel like a pitch where hanging around is going to do you much good.
Well, the pitch inspectors they don't usually come out in
Probably
force.
Down here probably.
They don't usually come out in force to the last batch of matches, but I think we're getting to that stage in the season where there's half the clubs in the top division. Oh, that's up in the air, just over the slip cordon. Not a chance, but that did come off the shoulder of the bat. Henry's got his hands on his hips. Now, how did that not go to hand? Just ballooned over the slip cordon. Latham is coming down and is going to suspiciously prod the pitch somewhere. I mean, Henry has looked more dangerous. Perhaps he's on the right end, perhaps he's just more dangerous.
Just back of a length, wasn't it? Came right off the shoulder. It's the end that Jamie Overton got that one to lift from his brother, but it can't be the same spot because different line.
I think the one to his brother, though, was banged in and it may not have misbehaved that much. It was just that extra height and pace that it was a very good ball.
Oh, yeah, it was.
And Craig could not get out of the way, prevent himself from gloving it. But getting back to the stage of the top division, you've got about 5 sides now who are looking up and thinking, how could we conjure a sequence of wins?
Oh, for so
and
long.
then you've got a sort of bottom 3 or 4 who are thinking, how can we get enough points to stay in the top division? Unfortunately, at the moment anyway, Somerset are more in the top category. That's a nice shot. And therefore, you might be prepared to take a gamble if you're in the top half by saying we've got to get a result here.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether that's the case at Edgbaston. I haven't seen any of it, but the wickets have certainly tumbled.
I think Middlesex and Northants are starting to get cut adrift at the bottom there, aren't they? Just a little
although
bit.
Middlesex might pick up a win here.
They might.
Well, I think they have a chance.
But Warwickshire, yes, they need to win games. They've only, Surrey looked for the first half of the season like they were going to waltz away with it, but they lost to Lancashire, they drew with Notts, and just gave other sides a bit of a sniff.
Yeah. Oh, again, beaten the outside edge. It doesn't look likely at the moment, but if Somerset were to beat Surrey somehow, that would also open it up. But there's an awful lot of cricket that needs to be played by Somerset for that to happen.
Well, the sad thing is we then stop for 4 or 5 weeks until September.
Indeed, yeah. In what is now, today anyway, sublime cricketing conditions. This is Abel's got he's got problems because there are not enough runs on the board, but he's also got problems in the sense that he's got an unbalance. But they'll miss Gregory with vast experience, and he's a wicket taker. So if you're in the Surrey setup, you're thinking the threat is obvious. It comes from Henry and Overton. And where do they go from there? Well, they go to the immensely promising Casey Aldridge, but he's still learning. Ben Green, who's essentially been a white ball bowler,
for the last season or two. As I say, I did see Tom Lammonby doing a bit of bowling. I don't know whether that will feature. And the immensely promising but very inexperienced Shoaib Bashir.
Yeah, I think they'll be hoping that Bashir gets a little bit of turn early on and maybe roll from that river.
I think he
will.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting. He'll obviously go to Aldridge.
Greg Overton.
Oh, that's just a nagging little line there. I think he did play at that, you know.
It's that drop off, though, isn't it? Without being meaning to be disrespectful, but Surrey, you know, they're turning to Jamie Overton as their fourth change bowler.
Yeah, exactly. I would think if I would be, I mean, I'd be tempted to go to Shoaib earlier rather than later, actually.
That's what Burns did with Jack.
Yeah, I mean, Jack didn't actually get a wicket, but he looked quite. Ooh, he looked. He did. As if he was. He bowled very well, actually, Jack. He only bowled those five overs or so in the morning. It looked like he was going to bowl quite a lot, but wickets started falling to the seamers, and Burns never went back to him, understandably.
Where would, maybe you can't say really, but when would the ideal time to be chucked the ball as an off spinner be, overs-wise?
If you're as almost as early as possible.
Just play with soft hands there, Latham. 3 of them give chase.
Still goes for 4, though.
Early as possible.
As a spinner, you want. I mean, it might be quite difficult to bowl with a new ball if you're not used to it. Although Jack Leach does it all the time. But any off spinner, any spinner, I think welcomes an opportunity. The harder the ball, the better. And the earlier you get involved, the better. And it's a good ball. I like the way Burns tossed the ball to Jack's first change. Partly just to see what happened, have a look. What's this wicket? Is it going to turn? Is it not? In fact, it did turn a little bit. And he was very close to getting Bartlett, for example, LBW. And also just get you involved. Otherwise, you can end up as a spinner really feeling like the bowler of the last resort. He's gone through all his seamers. They haven't got anyone out. So he's had to turn to me now. It's not what you want.
No.
By which time the batsmen are probably confident. Batsmen sometimes, especially top order batsmen, they're comfortable when there's pace on the ball. And they don't like to sort of set off an innings necessarily. Not that I'm suggesting Shoaib should come on now, but they don't really want to start their innings when there's no pace on the ball, relatively speaking. So the answer to your question remains. Essentially, it remains as early as possible. Oh, that's a good leave. That's a good leave. It's not that wide, but you can almost leave that on length. Quite good carry. He's looking in better rhythm in that over there, Craig Overton. So we've got one long session for Somerset. 33 more overs.
Yes, it's usually you play till 340 or 32 overs the later of, and so it's usually the middle session that's that really long one. But I think when you bowl a side out just before tea, then there's another rule that comes into play where you just take tea and you don't lose the 2 overs as a result of that, which I think is quite handy. We're always talking about losing overs. A lot of overs were lost up at Old Trafford in the week. As Sibley's leaving that one alone, a bit far outside off stump to make him play. We'll forgive Matt Henry that one. You had a good couple of days up there, Vic. I was there Sunday. I just did 3 hours in the rain.
I had 3 hours, a good day. Three good days, really, were. As was the norm in this series, the cricket was pretty spellbinding, but quite one-sided, actually. We weren't quite sure on the first evening in that how good a score was, what was it, just over 300. In fact, you soon began to think, well, they've done quite well, actually, to bowl them out for that. And then, see Australia in the second innings at some point have 9 men on the boundary. 9, you can't have any more than 9 on the boundary. So it was comfortably England's best performance of the summer.
but they couldn't get the win, of course.
That one there. So we're just playing it with soft hands, bounce back, and not quite onto his stumps here. They've been heart in mouth for half a second there. Was that as dominant? I know they didn't win the game, which is like kind of nuts to ask this question, but is that as dominant as you've seen an England side in a Test match?
Oh, he played it there.
That just lifted.
Well, I think, just trying to think, it's as dominant as I've seen them play against Australia for a long time. I mean, England have dominated a few other sides, but I haven't seen them dominate Australia like that for some time. Probably not since, well, Strauss tour of Australia. That was pretty astonishing the way they, after the first day in Melbourne, and I think they bowled Australia out, and they were the same total for about naught at the close on the first day. But it doesn't say that in the scorebook, really. Well, it's 2-1.
As Pat Cummins would point out, he did after the Headingley Test.
Yeah.
Some quite short answers given in various press conferences by skippers. Edged and taken, there it is. Matt Henry has been threatening. He's picked up 1 wicket, he's now picked up 2. Same mode of dismissal, caught by Craig Overton at second slip. Both openers are gone. Dom Sibley has to wander off for 3. Surrey are 15 for 2, Vic Marks.
Well, Court Overton bowled Henry. No matter what the form of cricket, it's becoming Court not bowled Underwood. Court Marsh bowled Lilly. Court Overton bowled Henry. It's not going to happen much more after this match, but once again, it's that probing line. Lots of energy on the ball. We'll see the replay to see how much it moved, but he felt he had to play it. Enough carry on the ball to get that ball straight to Overton at second slip, and he made no mistake. So, well, I did say I'd quite like to see Jamie Smith back, because I'm not sure I've seen him live. I've seen him on telly. I don't know why we say seen him live. I mean, he's quite alive when I watch him on telly, but he's going to come out with Henry in rhythm, no question about that. End of the over, so he won't be facing as he starts.
And actually, the first ball that Henry over was a little bit too wide, but after that he gave Sibley a bit of a working over, and he beat the outside edge a couple of times. He got one to lift from a length. He had that one he dabbed at that nearly went back onto his stump, so that was pressure telling there.
It was pressure, and from this distance, this looks quite an inviting pitch to bat on, but the wickets have been falling. The nicks have been carrying. I think it's a terrific cricket wicket. Perhaps you should get bonus points for good wickets, good cricket wickets. I'm surprised by the number of wickets that have fallen today, but if you're a pitch inspector, if there's one here, there isn't. There's just a match referee, I guess, at this point. I mean, you can go home, really, no. There's nothing wrong with this surface. You've seen some high quality fielding and some high quality bowling. Here we go again. It's probing too. It's a great probing line, just a fraction closer to off stump, make him play, but he had to think about playing. The other thing that reminds me of that slip fielding, I'll give you a theory about your best slip catcher. He should always, I'm sure more catches go to second slip than first. And I think Overton is our best slip catcher. But that was always my theory, that first slip, it's important, but by and large, more catches go to second slip, which is where you'd see Mark Wall, Botham in his England career, and Overton in this era for Somerset.
It's where Latham Fields for Surrey as well.
Yeah, Graham Roop way back. Sorry, that's way back, but he was renowned as a great slipper.
Well, yeah, I'd love to see someone like crunch some numbers on it, because first slip, the number of catches that the keeper and second slip could probably cover between them as well.
That's a fine shot. Neatly put away there.
Well, the issue Somerset have got really is 15 for 2 or 19 for 2 now. But this Surrey side, they've got kind of 6 renowned batters. They've got the top 2, the 2 out in the middle now, then Folkes and Jacks. And then you get into the all-rounders. But you're probably saying Jordan Clark's a touch high at number 7. But what you've got is probably 4 number 8s, which evens it out.
Yeah. I mean, you could say this is the last of the. So we're into the. After this, we're through the specialist batsman, but Whale Jacks is really a batsman who bowls. Ben Folkes would get in any team probably as a specialist batsman, so mustn't get too excited. However, it's 19 for 2. Henry's got figures of 4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 5. Overton's now having to go around the wicket to the left-hander. Henry has looked more dangerous, it has to be said. Overton's beaten the outside edge a couple times, but Henry, as has been the case ever since he arrived in Taunton, has looked threatening from the start.
And even if Somerset wanted to sign an overseas for September, Matt Henry wouldn't be available.
No. That's good carry. And he leaves the ball well, like any gnarled test opener should. So this is important. I've heard so many good things about Jamie Smith. But he's got a significant challenge ahead of him. I should imagine Henry's got a couple more overs at least in him in this spell. And he's on song. There's a slip cordon there waiting, 4. We're getting used to them now. We get the names right more quickly. We've got Abel, Overton, Aldridge and Lammonby in that slip cordon. And eyes down. Jamie Smith, of course, he keeps when Folkes is not keeping, is that right?
Yeah, he's an okay keeper. I think I wouldn't be surprised if he gives it up. He's of that. I think he's just good enough to be a top 4 batter. He made a wonderful 100 at Lords. He made a very dashing 100 down at Beckenham in that huge run chase Surrey had. I think 100, whereas Sibley made his run in about 2 years. I think.
Well, someone was telling me that I can't remember the exact, but he got the 100 on the 4th day, more or less, which, in a sense, didn't make the victory inevitable, but made the time equation undemanding. He got them so quickly.
So I think 70 odd balls. Jamie Smith made his 100.
Yeah.
He's got. Plays, it's just the way he goes about making his run. I talked him up. Maybe he'll get none at all. And he didn't get any against Nottinghamshire in the game at the Oval a couple of weeks ago, and he was frustrated about that. Against the Kookaburra ball, we've not done so well, but he batted beautifully at Lords to make that 100 on the opening day last week. And there are people who think very highly of him. But yeah, I mean...
How old is Jamie Smith, roughly? Or exactly?
Early 20s, let's have a look exactly.
Roughly then.
He was their captain. He was given the captaincy in the Royal London Cup a couple of years ago.
Right.
Quite early, 23 years. 47 first-class matches, averaging a tad under 40, 800s already. He made his debut in that. You know, they do the MCC versus the County Championship match, and they took it out to Dubai for a few years. So,
yeah.
2019, and I think he made it 100 on his debut. Ollie Pope made 250. In fact, I reckon we might have to talk about Pete Trigo. Talk to Pete Trigo about that game, because I think he was in the field bowling for the MCC. Don Bess was playing as well.
Quite a lot of runs were being scored. I'm not sure that the conditions would have suited Pete.
520 runs.
Ooh, he did play at that, I think. Well, he'll get a stern test while Henry's got the ball in his hand. It's a high quality spell as ever from Henry. Hardly any deliveries wasted. Jamie Smith having to play. Played and missed at least once there. Possibly twice, but I think we'll give him the benefit of the doubt once. and I'm sure even Surrey, who like to be the Cavaliers, I think that's their natural instinct, will think, well, let's just get through Overton and Henry, and then life will be a breeze. Well, they've lost 2 wickets. Overton still searching his first one, round the wicket to Latham. He's been okay, Overton, without beating the bat quite so frequently as Henry. I mean, I suppose, you know, it's such a juggle for Tom Abel in that, in one sense, he might want to relieve Overton sooner rather than later, so that he can bring him back sooner, and so you don't have long periods, if you like, your second string bowlers in partnership. Having said that, you know, the ball is new, and you want your best bowlers bowling with the new ball. It's a difficult balancing act when you haven't got your absolute full strength seam attack.
Oh yeah, there's been times this summer that win at Lord's Somerset picked up where it was these two, Henry and Overton, Siddle, Gregory and Jack Leach, and there it's just relentless. That's Division 1 attacks for you. They've been pushing at that one. There's an inside edge, comes through for a single, but yeah, just a little bit of a drop off, and Tom Latham would have said that to Jamie Smith. Not that he would have needed telling, he'd have known that. Jamie Smith, as we see a bit of a flyby of the Cooper Associates county ground. Can't be Andy Caddick, he's a helicopter man, and he's around today.
He was, yeah. Just had a little coaching lesson from him.
You learnt how to bowl, didn't you? It's over lunchtime, over tea.
Well, actually, it was very interesting. We won't go into the details. It's not that complicated, but I don't think this is the time for that. But a few Caddick theories.
Cricketing-based theories.
Oh yeah.
4 slips, wait. Overton to Smith. But yeah, Tom Latham.
He wouldn't be able to start with me on how to fly a helicopter, or indeed fix a tap.
They will know, Latham and Smith, that if they can just get through a few more overs, then there's the potential the intensity will change in the bowling. Maybe it won't. You've got your 2 internationals here.
Well, it's nothing easy for Jamie Smith to get going, that's for certain at the moment. I think when Overton's bowling, Aldridge goes to second slip. I think there goes Lammonby and probably Dixon. No respite. It's good. I mean, we've seen some fine bowling today, actually. I mean, Somerset, I'm sure, will be a bit disappointed by their batting performance. 1 or 2 cheap dismissals. But the quality of bowling so far in this spell from Matt Henry and Overton, but also actually throughout most of that Somerset innings, a battery of fast bowlers. Tom Laws, probably the less fated of the lineup, picking up 4 wickets. Jamie Overton picking up 2 cheap ones, including his brother. Don't quite know how the Overton parents, how they'll view that dismissal. Well, they can take it as a positive, I guess. Ooh, it's close to that off stump again.
It was quite a mooted celebration. I think
Yeah,
probably the Craig catching Jamie at long on last Saturday at Edgbaston is still living. That kind of ranks above anything Jamie tries to say to Craig for a little bit now. Will be just shot back with that.
Yes, Jamie Overton's celebration was sort of vaguely reminiscent of a sort of Premiership footballer going back to his old club where he'd served stoutly for a while, scoring a goal but not over-celebrating. Oh, that's again, it's tight. If he could just round that off. These are good leaves at the moment. There's no doubt in my mind that Latham especially is thinking, I respect this man. I just want to see him off. That's an easier leave. Against another bowler, he might have tried to square the cut that for 4, but I think his mindset is see off Henry and life will be simpler.
Maybe get one more out of him. I think I saw him bowl a 7 over spell up at Northants. I think Tom Abel will use him for one more.
Well, I guess what he'll be thinking, he might take him off after one more and then think there's one more spell in him tonight near the close, hopefully against different batsmen. Oh, that's close too, and he can't quite believe that he's left that, but he's done it so consistently that I think we've got to give him the benefit of the doubt. It is close to off stump, but it's not hitting him. He's batting more or less on off stump as well, but Rue takes it. By the time he takes it, he's more or less outside leg stump, behind the stumps. But I think Latham probably deserves the benefit of the doubt. He's tormenting Henry in a passive sort of way. And now he wants to get up the other end, and he's done so. It's a good single.
The thing I find quite hard in Somerset is to know when there's a bowling change coming. They don't warm up vigorously. Like Jamie Overton, you know when he's coming on because he's on the floor, stretching away for a good 5 minutes. I saw it, noticed it up at Northants because actually the chap I was on the live stream said none of these guys warm up. They stood around, second slip or whatever, and then straight away they come on. So I've got no idea if Aldridge or Overton going to come on next. Ben Green as well.
Show it, pass. I think what I think Abel will do. Let's see. Hang on, just looking around. What I suspect Abel might do is that he will work on the basis that this ball is new. It's at its most potent. We desperately want these wickets. I think he might give them 2 longish spells, maybe 7 overs apiece, and then with the possibility of bringing both or either back for a little 3 or 4 over burst at the close. So in other words, I don't think he'll hedge. I think he'll go for broke with the new ball on the basis that that ball is harder and more likely to do something.
Would you go Shoaib Bashir then at the river end?
Well, I think I might be tempted to do that. Yeah, I think as a sort of attacking gambit, we did see the odd ball turn actually. Latham left-hander. I'd be tempted to go Shoaib rather than Green, let's say. So yeah, I think I would definitely do that. Aldridge, it would have to be Aldridge and Shoaib. Shoaib he's a novice, but he has not really bowled like a novice. He's looked very comfortable. He bowled well against Hampshire.
Well, it is Casey Aldridge coming in.
Oh, is
at
it?
The mark, just
so
what
I would do is been totally ignored now. Well spotted.
I didn't like to, but that's the point I made. He was at third slip. There wasn't a hint that he was coming on to bowl now. Well, Vic, I'm going to leave you.
There's no right or wrong.
There is no right or wrong. Never right or wrong. I'm going to leave you on air for a little bit longer, and I'm going to dip out. I've got Triggs and Sophie Luff. It's a bit of a lottery as to who's going to come in next. I've got no idea.
Well, obviously they'll be sprinting like old Formula 1 drivers. Oh no one's in a rush. Aldridge, okay, so Aldridge has replaced Overton. And he's coming round the wicket to Latham. Similar field, just one slip less. Here's young Trigo.
We'll stick with that.
Yeah.
Hi, Vic.
Henry, what a man.
He's a fine performer, isn't he?
Yeah.
And I have to admit, my interactions with him around the place, he's a fine bloke as well.
Well, I've only met
really
him
nice fella.
No, I've only met him once, and I can understand. It's obvious to us all that his quality as a bowler, but just from one brief meeting, I get the impression that there was so much else he could give to this side in terms of. Actually, what I really like watching him is that he looks to enjoy it so much, and that is half the battle, and that can be. Oh, well bowled, that jag back through it, past the inside edge. More of the same there, please.
Yeah, you get
it's
those,
infectious, isn't it? He seems to enjoy it so much, and he's sort of free. He's just out there bowling, but enjoying it too.
Yeah, he's not your archetypal frontline bowler that look, you know, your Gus Frasers.
He's not grumpy, is he?
Yeah, you know, they always give off that demeanour that the weight of the world's on their shoulders and they've got the worst job ever. He's got easy pace. Like I said, I think you're exactly right. He enjoys the work, and yeah, he's a great guy. In fact, I made that point last night at our little celebration. Speaking to Jason Kerr, we had Peter Siddle sent a message from overseas. You know, I think, you know, signing an overseas player, you're obviously signing quality on the field, but I think the other string to the bow is what they can give to the environment. You know, passing on experience. And in some cases, you've got natural energy givers, and you know, I think, you know, stepping into the shoes of the young bowlers and other Somerset bowlers, when your international superstar and best bowler is bowling over after over and enjoying his work, that's infectious, isn't it? You've got no excuse then to sort of shirk the work, and I think that's a great, you know, Pete Siddle, let's face it, the two overseas players, you know, Siddle and Henry, they love the work.
Yeah, that's right. We've watched Peter Siddle bounding in early in the season on some of the flattest, you know, bowler unfriendly pitches. Doesn't stop him.
Certainly raises you, especially when you have you know, an innings like Somerset have had, all out for 170, and
yeah,
you know, your superstar bowler's got figures of 2 for 6 off 6 overs. Well, that's exactly what you want. Get Somerset back in the game. Yeah, he spoke really well as well, and also something that surprised, and I suppose when you think about it, you know, shows that there's a care factor. He's, you know, I was out there doing the pitch report the day before his first game at Taunton. Came over, asked me about lengths to bowl on the wicket and how, you know, what end and how you perceive it. And it's like, you know, he's on a different stratosphere of bowler than I was, but he, you know, wanted to create or collate a bit of information. So yeah, I mean.
And when you've played here a long time, obviously, he is a little bit quicker than you.
You know, I like to think that in that moment it was, right, he wanted to bowl like I did, but maybe he wanted to know how not to bowl at Taunton.
Well, no.
That would have been certainly more of a standard of ball that I would have served up through the offside. Well, I was very pro his attributes. You know, I said, you know, this place, you know, a lot of people, you know, hear that it's a flat pitch and they sort of, you know, get turned off by the challenge, give up before they've started. But I said, you know, when the Taunton pitch has a bit of carry in it, if you've got the skill and I said that, you know, your natural length is that bash length that, you know, when bowlers do come here and have success, they hit that hard top of the pads, top of the stumps length, and that really is his natural length, isn't it?
Right. That didn't carry.
Everything but the movement was there. Just that bit of
unusual, because it has been carrying well today. You feel that's a bit unlucky, really. It almost came off the bottom of the bat, but it's certainly outside edge there as well. And it went down. Oh, and it bounced in front, probably about 2 or 3 feet in front of Overton.
But I think that's, you know, it is infectious, isn't it? He's an up and about kind of guy. He wants to bowl. He runs in, and you know, it's definitely been a massive plus for Craig Overton to have someone like that up the other end, as Jamie Smith plays a nice punch back down the ground on drive, full face of the bat.
No, they will miss him. This is his last game.
Yeah,
and he could not have done more. And obviously they'll be keen to get him back if he can come, but you never quite know as an international cricketer, which he is now.
Well, he did actually talk me through his schedule. You know, I think they've got a one-day series against England, then against something against Bangladesh, then the World Cup, and it was like, oh, good luck, son. Good luck, Chief.
Well, that's a fine shot, just slightly over pitch. I mean, he's not frightened to bowl the full length actually, but that one went sweetly onto the bat of Jamie Smith, who toned it.
Every chance, Vic, that was probably his last over, 7 overs in the spell. Maybe that was let's have a little bit of a gamble. Fraction fuller. Caught the edge a couple of balls before, but Jamie Smith's matched those last 2 in credit to the batsman, Henry, 7 overs, 2 for 16. Great start by Somerset. Surrey, 31 for 2.
He's got a dilemma at the other end. I don't think he'll bring Overton back just yet because he's only just taken him off. I wouldn't think, anyway. It's one possibility, but I doubt it. So who are you going to bowl at the other end?
Well, yeah, if you have a look at the two teams, you know, Rory Burns did have an extra bowler at his disposal, didn't he? So,
see, I think unless you're going to bowl Overton again, which I wouldn't think he's going to do after 5 overs.
I think I would echo your thoughts. I would give Shoaib a go with the newer ball. You know, a bit of extra bounce. He's such a tall lad as well. It was offering a bit of spin to Jack, so you'd think that would still be the case. But obviously, Shoaib is a good, you know, few inches taller and long-limbed. So yeah, I would give him a little look. I feel like Ben Green in 4-day crickets, you know, he's got that ability to take wickets, but I would say he's more of a holding medium pacer.
They're mostly caught deep in wicket, actually, his wickets.
Yes, yeah.
That's only because he...
That is the modern slip corner, though, isn't it? Cow corner.
However, he's taken almost a record number of wickets in the blast, and you've got to have some guts to come on and bowl. He always bowls late in the innings. And sometimes the ball disappears into the stands and sometimes into the hands of a boundary fielder, essentially. But he's shown a lot of bottle down it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one way to slow down a scoring rate in T20 is to take wickets, and Greener has done that. He got 30 wickets. Henry was the only bowler in the country to surpass him with 31. So, yeah, he's full of confidence. So, like I said, I think he's a handy bowler, but hasn't really showed any sort of, I suppose, 4-day credentials as yet.
Yeah. I'm just having a look. I can't see where he is. I can't see anyone loosening. Maybe Overton will have a go from that end, but we'll soon find out.
He's at a deep square leg. He's just come in.
He doesn't look like a man preparing to bowl, does he?
Shoaib looks like he's having a good old jog round. So
he's running after every single. He has about 70 yards to cover.
Well, we have a hamstring stretch from Ben Green.
Well, maybe it's going to be Green.
Part of me thinks that Shoaib would be as effective in 5-10 overs time as he would be now. So Ben Green might just get a bit of something out of the newer ball.
If you were Tom Latham, who would you rather face? Don't know.
As a left-hander, yeah, I think
that's great for me. That's the other thing. There's Matt Henry there. He's just bowled 7 overs, taken a couple of wickets, full-length dive, not elegant, but he's saved 2 or 3. He's going to get up in a minute too. I hope.
Let's hope. Yeah. I feel like you've got a bit of a man crush on Matt Henry.
Well, no, I just right.
That's okay. I'm just jealous. I'm just jealous, Vic. That's all. I'm just jealous.
Well, obviously, when you were in your pomp.
When was that? Nice over.
I think it's past, Pete.
Yeah.
Well, no, purely as a cricketer. I mean, there are lots of other bits to try. Anyway, let's have a look. It's going to be Overton.
It's all about.
It's going to be Overton. He's going to have a go for
the next few weeks, Vic. I'm going to be cycling in from Weston-super-Mare to Taunton.
Are you?
I'm cycling for the PCA Trust charity in October, London, all the way to Paris. I'm going to be flying down the Champs-Elysees, pretending I'm
yellow shirt.
Pretending I'm probably going to pack a yellow jersey for the final day. 100-odd miles a day, so yeah.
Hang on, you're going from Weston to Taunton just to loosen up.
About 27, 28 miles from door to door.
Okay, not on the M5, I trust.
Probably will avoid the M4, even though I have cycled on the M5.
I'm sure that's illegal.
But that is illegal, but I was only about 9 at the time. If my brother's listening,
was it an accident?
If my brother's listening,
you take a
wrong
wrong turning. Is it Sam? Is it?
Me and Sam went out for an evening bike ride, as kids do. I was about 9, Sam was about 13, and we cycled through all the back lanes around Weston-super-Mare, and lo and behold, you know, pre-iPhones or anything like that, we were lost as you could be. My brother, being obviously the brains of the family, saw a signpost. Western-super-Mare. He went, bro.
Was it a blue sign?
It was a blue sign. Bro, it's this way. Anyway.
Okay.
We both followed the blue sign back to Western-super-Mare. It was about 10 o'clock at night because we were really, really lost. We cycled all the way down the hard shoulder, and just before the Western turn-off, blue flashing lights. Lads, chuck your bikes in the back.
Right.
9 and 13 years of age, delivered back home by the police.
What did Mr. and Mrs. Trigo have to say?
They were unawares.
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 They never knew. You never told them.
They never.
They never knew.
But they found out when the old flashing lights were outside. Those were the days.
Well,
anyway, back to the real story of the day. James Smith, playing beautifully through the offside again. Overton having another spell from that bottom end, changing ends.
Just beautifully put away. I mean, it is over pitch, but Somerset keeping those 4 slips in. They know that they've got to attack with these 2, I guess, and try and grab one more with the new ball. Oh, that's a good shot too. He's Overton's well, he should be disappointed, and he probably is. He's just over pitched twice, and that one was, well, a juicy half volley.
I mean, this is going to be a real test, I think, for the bowlers in particular and the team. They've had such a high 10 days.
Yeah.
Everything's gone their way. You know, the finals day, the 2.5-day win at Northants. They're going to be tested the next sort of couple of sessions here. You know, through today and into tomorrow. It's going to be a tough old slog. They're going to have to persevere.
The weather's not so good. It might be a bit more kind of overcast tomorrow, a bit more bowler-friendly conditions, although this pitch is getting browner. That's another one. That's beautiful. I mean, he's tried the short ball, I think, intentionally there, but it's plopped out of the pitch.
3 boundaries in a row there.
And all glorious, actually. They're beautifully put away. Short arm jab of a pull shot.
Yeah, he looks a seriously good player.
He does, doesn't he? He hasn't had to run for any of these. I mean, they've hit with such certainty. They went through the leg side, the drive just raced away.
So talk to me, Vic, about the weather, because I was thinking about cycling. Is it a no cycling sort of bad weather, or is it?
No, it's not that bad. You can cycle.
Oh, thank you. You will be getting.
There's another one.
You'll be getting a grumpy message if I get wet. Oh, 4 in a row, 4 boundaries in a row, and after getting 170 in the first innings, can't afford too many overs like that.
Well, so that's a grumpy Overton going back into the slip cordon. The last one, I mean, I think he knew what he was doing, gliding it down to third man.
Yeah, he certainly rode the bounce there. Jamie Smith flying on to 27 off just 23 balls. The far more circumspect Latham at the other end. Very good technique. Very hard-working international opening batsman. Casey Aldridge.
Smith has raced to 27 in 23 balls. What we would do is 4 4s in a row, I suppose.
Yeah, I think Craigo was just running a little bit hot there, hot under the collar.
Yeah,
things haven't gone his way so far. Today, you know, Bro nicking you off after a couple of balls and a few expensive overs. Time to just cool your jets a little bit. Maybe a bit of time for Shoaib Bashir to come into the attack.
Well,
great bit of work in mid-wicket.
I mean, I doubt he'll take him off after 1, though. You don't do that to your prime bowler, do you? Not very often, anyway. I mean, he is, along with Henry, he's the key man. So you've got to think about it. I would think Overton will want to try and make amends. But he doesn't need to go searching. If you start going searching, that's when the runs come. But it's 3 or 4 quality shots there from Smith that sort of takes your breath away slightly. It's the certainty, the power of those shots.
Yeah, the second was my favourite. That sort of clip off the middle and leg was hit with some authority. Just need Aldridge just to settle in and find a length here.
Oh, that's That's 4. I thought he got a bit of a top edge on that, but I think he's got quite a lot about on it. It's raced away, and suddenly that pressure is disappearing.
Somewhat of a moral victory there, I think.
Just
They
about,
rushed in
yeah.
with pace, maybe very high on the stickers at the back,
If he'd been
helped
pla-
around the corner.
If he'd been playing for England, he'd probably be out because we had a leg slip nearly all the time. He might not have played it. It was in the air for a while, but it raced away in the end.
I don't think Tom Latham's adverse to getting stuck into a battle against the short ball.
No,
He's a pretty nuggety sort of cricketer from what I've seen.
Yeah, and with a hell of a record too. I mean, Sam was looking it up, and he's played a lot of Test matches, and he averages over 40 as an opener. It's not too shabby.
Not at all.
Without sort of, I mean, he won't play any shots that take your breath away like Jamie Smith, but he might score as many runs.
Yeah, it's one of those fascinating games played with a number of opening batsmen and against in particular who have unbelievable Test records, but they never really play what you'd call a memorable shot. You know, not overly easy on the eye. I can remember, you know, a couple in particular that had incredible first-class and international records. One was Phil Jakes, who had an amazing knack. He averaged 55 in first-class cricket over a long career, and he was the master of the cover drive through square leg.
Yeah.
And a man that finished his career with back-to-back centuries in his last game and averaged 45, 50 for Australia, Chris Rogers.
Yeah.
You know, just had a great method, never played anything that no standout shots, but just had that ability to manoeuvre the ball around, and also, you know, they were gutsy players.
Yeah, if you watch Chris Rogers for 10 minutes, you thought, not really a Test player, is he?
There's a lot of movement, lots of funky little moves that he used to smother the ball. He watched the ball incredibly closely. You know, you could tell his spider sense was going crazy every time the ball came down to him. He was all over it. You know, he paid such attention to what he was doing. And like I said, he just didn't. I don't think he cared about how he scored his runs. He just was hungry to score them.
I don't think you were here, or you might have been when Graham Smith was here. Did you overlap with him? Or not?
I didn't play. I didn't play with him. That was in my sabbatical.
Right.
2004,
Yeah,
I believe, maybe
5.
2004, 5. Yeah.
I mean, he was not a beautiful player either, but my goodness me, he got some runs. Anyway, on that note, I'm going to leave you to it, Pete.
Well, it's been a pleasure, Vic.
Good luck with the bike.
Thank you. I will.
So Taunton to Weston to Taunton. You can cycle back as well.
I'm good. Yeah, the only thing I need to do is make sure that there is a shower facility here at the ground that I can use, because being in this small commentary box after 27 miles on my bike will not be pleasant for my compadres.
Okay. I don't know if they'll.
But I will feed back to you my performance. I will give you
and this is the warm-up before Paris, Europe.
I think I'll have to do more than one trip, but
Okay.
I will give you an average speed count tomorrow afternoon.
I'll be okay.
Another nicely clipped delivery. Craig Overton just going searching a little bit. Jamie Smith rattling the runs up. I think Craigo just needs to take a moment here and bash an area. The wicket, as kind of spoken about earlier, I don't think there's too many demons in it once you get yourself in. That's a beautiful delivery. I think Jamie Smith's just got an inside edge on that one. Be interesting to have a look at a replay. You can tell Craigo's not particularly happy at the moment. Running in hard. Oh, must have got an inside edge on that, surely. Do we have the other view of that? Here we go. Oh, wow. Tell me he hit that.
I don't think he's hit that.
Oh, he's got to have hit that. He must have hit that. It didn't look like it, did it?
No, it didn't look like he hit it.
Oh, referee. Can we have another replay team? We need ultra edge. We need a zoom in. We need a schnicko. Have we got that here at Somerset, Soph?
I'd love to say.
I think we need another sponsor to sponsor some more technology.
It'd be great, wouldn't it?
Oh, that was close.
Not sure if we can get a slow-mo of it. We might have that available.
My gut feel is there must have been an inside edge, because there was a little bit of a sort of a stunted appeal. There was a big appeal, but then a realisation maybe. That always suggests that there might have been an edge on it. Craig Overton round the wicket to Latham, playing a very different innings to his partner up the other end. Latham 47 balls 22, Jamie Smith 32 off 27. Craigo expensive today. Just running a little bit hot under the collar. Ben Green doing some warm-up to go marching by the looks of it. He's going to go marching down the high street. He looks very sort of 1930s army with the old moustache, that's for sure. Latham clipping through the leg side. It wouldn't surprise me if that's Craigo's last over this evening.
Yeah, I think you might be right. He's taking his jumper off the umpire this time.
Here we go, Soph. We've got a slow-mo. Oh my. If that is not an inside edge, that is out as flares. Ooh, oh, does not look like an edge, that does it?
Just the way the bat comes down doesn't look like he's got anything on that, but
I think you'd only find out by asking the players on the field about that one, but that looked very, very close. Normally with Craigo, there's more expression if he feels he's unlucky. The fact that he just sort of walked back.
That's my thoughts as well, because
there must have been a noise.
Riled up those last couple of overs as well, so I feel like if he felt that wasn't given and that was out, those last
there would at least be a single, maybe even a double teapot, don't you think?
Yeah. Vic's lost something.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we're looking for Vic Marks' marbles at the moment. He's lost his marbles. Vic normally gets the train. He's looking. I think he drove today. Maybe the car keys have gone astray. Anyway, Somerset need a little period where they just try and contain the runs. Surrey have, I say, raced on to 61, but I suppose in the context of the day's play, they are going at a healthy enough rate. Just over 3, about 3.5 and over. My fear is, Soph, that this, I think once you get past the new ball and you get yourself in, earn the right to bat on this pitch, I think it's going to look quite flat for the next day or so. I don't think they're at the demons. It's not a 170 pitch.
No, I agree. I feel like we saw some of the Somerset batters get in, but not really go on. And yeah, this partnership already looks quite imposing, doesn't it? Latham and Smith, the way that they've played. Do you think we'll see a bit of a sheer from the River End?
Yeah, yeah, I think so. I mean, it feels like, I feel like this is a good opportunity to give Craigo a rest for the session and get him coming back firing tomorrow. No doubt he's an important cog in the wheel. Thick inside edge there into the leg side. He's going to pick up 2, Jamie Smith. Every ball that hits his bat seems to be getting into the gaps and scoring him runs. Sometimes you get days like that. Yeah, I feel like the way those 2 overs gone, it would be a nice time for Tom to say, look, take a rest, mate. You know, you've done enough. You've had a great couple of weeks, you know. Have an hour where you just stand in the slips and have a moan. Good opportunity for Bashir to have a bowl. Holders just over pitching in the one shot from Jamie Smith that finds the fielder. End of the 18th over. Surrey 64 for 2 here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. I'm joined by Sophie Luff, enjoying the evening sunshine. Even though we don't get too much for indoors, it looks lovely out there. Lots of people in the crowd still basking in the sunshine with their sun hats on.
Change
Yeah, it's nice and warm in the sun. Not so much in the shade though, a little bit nippy. So I reckon those in the Somerset stand or potentially those just below us in the shade might be feeling a little bit of that wind. We are going to see Shoaib Bashir then. Just waiting on a helmet or two, I think.
We were right. Tom Abel has obviously telepathically heard us chatting and said, you know what, actually, we'll give the big fella a rest. Bashir on. He's definitely going to be warm. One of the most annoying positions in cricket is when you're fielding at fine leg and there's a left-right hand combination, and every time there's a single you have to do a 100-metre dash to get to the other side.
Good tempo session, isn't it?
Covering a bit of miles, young fellow with long legs. It's only about 3 or 4 steps for him, so no issue.
I was going to say, looks more of a runner than he does a
high jumpers body.
High jumper's body. He's just got very long limbs, hasn't he? Even his arms look really long.
Yeah, he was. You know, first time I met him actually, we had a good catch up, and he very proudly showed me how long his fingers were and how big his hands were. And they are very big. You know, Duke's ball looked like a little marble in his hands. That's why he can put a bit of spin on the ball. First ball dragged down and cut out to the boundary.
That is the 50 partnership between Latham and Smith. Just giving out around the ground. A warm applause, a polite applause by the crowd here in Taunton.
Notice on your social media, Soph, that you were having a cycle ride. Was that this morning, or?
Yeah, I got out early this morning. Yeah, it's a little routine I have if I'm on a comms day. Just like, you know, we sit down a lot up here, don't we? And I'm just someone that can't really sit down all day. I like to make sure that
at least these seats are comfier than a racing saddle.
Yeah, they are.
So you don't fancy the Western Supermare to Taunton stint one morning?
It's a bit too far. Yeah, a bit too far.
So London to Paris, definitely not so keen.
Yeah, I think I will do it one year.
What's your sort of? Yeah, if you go out on a little bike ride, what would you say would be a good bike ride, mileage wise?
Well, I work in kilometres, so.
Latham paddle sweeping round the corner. That's going to race away. Can Craig Overton get down there? Yes, he can. Latham picks up a couple.
Yeah, I reckon like a decent one for me. Like in lockdown, when I first started getting into it, I'd do like 50 kilometres, and I wouldn't really think too much of it. I'd be out for 2 and a bit hours. But yeah, time's a bit more limited now, and I just usually use it as more of like on a recovery day. Just get the legs going.
Stop for an ice cream.
Stop for an ice cream, a coffee. It's like I do find it really good from a mental side of things, just like switching off. You know, we're lucky to live where we do, and you can get out and just see so much countryside and fresh air. There's a lot to be said for that. So yeah, I just use it for that sort of side of things, really.
It's interesting though on the roads. You seem to be public enemy number one, don't you? Even though you know, especially when you're on your own, you tuck in. Cars can go past you pretty easy, but people don't like bikes on roads, do they?
No, they don't.
Strange.
Yeah.
I mean, you might hold someone up a whole 3 seconds. Heaven forbid.
Yeah.
Somerset 68 for 2.
Well, you'll have to let me know how it goes. Are you doing it tomorrow morning?
I'm thinking about tomorrow morning.
Okay.
So anyone on the A road from Weston-super-Mare to Taunton tomorrow morning, honk pleasantly, wave. Please don't try and run me off the road. And if you find a crumpled heap anywhere, somewhere around Highbridge, Bridgewater, scrape me up and deliver me to TA1 1JT. Thank you very much. Casey Aldridge continuing from the Trescothick stand end. 28 miles. I'll cover that in about an hour and a half, I'd have thought. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. I don't mess around.
20, yeah, that's going some.
I always like to. There's a little loop from West Supermare down sort of Accommodation Road, round Breen, Burnham,
Yeah.
back down the A Road, and it was 20 miles. And I used to do that in about 51, 55 minutes, somewhere around there.
Full toss by Aldridge and punished, pumped down the ground by Jamie Smith. He looks in fine touch, and he's not going to miss out on a loose delivery like that from Aldridge.
Yeah, the first sort of really loose ball from Aldridge, I think you could see he's consciously been working this spell to try and alleviate that one sort of boundary ball that he tends to bowl and over. I think that's that next level for him as a bowler, is to just be a little bit more frugal with his boundary balls. We all bowl them, but if you bowl more in that area, you'll certainly keep a smile on the captain's face a little bit longer. Yeah, so anyone...
So you're doing 45 kilometres in an hour and a half.
I try and average about 20 to 22 miles an hour when I cycle.
Just doing some maths on my phone.
That's about 32 k's an hour, I guess, isn't it? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not doing this charity ride with you.
Soph, I've already told you. You can get in my jet stream, and we'll be like a rocket down the road.
Do you know how many people are doing it?
I don't know actually. It's normally quite good. I mean, for those listeners
Trez
that
did it a
are
couple of
interested,
times, didn't he?
yeah. The PCA Trust do so many magnificent things. Lots of charitable endeavours. Jamie Smith just runs that off quite purposefully off the face of the bat down to the third man boundary, and he's rocketed to 44. Need to stem the flow of runs here. Surrey put themselves in a really good position here in this first day here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Yeah, the Cricketers Trust do, involved in numerous charities, but in particular, the well-being of in particular players that fall on hard times, retired players. If you go onto the PCA Trust's website or social media pages, you'll see the amount of good work they do within the communities of all the cricket clubs all over the country. So certainly something I'm more than happy to suffer for and hopefully raise a few quid. We've got Family Day here, talking of good events at the Cooper Associates County Ground, while we take on the mighty Glamorgan on the 20th of August, starting from 11 AM. Face painting, magicians, inflatable cricket games. Bath Rugby will be here with Yeovil Town Football Club. Taunton Baseball, Yeovil Town Football Club will be taking on Western Supermare Football Club this season. They are in the Vanarama South League. They've fallen down and Western have come up, so we've got some great Southwest derbies.
Oh, it's a great bit of fielding by Sean Dixon there. Brilliant out on the boundary. Seen that numerous times in the Vitality Blast and putting his body on the line there.
Yeah, great bit of work by the hero of the weekend. Yeah, a lot of our big days here at the Cooper Associates County Ground offer on 10 tickets for the price of 8, so a couple of mates, maybe the designated drivers can come for free. That's a good deal for the few that might want a few drinks. Latham 30, Smith 44, Surrey 78 for 2. 19 overs of play left in the day. Somerset, I think, have got to go through a little bit of a squeezing period, try and get the run rate down and apply a bit of pressure. Don't want to let Surrey get too close to the total on day one, which they're threatening to do at the moment. Just shy of 4 runs and over.
Yeah, scoring's become slightly easier out there now, hasn't it? One ball left then in the 21st over. Bashir to bowl it. Latham again pushing, but only as far as Tom Abel at cover. And it looks like we're going to see Ben Green from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. He's taking his cap off, handing it to the umpire.
Change of bowling and the Marcus Trescothick.
Yeah, interesting to see how Ben Green goes, actually. I haven't seen him bowl with any sort of red ball for quite a long time, so it'd be interesting to see how he goes about his business. Obviously, he's made a name for himself in 20-over cricket, bowling a lot of slower deliveries and change-up balls, knuckle balls. Probably won't get much change bowling that style, so it'd be interesting to see if he can flip back into 4-day mode and hit that length and get the ball moving.
Well, there were three men telling him what he was going to bowl then. Tom Abel, Tom Kohler-Cadmore and Matt Henry, and they're still in discussions with him now. Just trying to make sure they get the field in the right place.
Well, if he can match Matt Henry wicket for wicket like he did in the Blast, we'll be onto a winner here.
We will.
Different game though, this, but showed in the past that he can be a handy all-rounder. Starts well.
Just defending there. Got the 2 slips. Deep point. Cover and mid off. The leg side looks like mid on. Almonby's quite tight at mid wicket there. Deep square leg and fine leg. As Green is in again. Fuller and chipped to mid wicket. Lammonby.
Yes, the Green machine. He strikes Smith down the wicket, clips the mid wicket almost like the Lammonby dismissal. Probably a little bit unlucky, but he's got a knack this year, Ben Green.
He just loves taking wickets. Smith just fallen over there slightly, wasn't he?
Very disappointed with that, but what a great one-handed grab by Tom Lammonby.
So
I suppose
casual.
Unfortunate for the batter that is the left hand, the strong hand of Tom Lammonby, and he's plucked that from nowhere. Gone for 44, trudging off, very disappointed. I feel like he would have, his eyes were lighting up with Ben Green bowling. He's tried to take a few liberties and it's cost him his wicket. Surrey, 78 for 3. Replays, come down the wicket. He's fought, head's gone over. You can see the bat face just twisting in his hand a little bit, and he's just chipped a catch, and Lammonby has absolutely grabbed that from nowhere. What a great catch. Ben Folkes striding out to the crease. Ben Green cannot stop taking wickets.
Yeah, he's got a knack of picking them up, and it's exactly what Somerset needed. He needed to break that Latham-Smith partnership. Ben Green is the man to do so. Surrey's wicketkeeper joins Latham at the crease then. Somerset players just making the most of a little drinks break there. Lewis Gregory doing the duties today. Don't often see him carrying the drinks.
do it again.
Just changing the field again.
I don't think it really matters where you put the fielders for Greener at the moment. He's just going to get a wicket. What a season he's having.
Folks driving, but Lammonby quick to pick that one up, doing the work from point. You can probably hear the seagulls swarming. There's loads of them out there, trees.
Flying ants or something like that. Is that a reason why they'd come in? No, it must be the time of the day, coming
Yeah, I
to
think it
roost
must
for the
be.
night.
Great start by Green. One ball to go here in his first over. Folks on strike. Defends that behind the square on the offside. Lammonby's chasing hard. They're coming back for two. It's going to be tight, but Folks gets there. Good work by Lammonby, and in the end, good running from the Surrey pair. 22 overs gone here. Surrey moved to 80 for 3.
Yeah, nice little bonus wicket there, I think, for Somerset. Ben Green probably coming into the attack, and I think the captain would have been like, right, you know, do a job, dry it up a little bit, you know, stop them scoring, catches in front or people in the batter's face. To get a wicket, that's an absolute result. First over. Great work.
Bashir to continue then. Great work by Abel in that cover region, but Latham able to scamper a single. Folks working that to mid-on. Henry does the fielding. Again, Folks up to mid-on, and Matt Henry showing us his best diving role there.
Yeah, he's pretty committed in the field, to be fair, Matt Henry. Bashir just looking to get into his work. Try and slow that scoring rate down. So when Green, and be interesting to see how it evolves. When Green and Bashir started bowling together, the run rate was 3.7. It's already come down a few decimal points. Probably that little period of the game where you just want to see the run rate just dry up a little bit, just stall the Surrey innings. I think that'll probably naturally happen anyway with the removal of Smith, who was scoring a pretty hefty lick. Ben Folkes looks like a very busy cricketer. Just hit George Bartlett on the hand by the looks of it. Doesn't look like he's enjoyed that.
No. It's not exactly what you want, but part and parcel of the job in there.
Oh, I can't believe he hasn't caught that. Come on, George. drop catch.
Yeah,
got a full hand on it.
Yeah, it's that old saying, innit? Well, if I'd caught it, it might not have hurt so much.
Got that right on the turkey drummer part of the thumb. Bit of a committee meeting at the top of the run. Go look Cadmore, Green and Henry. Probably did that quite a lot during the blast. Let's see if Ben Green can pick up another. Struck in his first over. Wolf lurking round Taunton. Might be Caddick, you never know. He likes a little helicopter ride from time to time. Probably one of the more nervous things of it, or times of my life, that when we played a pre-season, or maybe even it would have been a pre-season game down in Cornwall. Caddy offered to a couple of us, I'm gonna fly down, do you fancy it? Very, very nervous. Very nervous passenger.
Who else went?
It was like 3.5 hour drive or a 20-minute flight, so it was an easy sell.
Yeah, no brainer.
But I have to admit, nervy moments. But I have to admit, the knowledge and how, it was like being in Smokey and the Bandit. Breaker, Nana Breaker, Hotel Bravo, Sierra, all, you know, unbelievable. He never stopped talking to air control, and you know, it was interesting being in the seat next to him. What you have to do as a pilot of a helicopter. Very impressed, actually, but I was not in a good headspace.
And so, was it a one-off?
No, I went glutton for punishment. I went twice. Yeah, it's quite a talent. Seems to be a lot of shuffling of the field. 2 catches in mid-wicket. I think Folkes will look to use his feet to Ben Green like Jamie Smith tried to. So it might create an opportunity in there at mid-wicket. Doesn't like to sort of stay too static, Folkes. Likes to score, likes to move around the crease, walk down the wicket, keep the bowlers guessing, especially bowlers of Ben Green's pace. I suppose Folkes being one of the closest players, I suppose, in the country to the England team, he's probably aware that, you know, having a slow strike rate is not going to catch the eye of the coach. You have to get on with it. Beautiful Yorker there from Ben Green. He found a few of those last month. .82 for 3 here. The flag flying proudly on top of the church as we have a look at the scorecard. Burns out for a duck. The hard to remove Sibley out for 3 off 21 balls. Latham has dropped anchor on 32 in a very sprightly innings of 44 from Jamie Smith. Plenty of batting to come for Surrey, but a couple of wickets here would really help the cause for Somerset. Strong middle order, Surrey. Be nice to get another one at least, and let Henry and Overton have a go at the lower middle order tomorrow.
Yeah, I agree. Well, a couple more tonight would be very good from a Somerset perspective. Bashir just settled nicely into his work, into his 4th over. Only conceded 7 runs so far.
Yeah, he's doing a grand job so far.
Latham using his feet and hits that one straight down the ground. Kola Cadmore, I think it is, just has to run and retrieve that from beyond the boundary. Scrambling over the covers there.
Yeah, he used his feet and got that one on the full. A bit of a long delivery. That from Bashir needs to find his length, bowl it into the pitch, into the surface.
Again, Latham just defending that one. Tom Abel trying to work hard on that ball.
Yeah, they want to keep that well polished for the nasty fasties tomorrow morning, no matter what happens. Like I said, I do feel like this is that was a bit of a bonus wicket, that the Smith wicket. I think there's a bit of a phase where they're just trying to dry up the run rate. These two have knocked 0.2 off of the run rate, down to 3.4 now. So I think they're doing a great job, the two of them. Picked up that wicket, as I said. So we have a look at the Surrey players having a bit of a sunbathe next to Dom Bass in his Somerset cap. He's pulled that cap out of storage, I expect.
Sounds like the wind's getting up, Treeks.
Yeah, not me, honest. You in tomorrow, Soph?
No, I'm not. No, this is my it's my only day this week actually. I might pop in and watch a little bit tomorrow.
Yeah, you might have to take over if I do decide to take the plunge tomorrow.
Yeah, or if you don't make it.
Could be a bit sleepy. Come the middle session. Green to Folkes. Very busy cricketer. Always looking for that single to steal. Well played. Don't think Ben Green got a touch on that. I think their slips were more excited than anything else. Ben Green hasn't claimed a touch there. Beautiful shot from Ben Folkes.
Oh, it's a shame he didn't. That would have been close.
Yeah, tough to call. Feels like he was home, but I don't think Ben Green's claimed that, so obviously didn't get a fingertip on it. Unfortunately, the replay, the old umpire's Panama hat was in the way.
I think they're really difficult to call live as well, aren't they? Because you know, you've got to move pretty quick to even try and get in a remotely good position to see those.
Beautiful shot from Ben Folkes, straight down the ground. That is a beautiful 4 and Cola Cadmore has lost his strides. That happens a lot. He needs to. There's a drawstring on your trousers, TKC. You can do it up if you want. Mate, is that old-fashioned to do up the drawstring?
I feel like he needs to. I feel like he's just the way that he's pulled them up there as well.
He's got the low-slung sort of gangster vibe.
Yeah.
Maybe he likes them resting on the butt cheeks. Maybe there's an exhibitionist in him somewhere. Decent over, some good cricket shots from Ben Folkes. Beautiful straight drives. Yeah, I suppose if you're the umpire, you've got. I think it's a difficult one because as soon as you see that ball hit back, you've got self-preservation in the forefront of your mind. You've then got the bails and stumps exploding, so that would probably draw your eye. And then, oh, where's the batter? Yeah, tough one.
Yeah.
Hope all our live stream listeners are enjoying the day's play. If you haven't been able to make it here to Taunton, thanks to WPA for the continued support. Ben Green half stopping, bit of a misfield there, and Ben Folkes picking up that single on behalf of Tom Latham.
Yeah, Latham looking to use his feet the last couple of overs against Bashir in particular.
I suppose from a Somerset perspective, they've been pretty well looked after for entertainment and positive results over the last few weeks. This has been a little bit of a blip of a day so far. Oh, inside edge onto pad and just gets too much on it, not to pop straight up to George Bartlett there. Beautiful piece of bowling, a little bit of turn. Played with hard hands, Ben Folkes there. Oh, inside edge onto that pad.
Good piece of fielding there by Lammonby. They sneak one, but good work to his left-hand side. Left alone by Latham. A little bit wider that one by Bashir.
Yeah, still looking to be nice and positive. The Surrey
Oh,
pair.
that's close.
Great piece of fielding there from Matt Henry, and direct hit onto those stumps as he does so often when he bowls. Let's have a little look here. We've got a side on camera. He's about now panicking. Might have to get the dive out, decides not to. He's out, he's out, he's out, he's out, he's out, he's in. Close, but no cigar. Good decision by the umpire.
Sorry, 94 for 3 then. 27 overs gone. Latham, 38 not out, and Folkes there on 8. Still going to be Ben Green. Abel and TKC having a bit of a conversation. 12 overs left in today's play then.
Yeah, I'll leave you in a short while to finish the day with Sam Soph. I've got.
You got to fuel up.
I've
Fuel
got
up for
what
tomorrow.
I think I've got a long day. Do you know what I've got to? And this is probably the scary thing for the people in the southwest. So I'm going to have to dig into my lycra closet, get out a top that's going to make me cut through the southwest wind like butter, like knife through a butter. Oh,
So
dear.
are you going to cycle home as well?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, yeah.
So it'll be 60 miles in the day. I'll certainly be hungry when I get home, that's for sure.
You're hoping that the wind's behind you on the way down and then it's changed direction by the time you
wouldn't that be the
cycle
dream?
back, and then you'll have it behind you in both directions. I'm not sure that's going to be the case.
That
but
really would be the
I'll-
dream.
I'll
Well,
hope
depending on
for
how
that
the
for you.
morning goes, someone in the crowd that lives anywhere near Western-super-Mare might be asked for a lift. Someone with an estate car, chuck the bike in the back, and get me to Highbridge, and I'll do the rest. Maybe 60 first day out might be a bit too much, but we'll see. We'll give it a nudge. Little bit of a conversation between the captain and umpires. I think the bowlers are displeased with the shape of the ball. That will go through the old metal hoop, will come out. Russell Warren, I think, is it, who has drawn the short straw, and a successful challenge to the ball. The metal hoop has not been passed through by the ball, so it means it's just gone out of shape, gone slightly big for whatever reason. Sometimes the quarter seam splits and opens out a little bit. And these days there's a gauge to make sure the umpire's decisions are consistent. So if it doesn't fit through the gauge, for those who don't know, the ball is changed. It used to just be done on the umpire's eye, and if you had an ex-bowling umpire, you'd get it changed, and if you had an ex-batting umpire, they'd just throw it, carry on with it, lad. So at least now there's a bit of consistency. And if it was someone like Pete Willie, it just depended on what mood he's in. If he was grumpy, you got no chance. Luckily, more often than not, he was always in good spirits. One of the great characters, Peter Willie. Great player, great umpire. Hope he's enjoying life retired wherever he is. Really good guy to have on the field and chew the fat with. Right, we have a new ball here. See if the green machine can get something out of this new one. Don Bass doing the 12th man duties.
Tractor giving Greener some encouragement.
Oh, definitely sounds audibly a bit harder off of the bat. Henry and Overton, Aldridge just having a little look. Is it swinging? Is it worth one more little dart tonight?
Yeah, Henry's definitely been doing a few.
He's thinking about it, isn't
warm-ups,
he?
Yeah. Just strikes me as someone who just wants to bowl all the time. Why wouldn't you when you're as good as him?
Yeah, he's very, very good at what he does. He's also, he's almost got that sort of, maybe a little bit thicker set than Anderson, but he doesn't carry any weight. It looks like bowling for him is, I'm not going to say easy, but it feels like he's not carrying any weight. He's a fit lad. He looks like he's got a strong set of legs on him. I think those sort of bowlers, I think they're of that slightly old school mind where they want to keep bowling. They feel like that's the best way to stay fit for the job that they're paid to do. Ben Green having the keeper up now. Dramatic bit of work there. First slip from Tom Abel. End of the 28th over. Surrey 94 for 3. I'll be with you for one more over this evening before I go back to decide in which colour I'll be cycling down the A38 in. A38? Yeah, probably is.
Yeah, it is.
The A38 will be my nemesis by the end of tomorrow, no doubt.
Well, it's going to be Matt Henry.
Lovely, lovely little burst here for Somerset fans, hopefully towards the end of the day. The two Kiwis facing off. I'm sure they've done that many times in the nets. Can he get one up? The bragging rights. I'm sure they'll spend a lot of time together this winter playing for the Black Caps. Can Matt Henry just get some bragging rights?
Well, he's bowled 7 overs so far. 2 for 16. Tremendous opening spell. Just what we've come to expect from Matt Henry in a Somerset shirt. He's round the wicket to the left-handed Latham, who's leaving that one alone. Three slips in, Abel, Overton and Aldridge. Straighter from Henry on that occasion and work down to Dixon at fine leg. It's going to be a slight change in field with the right-handed folks coming on to strike.
This will be a massive wicket. Ben Folkes has been in pretty good form this summer, as he always generally is. Not just a fine wicketkeeper, pretty heavy run scorer as well. Be a big weight off the shoulders, I think, of the Somerset bowlers if they know that someone like him's in the hutch tonight. Oh, he's got him, he's got him. Matt Henry does it again. Perfect line, little bit of shape away. And the danger man, Ben Folkes, is gone. Matt Henry is just world class. Look at that. Beautiful, strong action. Nip away the outside edge through to Roo. And I tell you what, there will be a number of Somerset bowlers giving him an extra hearty pat on the back for that one.
Yeah, brilliant from Matt Henry. Sees the back of Folkes. Triggs, you were just saying how much they'd like to dismiss him. And I think Matt Henry was on the same wavelength.
Yeah, that's a really good roll of the dice there from the captain. And again, fair play to Matt Henry putting his hand up, one in the overs. You know, it would have been so easy for Tom Abel just to stick with Green and Bashir to the closer play. Angle in, nip away. That's an absolute jaffa. Really not much Ben Folkes could have done, but probably play and miss at that one, as we see the face on angle. Angle in, nip away. Thank you very much. And that is why I'll be on international duty for the next few months. Somerset's lost, unfortunately, but what an impact Matt Henry's made in the time that he's been at the club. Top bloke, better cricketer.
Will Jacks, the new man at the crease then. Henry 3 for 17. Can he get another before close of play? Still 11 overs to go here. Plenty of opportunity for Somerset to sneak a couple of quick ones now.
Yeah, you've got to credit Tom Abel as well there for making that decision. It's been so easy, like I said, just to tick down the time. The run rate's gone from 3.7 to 3.3. Bashir Green combo was kind of doing what he wanted them to do, but he's gone, you know what? This ball with a little bit of extra hardness, the new ball certainly would have made, you know, some sort. There would have been a factor in the decision to give him a go. He's gone for it, and the star man has got the breakthrough. And like I said, that just will help your Craig Overtons, your Casey Aldridges of the world just sleep a little easier tonight, knowing that there's one extra frontline batter they don't have to bowl at tomorrow. Are we going to be greedy? Are we going to have a couple more? 95 for 4. Somerset scrapping themselves back into this game. As I introduce Sam Dalling to finish off the day's play while I consider life and outfits for tomorrow morning.
Thanks, Treeks.
Been a pleasure, Soph.
Best of luck in the morning. Let me know how it goes.
I will. It'll either be a grumpy or smiley emoji, one of the two. Followed by something else, no doubt.
Craig O back into the attack then from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. He's going to be coming around to the left-handed Latham. Three slips waiting then. Overton's in. Pulled away in front of square from Tom Latham. That is going to find the boundary. Loosener there from Craig Overton.
Yeah, Latham's got his eye in safe, hasn't he? He's just rocked. When you're pulling off the front foot, it's too easy. I like this from Tom Latham because this is a key period in this game. At the moment, I'm just trying to write a piece, and I can't write who's going to come out of the day on top yet because it's still even. A couple more Somerset wickets, though. Or I should say a couple more wickets for Somerset. Tips it in their favour, but if Surrey can just play out these last 10 overs and end up 130, 140 for 4, they'll feel they're in a strong position, won't they?
Yeah, I agreed. I think if Somerset finished the day with Surrey 6 down, I think they, having been dismissed for 170, would snap your hand off at that.
Knots all over again, Soph.
Yeah, exactly. Oh! He's not picked that up. Not sure who that was in there. Was that Dixon in there? Dixon
tends to be third slip when Craig goes bowling. It flew. It's tough, isn't it? Because he's had to take a couple of steps up because of the lack of carry. And Latham played it really late. It looked like he was going to leave it.
He was leaving it. So yeah, he hasn't picked that up at all.
He's played it almost behind him. By the time it's come off the bottom edge, it's tough that from Dixon. I'm not going to call that a drop.
I'm sure Craig Overton will.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it to Craig. If I see Craig later, obviously, I'll be like, yeah, should have called that one, Craig. Yeah, absolutely. I'd have held it, of course.
Overton in then and just left alone by Latham that time.
You could tell when Craig and Jamie are ticking right, because their follow-through ends up about a pace or two away from the batter. They both have the ability to get right up there in the faces, and they don't even have to say anything. It's just their presence. You can just, particularly this time of day, you can probably feel the shadow on you.
Yeah. In again is Overton. And some shape way off the pitch. Rue does some good work behind the stumps. Latham leaving that one alone.
He got 47 now. He's batted well here. He's just kind of gone under the radar. Smith was scoring really quickly, as he does. You get 41 or 44 or something the other way around. He's a beautiful player to watch. I'm glad Somerset got him because he's dangerous.
Fuller, straighter, and Kola Cadmore has lost his trousers for the second time in about 5 overs. But that was a glorious shot from Tom Latham, who brings up a well-deserved half century. Goes to 51, raises his bat to the crowd. Surrey moved to 107 for 4.
Yeah, batted nicely there. Trio boundaries in the over. Tom Latham, it's his third 50 for Surrey in this little stint he's having. Well, both at the Oval and away. If he can double up, then I think Surrey will be in a very, very decent position. It's not going to happen tonight. Will Jackson is going to take strike. Made a sprightly 40-odd at the top of the order against Middlesex at Lords. It was only a small total, Surrey were chasing, but Saturday was a day of rain, and the rain came about an hour after they finished, if that. Henry into Jacks. 4 slips wait.
So did they purposely push him
They
up
bumped
the
him up
top?
to 3, yeah. They were getting through it quite quickly. They were running, it took them just 2 balls to get that Middlesex wicket, but they had Middlesex 9 down overnight. So it took them 2 balls to get that 10th wicket, and then you could see they were really getting after it. And Middlesex, had the field spread because they knew if they'd got to lunchtime, they might not have got back out there, which would have been terrible, really, from Surrey.
It's a brilliant shot. Brilliant shot from Will Jacks. Slightly too full from Matt Henry, but can't take anything away from Jacks there. That was a glorious shot through the offside.
Yeah, proper cricket shot. When England work out how best to use Will Jacks, he's going to be a gun player in all formats. I do think he'll play a lot of tests.
Sort of player that just suits how they want to play. He fits that mould very well, doesn't he?
The top 3 is where they need players, and I wonder if that might be a spot that Will Jacks could claim. Because then he played in Pakistan, he took 6 for. Like if you've got him and Root batting in your top 5, both can bowl decent off spin. I think Jacks Vic, actually, I did a podcast with Vic, said at the moment he thinks Root's off spin is better than Jacks is, and I'm not going to argue with Vic Marks about off spin. If you have those in your side, didn't carry. Soft hands there, Jacks. It was almost like he was trying to run it down through the slips, which was odd because there were 4 of them. He played it quite late. Just indicates that that one may have done a little bit off the pitch. Goes down to do some gardening. Again, he was almost leaving it, in fact, actually, wasn't he? Tom Abel, quite vocal out there, as is Ben Green at backward point, actually. Skipper of the Royal London One Day Cup side last year, now the Metro Bank Cup. Just trying to teach myself to get that one right.
So not Royal London at all? Metro
Was
Bank.
last year, yeah, it's Metro Bank this year.
Okay. Yeah, because they're doing, they were Women's Ashes white ball series. It was definitely a lot of Metro Bank branding around, I saw.
I think these days, end of the over, 111 for 4. I think the domestic 50 over competition just gets thrown in. It's like, like you get a tote bag when you buy something decent. Like I think the One Day Cup
that's
sponsorship
like
is like the,
see.
and you get this, by the way, for
Yeah.
it. Yes, I can't imagine it holds that much value.
No. Yeah, good point.
Young fans in the Cooper Associates Cricketing Ground today. Decent crowd it's been in the sunshine. Sun hats on.
See, that is a proper floppy.
Yeah, you're right.
Rory Burns, take note.
Be a bit odd if he was out there in a Somerset hat, mind you.
Yeah, true. Seen a lot more Overton's in and left alone. Seen a lot more bucket hats, floppy hats, especially Somerset branded ones of late. They've obviously, had some success. So I guess the fans, lap up the merchandise a lot more then, don't they? Proud to wear all of the kit.
Yeah, I think there might be a Somerset branded bucket hat somewhere in my household, potentially.
Yes, my dad's definitely got one. I sorted them tickets to the quarter-final here, and I got down here a little bit late because I was playing during the day, so I missed the first 6-8 overs, something like that. And I turned up and he had this Somerset bucket hat on, and my brother had a new cap as well, and I was like, oh, sorted yourself out. Where's mine?
I think they probably assumed you have a Somerset cap or two somewhere in that kit bag, so.
I really want one of the Somerset boys have like a trucker cap. It's sort of like navy at the front, white sort of mesh at the back. Yeah, I'd like one of those. Jack Brooks actually did promise me that he would try and sort me one out. So Brooksy, if you're listening, I'm still waiting. Good this from Overton. It's been unusually expensive. Into his 9th over. Hasn't picked up a wicket, gone for 49 runs. It's 1 over where he leaked 4 consecutive boundaries against Jamie Smith. Again, Latham leaving that alone.
Up at Edgbaston, it's just, they've had 19 wickets in the day.
So Middlesex are nearly all out as well, are they?
188 for 9. I mean, they could win by an innings on the first morning of the second day if there's anything to go by. Essex 106 for 5 against Hampshire, so just 14 behind. That's in the balance.
And left alone by Latham. A little bit of late movement from Overton away from the left-hander, almost as it has gone past the left-hander. It's late movement towards Rue.
1:45 here then. We've got 7 overs remaining. If you're just joining us, myself, Sam Dowling, alongside Sophie Luff, we had Peter Ego, Vic Marks as part of our commentary quartet on the Somerset live stream, courtesy of WPA Health Insurance. Shield Berry popped in with signing copies of his new book, I think, which is now available in the club shop. We had Tim Grunewald as well. Been a brilliant day's cricket, as well as a brilliant day up here. It'll be even better for Somerset if they can prize 1 or 2 wickets before close. Tom Latham unbeaten on 51 and on striker's end. Will Jacks, relatively new to the crease, has just 4. There's a couple of spots that Will Jacks has been doing a little bit of gardening on. Matt Henry, ball in hand, 3 for 21 into his 10th over.
Flirting with that one was Jacks. Sure we can see the replay. Not much foot movement there from the Surrey batter.
Sometimes there's a kind of mental thing with bowlers, isn't there? When you see someone like Matt Henry and you know how good he's been this season, you're already tentative.
Yeah, agreed. It's, you know, as much as you try and take, you know, the bowler out of the equation and just play the ball in front of you, it's, yeah, when someone has had such a good season, it's hard to do that at times.
Someone like Simon Harmer has that aura about him as well. People play the man, not the ball. So close. Slips all. Hands on head. That's a beauty.
Oh,
Jacks goes for a run, direct hit, and he would have been nowhere. They're going to come through for the run. No, they're not.
They don't know what they're doing out there. Chaos. After all that, it was a dot ball.
Will Jacks basically got halfway down and he turned. It was to Ben Green's right hand.
I think it's Dixon in there, actually.
Oh, it's Dixon. He was not even in the frame had that been a direct hit. He was lucky there it wasn't. I mean, it's a tough throw for Dixon, isn't it? 1 stump to aim at. Maybe he thought it was Lammonby in at point, a left-hander, so we'd have to come around it.
One of those where you're just desperate to get off strike, aren't you?
Yeah.
Especially when you've played and missed a couple of times, and yeah, if you see that opportunity where potentially could get off strike, yeah, and you need your mate down the other end helping you out when you're in that situation. But yeah, there was clearly no run there. It was good work from Dixon. I've been really impressed. I haven't seen a lot of Sean Dixon until he's come in, so I have no idea, you know, how good his fielding was. But he is slotted into this Somerset fielding unit seamlessly.
That's the beauty from Craig Overton this time around, the wicket to the left-hander. This is where, if Somerset can just pick up 1 or 2, they've had 4 or 5 balls in the last couple of overs that have just beaten the outside edge. Yeah, Dixon often fielded on the boundary in the blast, and you have to be a decent fielder if you're the one that's sent out to patrol the boundary.
Yeah, like really good under the high ball, which Somerset were throughout the whole competition. But Dixon, on a number of occasions, made some really good yards on the boundary. You know, at a good click, did some really good work. Yeah, there's a lot younger players within the team as well that could be patrolling the boundary. But I love the fact that he was out there and yeah, did it very well. Latham defending.
It's Greg Overton's 10th over of this innings. Matt Henry's bowled 10 as well. I think these two have it in them to finish this day off. What does it need? Another
Well, there'll be
3 from Henry.
Yeah, 5 left after. I feel like Henry, I was saying this when Triggs was on, it looks like someone that just wants to bowl all the time and probably could bowl all the time.
Looks like real economy of effort from him, doesn't it? It's a relatively short run up, and it looks not easy, but there's something quite graceful
there's
about
an
it.
efficiency
Yeah,
to it,
that's
isn't
the
there?
word.
Yeah. Because he looks very unassuming. He's not, you know, he's not your typical, you know, fast bowler really, but my God, his skill level is exceptional.
Something else, isn't it? Was it 8 for in the game up at Northants?
Left on length there by Latham.
I mean, he's going to finish the season, what, with 60+ wickets for Somerset in 7 or 8 Champo games and 40. That's the thing, he topped the blast wicket-taking charts. He was rested for 3 games. Didn't even play the whole thing, only played 14. And he could be Somerset's leading wicket-taker for the season, despite only having been here for the middle chunk.
Well played by Latham. Just got on top of the bounce there, guiding that down to the 3rd man boundary, and Abel does his best but can't quite pull that one back in. Well, close to those advertising boards down there. He was running so fast to try and chase that one. How good is the ground looking, by the way, compared to when we turned up here on those April days? It's looking...
Don't remind me so.
Well, it's looking a million miles away from that, isn't it? You know, credit to the ground staff here. They've worked tremendously hard to get it back to, I guess, what it was.
That first day, I left London at 5:30 in the morning, came through the gates at 9 o'clock to be told there was no play. But yeah, it does look beautiful, doesn't it? You would not imagine that there were effectively 2 beaches at either end. Henry is going to continue then. No surprises there. 3 for 21 from his 10 overs so far. Jack's on strike. 4 slips, wait. Soft hands there from Jack. That was quite a deliberate shot. He was probably looking to get it a little bit wider, just to the right of Tom Lammonby at 4th. Not seen him bowl. Vic said he saw him warming up during tea.
In the lunch interval as well, he was out having a little bit of a bowl. Don Best was bowling and Lammonby was out there as well.
Good to see Don Best here still doing that. I saw him up at Northants. I walked past the nets they've got just behind the ground there, and I think it was at lunchtime, and Don Best was out working on his batting with Shane Berger, and that just kind of typifies Don Best to always be trying to maximise every opportunity he's got. You know, it would be easy, not in the side, just to sit around and do nothing, but actually he's got a chance to work with a different batting coach, so I'll spend 40 minutes to see what I can pick up.
Another dot by Henry. Good little spell this from Somerset. 4 slips waiting. They've been waiting the last couple of overs and a couple of close calls, but Henry would be desperate to find the edge of Will Jacks's bat. Oh, it nearly does.
I thought he had.
Expansive drive there from Jacks. And almost a little edge through to James Rue, but not quite.
I think Tom Latham just took a couple of steps down the pitch there. He probably didn't need to say anything, but his little nod was effectively in lieu of saying, "Jacksy, come on."
I feel like I do that all the time sometimes when I'm at the non-strikers.
Lovely shot though from Will Jacks. Pushed. That was there. It was a bit fuller from Matt Henry. It's one of the few half volleys that he bowled in this innings, but it was still a super shot inside the right hand of mid-off. Quite a wide mid-off. Beautiful shot for Jacks. Gets another nod from Tom Latham, but this time one of approval.
Yeah, one of approval, yeah.
So you a nod, or are you when you're at the non-strikers end?
Yeah.
Just giving the eye.
Yeah, just give a little, you know, I'm a bit fidgety anyway, so
right.
I like to sort of tap and garden and whatever else, so any excuse to sort of get down a little bit, and yeah. I like a good nod of approval, but I'll also, you know, give him the stare if needed as well.
The Sophie Luff glare.
Yeah.
Don't think I've been on the receiving end of that in the commentary box just yet, have I?
No, I feel like I've got a different...
Are you white line?
Yeah, I feel like I am actually, yeah.
There's some wildlife on that helmet apparently, so I couldn't quite see it.
I couldn't see it. I maybe need my eyes tested.
I might get Somerset's own brand of honey. Change of bowling. Casey Aldridge into the attack.
It's a lovely shot. Matt Henry, yeah. Lovely shot. Didn't feel the need to really chase that. I don't blame him, having just finishes over from the river end, having to retrieve the ball from probably under the covers, I would guess it is now. Yep, and he's, bless him, he's just finished bowling, and poor bloke's got to look for the ball under the covers like he's playing at a village cricket club.
He's found it.
Gets a round of applause anyway. Oh. Tipped off his hip, that's gone fine, and Latham is going to pick up another boundary. It's a bit too straight there from Casey Aldridge. Latham moves into the 60s. Surrey 127 for 4 here.
It just feels like it's going to have to be a closing paragraph saying it's Surrey's day. They're in quite a strong position if they finish 130 for 4.
Which is round about what you said, wasn't it, Sam? Oh,
has he got some inside edge on that? Casey Aldridge he tends to do that when he's asking the question of umpires. He's right down on one knee, looking back, stroking his chin.
Stroking his chin.
Maybe he's doing too much. hit him above the pad, didn't it? I know he's not a tall man particularly.
It was quite a short appeal though from Aldridge, really. It was sort of like a kneel, arms out.
Yeah, it's probably height
Ooh,
that, isn't it?
hand on the chin, not sure.
Yeah, it's that.
Too short and too straight again from Aldridge, and Latham not missing out on those deliveries. Again, when Somerset, like, you know, when Surrey have found the boundary at times, but they've come in consecutive sort of flurries as well, which has really sort of let them off the hook, as it were. Somerset just building pressure, and then, yeah, like we see, there's already been 3 boundaries in this over already.
Yeah, you can see the temptation to come back to Craig Overton for Tom Abel, but Ian Shepherd, who's in the back of the box from the Bright Side Live podcast, said Ben Green's bowling quite well here actually, and with the keeper up, that creates something a little bit different for the batters to think about. Like Latham and Jacks, this end of the day, don't want to be thinking about their crease and having to be inside it because they've got a keeper up. And he bowled quite well, Ben Green. And it's easy to say in hindsight, I know, but Latham's been able to take some quite easy boundaries from Overton and Aldridge. But it could so easily have gone the way, and Craig Go is the strike bowler and he comes back and takes a couple of wickets, so you're kind of in an impossible situation.
Three overs remaining in today's play then. The bench basking in the sun. Lewis Gregory, Don Bess. Jack's on strike then. Henry with ball in hand. They're going to scan for a quick single this time.
Tractor still going in the background. Fourth slip comes out. Tom Lammonby goes to. Is it going to be square leg or more small mid wicket? That.
Yeah, just squarish mid wicket, isn't he? Latham's left. He's left well actually, hasn't he? It certainly feels like he knows where his off stump is.
Couple of Surrey fans on the Thatcher's Terrace below us.
Very
Getting very,
animated
yeah,
up
it was.
there, yeah. Oh, I think we need to go back there to see what's happening up there.
Thought of a single, but they saw it was Lammonby's left hand and decided not to take it. Yes, he was very keenly displaying something. He
driven back to Henry, and it's not gone in cleanly, so it's a little bit painful for the bowler. It's never nice when you get one just on the wrist, or just one that just doesn't hit you where you quite want to get hit, and you haven't got much flesh there.
say there's no meat, is there?
Yeah.
Left hand though, so he'll crack on. Just 2 overs left after this 1 ball from Matt Henry. Suspect he'll be the one to bowl the final over of the day, which will be from the River End. Just gone 6 o'clock, so pretty good on over rates today.
Yeah, they have been. Seen a little bit of spin, haven't we, today? Jack's Jacks came on particularly early in the Somerset batting innings.
There were 33 overs in the first session. I've never seen anything like it, so they were ahead of the rate. It's a glorious evening here in the West Country.
It is.
A few of us are going to head down to watch a bit of pre-season football. Taunton Town versus Tiverton, the Harry Everett derby. Harry's dad is a Tiverton legend.
Harry just... this isn't going to sound very good, but Harry just gets everywhere.
Oh, yeah. Everyone knows him, Soph. Everyone knows him. It's amazing.
And he just... I mean, I follow him on social media. Like, he's just very active, very present on social media. And I struggle to keep up with where he is on a daily basis. Because I'm sure at one point he was, you know, he was down here and then, oh no, that was it. I think he went to Lords for the test match and then he got back for the quarter-final. I just, honestly...
It's exhausting thinking about it, isn't it? And he only got the call to go to Lords at about 11 o'clock on the Saturday night.
He loves a last-minute call-up.
Casey Aldridge is going to bowl the last over from the Marcus Jascovic Pavilion end.
And you can't miss him now in that pink Vitality Blast bucket hat.
He loves that. It does suit him. He's a wonderful human being, Harry. You can't walk, don't walk through a cricket ground with him because everyone wants to stop and talk to him. It's not even him stopping and talking. He just, everyone's like, oh, Harry, Harry. You have to drag him through if you're in a rush.
Then Green just going out to deep point. Gonna find the shadier part of the ground out there. Oh.
No ball. A good thing it didn't find the edge. That's a beauty though, but for the overstepping.
I love it when umpires do that. When the bowler bowls a no ball and then they go and they go, yep, you stepped exactly there.
Cheers, umps.
Thanks.
That's really enlightened me. I like the kind of passive aggressive. That is a beauty. The one just before they're going to call a no ball, where they just go and look at the line and mark it. That's kind of a passive aggressive umpire's way of saying the last one basically was a no.
It was no ball, but yeah, I'm going to let it slide. Yeah.
The reason for my look of disgust was the Warwickshire at 1 down. They're 10 for 1, so we're in the 3rd innings of that game.
So who's got out twice in a day? Because that has got to be someone. That's got to be like worst nightmare territory. It's not ideal, is it? Batting twice, having to bat twice in a day, not ideal. Getting out twice in a day.
It's poor Alex Davies. I mean, we saw it up at Northants. A few of their batters got out twice in a day, but that's because they were following on. It's not ideal that for Alex Davies.
No.
His batting is over on day 1. It is.
Yeah. I mean, the game...
3 balls his face.
It's not like he's going to have to sit around for 3 days.
No, that's true.
Really, because don't see it going that far. That's
Shot.
a lovely shot from Jacks. Driven on the up. Finds the extra cover boundary.
Super player Will Jacks. I think he could be one of England's answers at the top of the order. If they're going to keep playing the way they do, which they will. I see no reason why he couldn't be out there against the new ball in the kind of Crawley style mode. Particularly on the subcontinent where you'd need it'd be really handy to have a couple of spinners. This partnership worth 43 now. It just feels like it's tipped the balance in Surrey's favour. They're going to end the day not far short of parity. A couple of batters in.
Yeah, I mean, when you said the partnership was 43 there, Sam, I sort of grimaced because that's sort of, yeah, not ideal towards the end of the day.
Will Shoaib Bashir over last up, do you think?
Maybe.
We just saw, was it George
Bartlett?
Bartlett?
I would have thought, getting the old pads on. It is going to be Bashir, I think. Oh, he might take his cap off.
Teasing us. I think it will be Bashir. But yeah, you're absolutely right. It was at a stage where the day was like, oh, whose day is it going to be? Whose day is it going to be? A couple of more wickets. It's probably an even day, maybe slightly Somerset's, but this partnership has just put Surrey in a pretty strong position.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they only trail by 32 now.
Remember, Q&A tomorrow, 20 minutes after.
Only 4 down. Yeah, I'm going to see a young off spinner. Matt Henry's work for today is done. 12 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 26. He's led the attack brilliantly, as he has done all season. And Somerset will be hoping a little bit of spin can bring a wicket to finish the day. Round the wicket to Latham. Latham defends.
It's been excellent, hasn't he? He's been the standout, Latham, and Tom Laws I thought was the standout with the ball. 4 for, I thought he bowled beautifully, actually.
Must be something about the Toms.
There's a fair few playing, isn't there?
All right, yeah.
Just the 5, is it?
Just the 5, I think, yeah. Well, we got 3, haven't we? Ayul, Kohler, Cadmore, Lammonby. Oh, it's going to be another little delay here. Just trying to drag the day out a little bit longer. I think they want another helmet. This will be where 12th and 13th are a little bit flustered, trying to find the right equipment.
Yeah, bless Don Best. I think he was asked for an autograph there, and he very politely said, I promise I'll do it. He always happy to oblige Don Best. He's like, I've just got to get the helmet on first.
Just got to catch the helmet that's been dropped from the dressing room.
Comes back with another bit of protective equipment.
I have to say that is the good thing back here is dressing room's not that far away. You go to some grounds, they're miles away.
She's just slipping there, I think. I don't think he was trying to say to Will Jacks he shouldn't be backing up. He'd have played against a lot of these Surrey lads, I think, this year, because he's a Guildford Cricket Club boy. So I suspect he's played a bit of league cricket against some of these lads. I was saying earlier how strong that division is, the Surrey Premier League. Last ball of the day then, Shoaib Bashir to Tom Latham. Another fielder is coming in around the bat. Casey Aldridge has been called in, so there's Overton at first slip. Aldridge probably going to go to Gully. A couple of men under the helmet as well, Bartlett and Tom Abel. Bashir around the wicket. And Latham navigates it successfully. So it's been a good day for Surrey. They're going to finish 138 for 4, having bowled Somerset out for 170 earlier on. Remember, Tom Abel won the toss and elected to bat, but they trail by just 32 runs, 6 wickets remaining. Latham's going to come out unbeaten on 67. Will Jacks on 13. Been a fun day to watch, though, so for us.
Yeah, there's been plenty happening. Not too many runs from a Somerset perspective. I'd be disappointed to win the toss, bat first, only get 170 on the board. Put themselves under pressure again. I guess it's been a little bit of a consistent theme. In the middle order, just on this occasion today, 1 good enough to get us out of trouble, as we usually see. But yeah, as Surrey batters walk off there, they'll be pretty content to finish just the 4 wickets now.
Now, Sophie, here's a challenge for you. Try and describe what Somerset have to do tomorrow without referring to a crucial first hour.
Well, I would just say take wickets. Keep it simple.
Early wickets.
Well, yes, early wickets, but then that's alluding to the first hour, isn't it?
It is. It is, unfortunately. It's very difficult, isn't it? They're always crucial, those first hours.
Yeah.
Matt Henry, he bowled beautifully tonight.
So good. Just a phenomenal performer. We've seen it time and time again this season. It's almost like, does he ever have a bad game? But he's done it once again, leading this attack brilliantly. You know, Craigo not at his best today, but hopefully he's got another opportunity tomorrow morning. And like we say, that first hour, Overton, Henry, if they can sneak a couple early, then we'll be right in amongst it.
Yeah, Nicola Cadmore on screen, that only decent score really, that only half century for Somerset. Surrey's batting card looked a little bit healthier, but as Soph said, a couple of early wickets, and this game could go back in the balance. I think we'll sign off for there. It's been Sam Downing, Sophie Luff, Vic Marks, Pete Trigo, who'll be with us again tomorrow, and no doubt won't mention his bike ride in or his bike ride home at any point. We had Tim Gronewald a little bit earlier on, and Shield Berry popped in for 15 minutes before lunch. What a lovely day's county cricket, courtesy of WPA Health Insurance, our principal stream sponsor this summer. I'll bid you good night. There'll be the usual post-day interviews on the website and social media a little bit later on, so keep an eye out for that, and we'll be back on air shortly before 11 AM tomorrow.